if it's tied to anything bad, or if you're heavy on more. So if you're heavy on TW, then obviously the less characters the better. But as has already been said, people are saying, well, nobody wants a number. But you'll actually find that lots of the countries with just numbers as calls, Jamaica, St. Peter's Island, lots of the exotic DX starts with a number rather than anything else. So I'm kind of on that front. I'm happy to keep my 2E1. And when everyone said, well, it's never worked for me in a pile-up, it's, well, it has for me. So there we go. My name is Chris. I'm sitting born in Kent. So around to you guys, I just thought I'd pop in. I was scanning the dial and I heard you guys chatting, and then I heard the HWE, and I thought I'd pop in with the HJE. So not sure who it goes back to, but it's 2E1 HJE here.
Well, I'm assuming there's still a lot of entrenched, organized crime all through those structures, just like their history suggests, and I assume that's what we're seeing, kind of the remnants of crying and rebelling and stomping their feet right now. It's kind of, they've taken it to the level of inciting civil wars, full-on insurrection act, all that stuff. Trump seems to be intentionally not calling that one out or invoking that, but he certainly is beyond the threshold of where he could.
Yeah, and also now it's like more Stephen Miller who's calling the shots more than the Orange Third. The Orange Third is working on his ballroom.
Mike, you packing, dude?
Oh yeah, and we're gonna get an Arc de Triomphe. That's gonna be glorious, and it'll be an angel with wings on the top, like with painted on gold spray paint.
Wait, did you say this is a white country or something like that? I don't know what you said. It sounded racist, man. It sounded racist.
Oh yeah. You seen who Trump did? He gave him what the hell was the word? It's sort of like a pardon to one of his campaign managers or whatever that was found guilty of stealing, but I guess he served a couple years, and now he's maybe a year, I think, not even, and now he's given them clemency.
Like, how the fuck do these brainwashed people look at what's going on and like still support the guy, even though like Biden's son did like 1/10 of whatever it's going on right now, and they're like, what about Hunter Biden?
I don't carry at Amazon. No, and I don't carry for my delivery job. I used to carry when I worked at FedEx, but no, I don't carry these days. Plus, I moved out of Wyandotte County, where I don't feel like I have to carry anymore. My wife used to carry in a purse. We lived in a place where lots of blacks and hood rats were. She used to get hit on every time she'd go out. Hey girl, what's your man got to do with me? It doesn't happen anymore now. We live in a neighborhood where white majority. Yeah, she said now her ego is a little less because every time she cross, you get hit on by some droids, but it doesn't happen anymore. I don't carry these days.
I think the simple answer is fascism. And what do I mean by that? Let's say, okay, I'm going to just please give me a quick answer to this question. Have you ever watched an NFL football game on TV?
Oh, is that right? That's not the one that was recently indicted, is it? The FBI director that let Biden go and all that stuff, or not director, but investigator or whatever. The one that was leaking diary stuff through AOL and stuff. Of course the boomer's using AOL. Of course he is.
I'll quickly pick it up, make sure I'm doubling, hold on. Yeah, 2E1 HWE. Oh, well, hello, 2E1 HJE. Was it, I think, HJE? I like it when that happens. That's, I think I've heard you once before. I spoke to you briefly. So, yeah, you're just across the pond, aren't you? Across the pond. Across the estuary. I'm actually mobile coming through Zello, so I'm not at home, but I think you might be coming through my gateway, maybe, MB7ISX in Southend. I can't look at the dashboard, but I'm assuming you might be. But yeah, thanks for coming in with your thoughts, and also the other station that mentioned about the Morse. That's a legitimate reason. That is a benefit, I suppose. If you're a Morse guru, having to not put one extra letter or number in can save a bit of time. But as people probably know, 2E1 originally, when it came out in the year well, not the year 2000, but I passed in the year 2000 or 1999, it meant that I didn't do the Morse. The 2E1 was the Novice B, which was the non-Morse. You got the 2E0 if you did the 5 words per minute as an optional module, and I did not do that, so that's why I'm a 2E1. Obviously now you can just ask for a 2E1 if you want it. It doesn't really mean anything. It's an intermediate call sign. But when I did it, it was without them all, so I can't even do CW. So for me, it doesn't even save me one letter or one number per minute, you know, in that respect. But I'm a great believer of personal choice, and I'm hoping it's not a case of when I have to renew my license in 3 years' time that it then automatically forces me to give it up. I hope they don't do that, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, gents, I've got to go because I'm nearly at the destination where I'm going to. So I'll hand it back over to you, Peter, for a final, and if you want to stick around with the other guys, I'll leave you to it, but I've got to go. But lovely to have this debate, and we'll see what happens. And yeah, I've seen the Facebook, everyone's going crazy. The preachers are out there. 2E0 2E0 IPU. Over to you, Peter, for any finals. 2E1 HWE mobile.
Honestly, maybe like 5 minutes.
So one of the very common shots, not just of NFL football, but any sports team, is they show the coach on the sidelines. And like he's an older guy and he's a tough guy and he's like shouting orders at the players, like, go there, go there. No, you come back and you go in. Hey, this time we're going to throw a high bomb. Are you familiar with that iconic shot of the coach on the sidelines shouting orders at the team players?
Yeah, I didn't mean like, I should have said it better. Yeah, I was just wondering if you were armed your house. Good. I thought I've talked to you about or heard you talk about weapons before. Good. Yeah, man. Yeah, you know your handguns. Yeah, if memory serves me right. I didn't mean, you know, at the job and stuff. That would just be silly. I was just wondering, popped in my head, because you be living. All right, you're out of the hood. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Got to get out of here with these homies. Wannabes.
Oh, no. He just turned himself in yesterday, I do believe, to some federal court down in South Carolina. But yeah. No, this one was an 8. Hold on.
Well, that's great, Top Gun. I'm sure that she'll enjoy it. She requested that. She said, tell him she'd like one of those packages.
See, and that's, you know, no matter how much I hear the technical crowd saying, you know, just buy cloud service, use the cheaper route and stuff, don't bother trying to own your own server. This is what I keep thinking about, you know, you see this guy using AOL versus, you know, a Clinton. Both may be guilty as sin of some crimes, and yet very different outcomes simply because of their level of control of the information, the complete autonomy.
Oh, yes.
So people like that. Like if you're a supporter of Les Canadiens, go Habs, go. Like, I want my team to win. Yeah, we're the best. We're the strongest. And look at our guy. Look at our coach. Look at how strong he is. Look at those wide shoulders. He's gonna beat everybody up. That's my guy. That's my daddy. He's so strong and he's my leader and we're gonna win. Yeah, we're gonna kick some ass. And that's pretty much what fascism is on a very base level. It appeals to that instinct to be on the winning team, to have a strong, strong leader, to be behind a strong leader is going to lead you to victory, and then you're going to get to rape all the conquered people's daughters, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, and my son just bought a shotgun, and we legally sold the barrel off and made it shorter. He got some old 12 gauge for $100, and he made it look cool. He put a flashlight on it and shortened the barrel. We let my 10-year-old shoot it, and it flew out of his hand, and it broke. So we had to take the stock off, and he kind of made it his own. It was cool. So yeah, we got a few in the house, and I got a 357 right next to my bed with hollow points. I need to get some. I don't have any rifles. I don't have an AK or an AR or anything, but between the 357 and the shotgun, my son's a real good shot too. But man, if someone breaks in your house, they're probably going to come in more than one. We talk about it often. How would that work? And it would suck to have to shoot somebody, but ask questions later, I guess. If somebody's in your house, you would have to assume that they need to be shot.
Did you fall off? Yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, he wasn't a manager or an aide. He was just a supporter. So that George Santos, on October 17th, he was a vocal supporter of Trump's agenda. Conviction: Santos pleaded guilty to multiple federal fraud charges, including wire fraud and aggravated identity theft related to illegal campaign. Hey, I'm going to be calling Trump. If they come at me for all my back taxes, dude, try to throw me a job. Hey, I want a freaking clemency. God damn it.
But like, I mean, his coalition is cracked wide open. Like when you have crazy people like Marjorie Taylor Greene making sense these days, and like even Tucker Carlson, and starting to turn their back on that, then you realize like if they react fast enough, it could be fixed. But I don't think it's gonna fix the World Trade situation he created. I think this is like game over. Because if I redo all of my plans, for example, Canada, which are now selling, I think, natural oil to Asia for the first time in history, why would you want to go back to the old model and risk getting back to a situation like this?
Oops.
We got freedom on the button. What's up, girl? No, I hope you're doing all right. You're allowed to talk, man. Stop being weird. Stop being weird. Yo, I know exactly where you're at. I thought you were at the Amish market, but you're at, where are you at? The Berlin Mart? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, you got to these days. You have to be armed. You know, at your house. And yeah, dude, that I made up my mind years ago. You enter my house without me, without my permission, I'm gonna have to. You have to do what you have to do, and I won't lose any sleep. I know that. But yeah, man, I hope it never happens. Absolutely, 100. Like I was talking the other day, I'm talking about detachment from this life. We hold on to it so tight. It's very precious, don't get me wrong, but we hold on to it for dear life, no pun intended. So I'm trying to not do that. Jesus said, be like a passerby. Be a passerby, Jesus said. And so that means don't detachment. Sorry for a long kill. So I'm trying to get over all that stuff. I'm working on it. But at the same time, I will kill you if you enter my house.
See, he served less than, what was his conviction? He served less than 3 months of his sentence before, commutation. So he commuted his sentencing. So he was supposed to be 7 years in prison, but of course, it's in a one of the soft federal, low, still it's prison, but he was taken out of and then he, in social media posts, Trump referenced Santos' horribly mistreated conditions, including long stretches of solitary confinement, and contrasted his actions with those of Democrat Senator Richard Blumenthal. Trump praised Santos for always voting Republican. The commutation released Santos from prison immediately and ended any supervised release, but it did not wipe out his conviction. No, it never does. It's on your record. It's on your record.
2 Echo 0 India Papa uniform. Well, I've updated mine, my details just when did update. So you only have to do that once every 5 years. I'll probably go on and relinquish my M7, so that that frees it up for other people, because I just don't use it. But yeah, go on, update your details. I don't have to do it for another 5 years. So, but we will find out. I haven't heard anything that you've got to change. It's just an option that you have the option. So yeah, I'm going to dip out as well. So I'll say 7-3's all. Good to catch up, Oscar, and the other 2E1 station. Nice to hear your opinions. But like I say, this hobby's all about people's different points of view, discussions, and the way they see it. So it's like you say, Oscar, each to their own. 7-3's all.
Oh, which could be overturned.
And that's one of the pillars of USA power, is that their currency is sort of like the global currency de facto, because there's historically a lot of confidence in it. Now, did you know that before it was the USA Reserve World Currency, it was the British pound?
Okay, Echo 1 Hotel Juliet Echo. Clear? Yeah, okay, it's all good. And I was also a novice B, so I didn't do Morse, so the whole single extra character less doesn't save me any time, because I still never bothered to learn Morse. Alright, catch you out, 7-3, and 2 Echo 1 Hotel Juliet Echo going clear.
Yes.
Now, good. So we're on the same page here. Now, the point I want to make is that what caused the British pound to lose its status as the world reserve currency was the cost of World War I. The expenses that the British government had to take to do World War I, and then the thing that really killed it as the world reserve currency was the cost of World War II. Now, why do I mention that? Well, the thing that really can take down a world reserve currency is a very expensive war. Now, I'm going to make my final point, but before I do, I just want to check in with you to make sure that you're following me to this point. You're following me up to here, this chain of thought. Then I'm just going to end it with the last link in the chain, if you'll allow me.
I have I shouldn't say. I have a weapon, just to say that. But no, what city is that? I'm trying to, because I didn't really hear what city she lives in, but I'm just curious. What? No. Come on, be honest.
Yeah, 7 for everyone.
Bro, why the hell would I lie about that? I goof around and joke a lot, but damn, I think she's in Berlin. Berlin, New Jersey. Look it up, man. Why the hell?
Okay, I was like, now I understand. Okay. You're in the United States. Okay. New Jersey. Gotcha.
Matthew, what state do you live in? I live in Missouri, and I know the laws are pretty well, but man, I've heard cases where people protect themselves inside their house. One guy got charged because he shot a second time. Someone was in his house and he cocked the shotgun a second time, and he got charged for that. I've seen lots of little cases like that. How scary would that be, man? Someone's in your house. You don't want to freaking kill anybody. You don't know what's going on, but you got children and a wife inside. You have to shoot to kill. Not going to ask questions. I mean, if it's that would be tough. My soul would say no, don't do it. He might only be in here because he wants to steal something. That's not worth killing somebody over. But I've thought about the same thing. I've told my son, if we see anybody in here and it's nighttime, they're not invited, you have to shoot. But then cops come and possibly you go to prison.
Yes. Does it have to do with the bonds as well?
Yes. It's quite, once you get to that level, it gets quite complicated and it gets beyond me. But my point is that I think that part of the plan of Russia and China to take down the USA, to demote them from a world power to a regional power, is the following. To bait the USA into a major war that Russia and China know they won't necessarily win, but they can at least give the USA a major bloody nose and cause it to be a stalemate, or cause the USA to retreat like they did in Vietnam. But the point is to make it very, very expensive for the USA, such that they're like, we're never gonna do this again. We are done with these big foreign wars. And then the U.S. currency will be no longer the world currency. In the 2040s and 2050s, it'll be a whole new world, an open playing field, especially for China. And I think the plan is to go the USA into a very expensive war that they cannot win over Taiwan, coordinated with Russia. So whatever happens there, it'll happen on Russia and China will do something at the same time. Russia will do something in Europe, China will do something over Taiwan, and it'll just be way too much for the USA. Once it's all over, the USA will be thoroughly demoted and lessened, and the US dollar will no longer be the world currency. That is my prediction.
CDO, what you got, man? I've got a 22 Ruger, and I've got a High Point 380. Can't really shoot the rifle as of right now, but I sure can shoot the 380. And yeah, man, your son sounds like a cool dude. That's awesome. What the hell else was I gonna say? Yeah, you got to do what you got. No one wants to do that, especially Christ followers. But yeah, I'm in North Carolina, Winston-Salem, tobacco city of the world. Well, it used to be. Just like everything else, got outsourced. But yeah, tobacco capital of the world, Winston-Salem. I know you've heard of the Winstons. I know you heard of the Salems, and it used to be NASCAR, the Winston Cup, all that crap. That's where I'm at. And they're loose, man. They're pretty loose. But when I became an armed private guard, and I had to get a 9, we had to take tests and go over all the laws. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it's changed, but in North Carolina, you cannot shoot somebody if they're on your property. They have to not only break and enter, but they have to have a dangerous object, a knife or a gun or whatever. If that goes down, I've already thought, and they don't have something in their hand and I take them out, I'll probably wind up putting, a baseball bat in their hand or something. No joke.
Oh, he was a former congressman. Interesting.
All right, and what's your prediction with Israel and the end of Gaza war? What do you think they're trying to do now? Because we both know that Netanyahu is trying to stay away from prison. So what is he gonna do to stay away from prison?
I think that like Netanyahu had like 7 meetings with Trump. Like Netanyahu actually traveled to Mar-a-Lago many times during that Gaza war, and I think Netanyahu had the power to like stop that war anytime. And I think the plan, like Trump, I don't think Trump actually did anything significant to end the war, but it like part of the deal with Netanyahu. Okay, I'll give you all these weapons, but when you're ready to end the war, make sure you say it's because of it's the Trump peace plan, okay? Netanyahu says, sure, Trump, yeah, just make sure we get those the best missiles and bombs, and then when I'm ready to end the war, when we feel we've killed enough Palestinian women and children, I'll let you know, and then you can claim it was all you. It was your big idea. He says, I love it. I'm gonna get the Nobel Peace Prize. Thanks, Thanks, BB. I don't think it was the Trump peace plan. It was just Netanyahu was ready to end it at that point.
Well, if it's dark in your house and you get woken up, you hear a noise downstairs, or you hear your wife scream or something, you're not going to go down and then start looking to see what's in the hand. Well, I guess you would see a shape and you know it's not your son or your wife, and it's dark, so you got a flashlight on him maybe. I mean, that would suck. You have to see whether he had something in his hand. The time it takes to check if he's got something in his hand, if he did, he's already lifted it up because he saw you coming and he shot you. So that sucks, man. If someone's in your house, I think you have every right to kill him, because what's the alternative? Hey, what are you here for, buddy? You're not here. Oh, then they shoot you and kill you. North Carolina, huh? That sucks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like I said, that was 2009 I took the test. Yeah, pretty damn sure. So I don't care. I don't. New Jersey is horrible, bro. Their laws, you can't even, bro, you can't, no one has guns in New Jersey except for the hunters. It's like Europe over there, up there.
But they're still attacking some Palestinians, so. But I think they're going to focus on Iran at that point. I don't know, my prediction.
Yeah, that's scary. Y'all are talking scary stuff, man. I don't want to think about it. I don't know what I'd do if someone broke in my house. Yeah, I'd be scared because I'm not supposed to have any gun. I didn't purchase a gun, but yeah, I saw a rifle, but I haven't. You know what I mean? That was my dad's. Or I don't know. It was my dad's or whatever. But it's in the back, and I haven't touched it. And my dad's passed away a long time ago, or not a long time ago, but it's still. But yeah, it's in the back, and that's all I have as a weapon. I have what you call it, a slingshot as a weapon.
Okay. I think they're going to take a beat now. They're going to take a pause. I think the dust is going to settle for a while now. But whatever, I don't have clear insights. I mean, you're requesting me to speak about things that are outside of my area of specialty, my man.
And I think the next big thing for the USA now is going to be Venezuela. Maduro is actually getting some military to practice for a potential invasion.
You're very right about that. You are very right about that, and I'll say it again. You are very right about that. Part of the logic of fascism is they need to constantly have an enemy. You can't have fascism without internal and external enemies. And Also, I think part of the deal is like, okay, we're all going to be regional hegemons. China gets the Western Pacific and Asia. The USA gets all of the Americas, and Russia gets its own sphere of influence. But I think that's at least the plan. And so you're just going to see Trump turning up the screws over all of Latin America. And it's very, very bad what he's doing there because those are.
Thank you for making me feel welcome, Jesse. That was nice of you. And all of you, actually, yeah. Thank you. And that's how I like to be felt, welcomed. Thank you.
Yo, dude, come on, get that locked and loaded and put it in your bedroom. I understand you don't really like or are comfortable around weapons, and no one likes to talk about this. Halftime score, 1-0. Who? You're not watching the game. I think Arsenal's playing Shiza. Fulham. So I'm gonna check that out. I hope you're watching it. But yeah, dude, come on, do the right thing. Get that weapon, get some ammunition, get a bunch in case zombies come, and lock and load, man.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
Right, it's security. You keep a spare tire in your trunk, not hoping that you're going to get a flat, but it's just in case. And people, well, you got kids. From a young age, I took Chase out and we shot as young as, I don't remember how young he was, 5 or 6. Started with 22s. He shot 9 millimeters and my brother's rifles, AKs, and shotguns. So we took the curiosity out of it. And I showed him how to respect and fear the weapon properly from a young age. And now I got mine right next to my bed. I don't have to worry about my 10-year-old or my 17-year-old touching it. My 17-year-old has his own guns. He's got a couple of 22s and a shotgun, and it's the curiosity. If you teach them from a young age what the weapon is and let them shoot it, then they know not to mess with it. If you keep it locked up, that kind of defeats the purpose, you know?
You have stopped talking. You said
Those are poo poo pee pee caca. What was I saying? Those those are criminals. They're not soldiers. They're not military people. Those boats, those drug smugglers. It's a matter for the U.S. Coast Guard, or you don't just blow them up without giving them a fair trial. It's not a war type situation. Come on, my man.
yeah. Let's see how this is gonna go. I have a feeling, honestly, that he's like whatever he's doing with the military in Chicago and those places, he's trying to provoke like some people to protest so he can invoke his Insurrection Act. And I feel like that might give him some powers, including staying in power. I don't know. I'm not too sure if this would trigger this, but anyways, I have a feeling that he's trying to do something in order to just justify why he wouldn't run any elections. Because if you look at the numbers right now, he's like way behind. He lost a lot of people in his coalition, so like for midterms, it would be guaranteed impeachment and removal. Well, maybe not removal from office because they might not win the Senate, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm going to say something I've never said before to anyone. I have never shot a real gun before in my life. There, I said it.
Bro, I understand. Like, I never did until I got in the military. I was scared as all get out. My dad hates weapons. I'm from New Jersey. Like I said, they don't, unless you a homie, you ain't packing. Or a hunter. Nah. But, so I was never around weapons, bro. and I love it. You'll love it, dude. Get you a 380. It is okay. A 380 is. I'll take a picture of my handgun. A 380 is a nice. You can conceal it. It's small, but it has a lot of power. If you were to shoot somebody from, let's say, 15 yards away, it would get the job done. Okay, a 380 is a. You're gonna look up dot 380, and I'll put some pictures up. It's a really good. It's got hardly any recoil, kickback. It's a great gun to have for just personal protection, and you will be comfortable shooting it.
Mais j'ai bien apprécié cette bien belle conversation, mon Jean, et c'est toujours un plaisir d'avoir le temps, d'avoir l'opportunité de jaser avec toi. Surtout samedi, congé pour moi, où je me sens plus à l'aise. Et je te souhaite un bien bel samedi. Enfin, nous avons un peu des ciels ombrés. Et je suis très content de te dire que ma fille a trouvé un bon job après graduer de l'université et je vais la rencontrer pour la première fois demain pour avoir ses nouvelles. Je suis un papa bien fier, mon Jean.
So is it hard when you pull the trigger? Is it hard to pull? You have to pull down. Like how is that? Because I've had toy guns before, but I've never had a real gun. Like how hard do you have to pull back on that? On the trigger. And I'd have to look up. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I gotta. Like I said, that rifle or whatever is in the back, I haven't touched it. It was my dad's, and I haven't touched it ever since. And I'd have to go back there and look exactly where it's at now, to be honest.
Now my kid carries a gun to work. She has a gun. Pretty much everybody in there does. Of course, in that kind of store, So anyway, yep.
Je vous souhaite beaucoup de plaisir avec cette célébration.
Et si je décide d'y aller au marché noir ce soir, je vais te jeter un petit coucou par WhatsApp.
Your girl, your little girl carries a gun to work. You can't be kidding me. Oh, no way. Unbelievable.
Perfect. Let's keep in touch. I'm gonna go do all of the stuff that I need to prepare for tomorrow and Monday.
They are the ones that need it. It's the great equalizer. If I had a daughter, she would definitely be carrying it. You can imagine if they took the rights away of us for your daughter to carry a gun around on a person. Your daughter, who you probably trained from a young age, knows gun safety, good shot, knows how to shoot, knows how to respect the weapon, knows that it will kill. Man, imagine if the women didn't. They say they care about women so much. The women are the ones that need it the most.
Sweet. And I'm really grateful to you for continuing to make art and contribute to human culture. It's not over yet.
Yes, let's hope it stays a bit longer.
No, it's because of where she works, She works in a coin store. It's to discourage anybody from trying to, steal. It's like, so, yeah, and she's gotten her own training. I don't really mess with it that much, Not that I'm against it, I'm for it. I've shot before, but no, she really went out and got her own training. Some of my friends like to shoot, so she goes with them. So no, it's her deal.
That is cool. I thought you said she worked at like a precious metal place. I know that coin stores also deal exactly with precious metals. It's obvious. But I thought they were mainly like a buy gold kind of shop. They didn't. I know they probably get coins all the time, but I didn't know it was an actual. That's cool as hell. That is so cool, man. And yeah, she should be packing. You go into the coin store over here, every one of them has got it showing on their hip. That's what the Sons of Bumpuses need. They know, go in there, you're gonna get killed.
So, but the thing is, guns cost a lot of money, and I don't have a lot of money. Like, they cost a lot of money, so that's why I haven't had I mean, like I said, there's a rifle or whatever is in the back, but I don't have a gun though, and guns cost a lot of money, and yeah, I don't know, man.
Do they cost more over? Are they even legal? Can you legally own? I don't know what part of Europe you're from. They're probably more expensive over here. I like Taurus. Taurus used to be a pretty crappy gun. I remember when I was 15, 16, my brother found a Taurus and it was pretty crappy. But that 357 is a Taurus. I had sold one and I had to get it again. There's something about having a freaking revolver, a big silver revolver. It's something nice. It was $350, and you can get a Taurus 9 millimeter, just a pistol for 250, $300. We went into the gun store the other day to get some shells, and there's Embers and all sorts of other ones that are in the thousands. So they can, but I think Taurus is great. High Point sucks. I'd never get a High Point because they suck, Matthew.
Most accurate pistol I've ever owned was a Taurus 357 mag revolver. Very accurate gun.
Werner von Braun, I saw what you posted about him, Ferry. In addition to that, he accomplished a lot in the United States after the World War II with our space program. But when he was in Germany, that he was part of the Nazi Party, and he was part of the SS. That was the most, the meanest part of Hitler's military, the SS was. And that he was in charge of the V2 rocket that devastated England during World War II. And they had the rockets made in a mountain, and they used slave labor from a nearby concentration camp. And thousands of people died making the V2 rocket. They died of malnutrition, starvation, and illnesses and fatigue. They were just overworked. They were worked to death. And he may not have been cracking the whip over him, but he was in charge of the program that these, mostly Jews, there were other people involved as in the slave labor, but he was part of it. He knew what was going on.
Michael, leave me alone, all right? I was poor. I was a poor black boy. I was raised a poor. Anyway, that's from a movie. It's called Steve Martin. Anyway, dude, would you let this cat know? CDO, under $300, you can get a brand new. Did you see the picture I put? That is for disabled, handicap, arthritis, all that crap people. I'm getting it. I'm gonna get it. It's $300, bro. It is legit. And Taurus, I have to give mad props to Taurus. They actually manufacture guns in, I used to be like, oh, F Brazil. But no, they opened up a plant in, I think, Georgia, Mississippi.
Winder, go ahead. And just get last 4. 1956, 1956. You guys are both 1121.
under $300. That's not bad. I mean, yeah, that's not bad, not bad. But yeah, I don't have money to throw around, and yeah, I was just curious because and plus my brother had said at one point not to get a gun. I don't know, and he doesn't have one either. But he was in the military and everything, and he shot guns, plenty of guns before. So yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't know.
Yeah, that Taurus that I have, it holds 7, and that's why I got that one. I think it's a Taurus 65 or a 67. And I had a Taurus G2C because they were cheap and they did just fine for me. Ruger's good too. I had a Smith and Wesson little revolver too. I can't remember what that one was, but man, especially with a revolver, it's not going to jam, and that's why I also liked that one for near my bed home defense because it's not going to jam. And 7 shots from 357 is, I think that's good. And my son coming up from behind with buckshot with his sawed-off shotgun might do well. We practice drills in the house sometimes. I'm kidding, we don't. Chuck, I hate to change the subject. I heard Alaska got flooded from a typhoon.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm from Alabama. We know a lot about Werner von Braun. My brother-in-law worked up there, facing rocket everything. He helped design the Javelin.
You do? I just talked to Frank. You do? I just talked to Frank. I said, I haven't heard him in a while. I didn't recognize him for a second. I go, oh yeah, he's on a different radio.
I'm not saying he wasn't a bright person. He was, and I'm not saying that he inspired the writing on the back of his tomb, but he had a dark past before he was brought to the United States, kind of in a mind trust. The people that were brought over here and kind of whitewashed, forgot about their being part of the Nazi Party and part of the SS. And he came like a hero in the United States.
Really? Where at?
Anchorage?
No. No. Didn't happen. Oh, I think I saw something about that. It was probably somewhere around the Kenai Peninsula or something like that. They had some flooding, but no. Anchorage is high and dry.
Dude, I don't think people realize how big Alaska is. I've never been there, but if you really, anyway. What was I gonna say, Michael? That was hilarious. Yeah, my high point is a piece of crap, dude. It is a piece of crap. I get one shot out of it. I don't know. I don't know what the hell is wrong with it. It's got a double safety feature, so it's got this button. It's got this button to release the mag, and I'm left-handed, so I touch it by accident, and it's just a mess. Yeah, it was $60. What do you want?
There's not much of one around our area. But, he was also considered mostly, even though he identified as Protestant, he converted to Catholicism, but he identified as an atheist. Sorry, I'm at work.
How about the latest news? This is funny. You can't make this stuff up.
Democrats are allegedly demanding the removal of Dominion voting machines after a Republican investor purchased the company and rebranded it as Liberty Voting.
Now, I thought maybe this was some kind of parody or joke. No, this is real.
Dominion Voting Systems is the company once hailed by the left as a pillar of election security. Scott Leondecker, a former Republican elections director from St. Louis, Missouri, and the founder of the election tech firm No Inc., has taken full control. Leyendecker, with over 25 years of experience in election administration, outlined Liberty Vote's mission to, quote, deliver secure, simple technology that puts voters first. The new entity vows 100% American ownership, domestic staffing, and software development. They are also making a firm commitment to hand-marked paper ballots, lining up with President Trump's executive order on election integrity. The undisclosed transaction was confirmed by Dominion's outgoing CEO, John Poulos, in a statement. Liberty Vote will conduct a top-to-bottom review of existing equipment ahead of the 2026 midterms, rebuilding or retiring machines as needed to meet rigorous standards. Third-party audits will become routine, closing loopholes that skeptics, including many conservatives, have flagged for years.
Yeah, one of the most biggest pieces of crap. I actually tested out with when I got my concealed license, concealed permit back in Texas. It's an S&W 40 cal. Piece of crap, inaccurate. I hit the target enough to pass, but it was a piece.
So yeah, so if I get a gun, in other words, would I be able to get a gun? Because I'm not a citizen still. And yeah, and shooting a gun, is there a lot of recoil? Or is it, I don't know, like all of that stuff I have to think about. Because like I said, I've never shot a gun before, and not a real gun. I've handled a real gun in doing commercials and stuff like that. I could show you a picture where I'm handling a gun just as a joke.
Oh, dang it! Sorry. You can go to shooting ranges and try out guns. Get an instructor and go to a shooting range. And yeah, as long as you don't have a criminal background, depending on the state you're in too. As long as you don't have any kind of criminal background, you can go get an instructor to show you, take you to a range and pay him a little bit of money and try out different pistols.
Dear Lord, as I read your book, help me to understand what you want to show me today. May your words inspire me to live the way you teach and to put you first and others before myself. Amen.
Oh, he's black. What do you think about his criminal history? Come on, bro. That was dumb statement, Chuck. Of course he's. I'm sorry. Sorry, CDO. Sorry, good to see you, Chuck. Yeah, we have dude. You're in Tampa. They've got indoor ranges. You go there, pay a couple bucks, get exactly what Chuck's saying. They'll let them know you're a first time, and they'll walk you through it, dude. But that is what I'm saying. Once you get comfortable and you're ready to purchase, please look at the picture I put up. It's a Ruger, 100% made in Prescott, Arizona, 380 security. It's got little to no recoil at all. It's like shooting a BB gun. Pop, pop, pop.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Okay, just because I'm black doesn't mean I went to jail. I mean, I went to jail only because I was working on a project. So we're hired to go to the jail and film something. That's the only reason why I went to jail. I've never seen a jail before that. Well, never walked into a jail before and saw that. Okay? So, yes, I am a black person that's never been in a jail before. And
2 Peter chapter 3, verse 9, page 1168. The Lord is not slow to fulfill his promise, as some count slowness, but is patient toward you, not wishing that any should perish, but that all should reach repentance. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, page 1143. All scripture is breathed out by God and profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and for training in righteousness.
Oh, okay, so you're from the projects. Ah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, I don't think he's understanding what we're saying. Hold on. It be like, yo, get you a gat, homie.
Oh my God. There's a website called armslist.com. You can, it's like Craigslist for guns. People sell their used guns on there, and you can find Rugers and Taurus. I think Taurus came out, the last one I had was a G2C, but I think they got another one. But yeah, those guns for around $300 are great. Did you guys hear about in California they passed the bill? I haven't looked into it. I just heard people talking about it on TikTok. They passed the bill making it illegal to sell certain guns like the Kimber 1911, the Glocks. If they have certain features, then they're not legal to sell or trade anymore. And there's like 1,500 guns, pistols listed on that list in California.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question. I guess I'm not sure if anybody answered it already. So, is it legal for me to get a gun, even though I'm not a citizen or anything like that? That's the only thing that I was afraid of. I didn't want to get a gun, and then they come in and with a police car and say that you're not supposed to have a gun and this and that. I didn't want that. And plus, I've never used a gun before, so yeah. Yeah, is that a thing?
Preacher driver, are you there?
EJ, where are you?
Dude, it's like Michael said. Michael answered it. If you have no criminal background, you're good. Even if you are an actual U.S. citizen, Florida is so, dude, you can open carry in Florida without a permit now. It's amazing. Just walk around like cowboys. Yes, dude, you'll be fine. You're a good dude, no criminal background. All right, the second half just kicked off with Byron and Borussia Dortmund. But yeah, dude, you're totally fine. I'm telling you, under $300, please, sir, look into the picture, the Ruger Security 380. It's made specifically for people that do not like a bad recoil. But yeah, you'll be good.
Go ahead, 19. I'm code 7 with the RO. I don't have the stop yet. Can you tell me if the RO is valid?
You left on vacation, huh?
Mississippi James, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. God bless you, brother.
I believe that grade school is our school. I'm doing okay. Had little problems last night, but I'm better today.
Okay, definitely. I'm going to look into that then. Yep. So yeah, I've never done anything at all to go to prison. Never been. Like I said, I've only been in jail to work on a project. So yeah, that's the only time I've been in the jail and saw what it is, besides watching it on TV. But yeah, never been to jail ever.
I'd have to look it up online, but Missouri is a constitutional state. I haven't registered any of mine, so maybe one of them I did because I did a background check. But you can buy them from a private person. That's what Arms List is good for. You find somebody in your area. I think they want to see your ID, but if you buy it from a private person, you don't have to have a background check and you don't have to have it registered. I mean, shall not be infringed. I don't think that I need to register any of my weapons. What does register mean anyway? Look it up in Black's Law Dictionary. It's none of their business what I have.
Emmanuel, you're writing up on that 60th day, aren't you?
Yes, sir. 55 days, and I'm gonna get my chip then I'll have 2 chips. And the Lord is good.
Yeah, I'm impressed. You're doing good.
Amen. Amen to that, and more to come. I believe God is a God that multiplies. And, He's going to multiply our blessings. He's going to multiply our prayers that we ask for. He's going to build us on a strong foundation. And He's going to show us things that nobody else has seen. Revelation, knowledge, and wisdom. And He's going to fill us with His Spirit and His Holy Ghost and His joy and His peace, so that we can love and we can be a witness and we can share the beauty of Jesus Christ to everyone.
Yeah, that's cool. Constitutional state. That's what's good. You live in the show me state. Show me. You know the story behind that, Michael?
No.
Either do I. Sorry. So they were doing the Missouri Compromise back in, 1870 something like that. Oh, I thought we scored. It was something to do with the Missouri Compromise, and one of your congressmen, maybe senator, stood up and basically yelled, show us for the Missouri delegates. It was something. I shouldn't have brought it up because I don't really know. Sorry.
You're saying some good things there.
I'll look it up. Now I'm interested in it. So, what are the gun laws like in Alaska? And has anybody heard about this new bill that's thinking passed in California trying to outlaw Glocks and all 1911s? I wonder what Alaska is like. I could look it up if I was really interested. Do you have to register open carry? And how are gun laws up there in Alaska?
That's right. Romans chapter 15, verse 4 says, whatever was written in former days, it was written for our instruction, that through endurance and through the encouragement of the scriptures we might have hope. I can say that I have found hope through Christ, and that He lives in me, and that I'm a steward and a servant of Christ Jesus, a minister of reconciliation. Hallelujah.
I have a question. Can you buy a gun online? I was just looking at that, and I was curious. Can you buy a gun online? No way.
Dude, I got my High Point 380, which is a piece of crap, like Michael said, online. I won an auction for $60. Yes, but there's a little catch. What you need to do is get what's called an FFL. It's an acronym. Dealer. So you would usually pawn shops. You're going to have gun shops. Even some private people have their license in Florida. So it's easy peasy. You find the FFL and you pay them like $15 or whatever, $20, and they accept the gun for you and do the background check, and you walk out the store. Even though you bought it online, it goes to the FFL dealer for a couple bucks, and boom bada.
Do you mind if I give you a tip, Emmanuel?
Sure.
This is heartfelt. What I'm fixing to say is well, I'll tell you what I did. I got away from people that I was once around, and it was a good thing that I did. They were no longer able to be an influence on me. That didn't mean that I didn't like them anymore, but I just realized they weren't good for me, because when I would get around them, they would try to pull me back down to be like them. And I moved about 15 miles away and didn't tell anybody where I was going except my parents. I'm going to unkey and then key back up.
I was wondering, what if you buy a gun online and then you get to go take the background check and it comes back? Because some people's background check will come back if someone shares that name, or I've heard of people not passing it when they should have. I was always scared to buy one online because I'm thinking, damn, if I pay it and then anything happens, then you get your money back.
Yeah, that would be scary. And also, I did see that, like, when you go down to when I went down to the flea market, there's a gun shop there. And yeah, would I be able to get a gun from the flea market? Like, no way, right? Would I?
Yes, sir. It's that easy. I'm sorry, Chuck. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I'll just put the answer in there for you. It says a non-U.S. citizen can purchase a handgun in the U.S. if they meet certain federal state requirements, including having the necessary documentation, being legally present in the country. However, they must undergo a background check and may face additional restrictions based on your immigration status. But, I mean, in some states, it doesn't matter if you're a legal immigrant or not, you still go undergo background checks.
And I had got me a room at a motel, Realm Motel in DuQuoin, Illinois. It's no longer there. And 2 carloads of my old friends pulled up, about as many as you could get in there. Cars were bigger back then. There's a good 5 or 6 people in each car. And they all came into my motel room. And they said, your money's no good. You're going with us. You're going to have a good time, which they meant drinking. And I said, no, man, I'm not drinking anymore. I said, hey, there's a Coke machine outside. I've got a bunch of change here. Who would like a Coke, a soda? And no one wanted a soda. And so they stood around. One carload of guys said, well, if you're not going to go, we're going to leave. And so they left, and it left 4 or 5 guys there, old friends. And they said, come on, men, let's go. Your money's still good. We'll take care of everything. And I said, no, I'm not going to go. I'm going to stay here. I said, you guys can stay here. We can have some Cokes. And so everybody went out except this one friend. He was soon to join them. He looked at me and said, man, you're not fun anymore. And I know what he meant. I wasn't getting at their level doing the things that they do, but it was the best thing for me, Emmanuel. That didn't mean I quit liking them.
There you go, dude. You're good to go. Take your little green card, which you really don't have to do. Your license should be enough, but take it just in case. Yes, dude, you could go to the flea market right now, and go find a handgun for $250. It's going to probably be used. They might have some new handguns under $300, some ammunition. Boom, dude, you're walking out of there with the handgun. It's that, and then you take it to the range and practice.
Wait, I'd be able to do that without me I'd have to take a background test or something like that, wouldn't I? They'd have to check me or something like that. And before I walk out of there with a gun, like tomorrow, if I go there tomorrow, because they're going to close up early, they close at 2 or 3 or something like that. But if I go there tomorrow, I'd be able to walk out of there with a gun in hand and able to go to the range and shoot.
Depends. Some states require 2 days to purchase, so you can go in and purchase, but you wouldn't be able to. Some states, like in Texas, They have a two-day wait. So you can go in there, pick out the gun, you can purchase it, but then they run the check on you, on your background, and then if everything clears, then you go back and pick it up after 2 days. I don't know if that's still a thing. It used to be back in Texas anyway.
And Florida is similar to Texas. Dude, they just, like I said, passed, I don't know if you know this, CDO, a couple years ago now, but it passed. And Michael, no, I didn't hear about that California bull crap. It doesn't surprise me. I wanted to thank you for this website, bro. They've got one of my pawn shops called West Mountain Pawn right down the road in Kernersville. A Taurus semi-automatic 9 mil with the beautiful brown with the wonderful grip. I'm getting the Ruger though. But yeah, this is cool website, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, it is that easy. They'll run you. You might have to fill out some paperwork. They're going to ask you a couple questions on the paperwork. No, have you ever been this? Have you ever? No, no, no. You sign it. It takes 5 minutes.
That's right. That's right. You stuck to your guns. You stuck to your guns. Sometimes, that's what you have to do, and that's hard for lots of people to actually do that and stick it out. Some people, I don't know, you gotta love them, but they say not to love you can't love the sin, and you stuck to it, man. That's good. That's great. That's good to hear. Said you were no fun no more, huh? God damn. You need getting your rest.
And make sure the question about do you take marijuana, you say no. Because I've heard this, I don't know if it's true, but if you have your medical marijuana card, then you've now lost your right to legally buy a gun and pass a background check. So make sure you put no on the marijuana question. But if you get on that arms list, that link that I sent, you can buy it like you would buy a PlayStation 5 from somebody online. You meet a private person that lives in your area, and that's how I've gotten the ones that I've gotten. It's used, obviously, but you just buy it from a private person. It's a private deal. No one knows about it. It's your business. Hopefully you have a friend that can, walk you through the safety tips. It is fun to go to the shooting range, too, and then you can try out the guns that they have, and they kind of show you.
That's what I had to do. I eventually lost all my friends, and all that I had left was older acquaintances, and they were just, they were there and to help me, but it got to the point where I wasn't working, and anytime I get money, I would just spend it on drugs, and I would just lay around, and nothing productive, you know what I mean? And I could see I've been doing that for years, and I'm not getting anywhere, man. I wasn't getting anywhere, and it's time. It was time. The drugs had eaten everything away, took my confidence. The alcohol took my friends and my family to where that's all I wanted every day, and that was going to be my whole life if I didn't do something, stand up, and get some help. And the Lord put this program in my path, and here I am.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, because like all the time, my brother, he said, no, don't get a gun, don't get a gun. I was like, all right, because I haven't witnessed any crimes. So, like I said, that one time, a long time ago. It's a long time ago. This is when I was 22, 21 or 22 or something like that. That was the only time, and it wasn't even a crime. It was just like someone had a gun, and then was like seeing what's up. But anyway, but yeah.
Well, I'll take it a step further. You said you don't really have those friends anymore. Also, don't be around people that presently have the problem that you had, because those people will bring you down. there's a saying that's really true: birds of a feather flock together. And if you want to be an eagle, soar with the eagles. So you've got to be around people that are a good influence. I heard a person say one time, he said, look around the people that you have around you. And if you're not already like them, if you stay there long enough, you'll become just like them. So if we surround ourselves with people that we think a lot of and are productive people going somewhere, then that's probably what we'll do. We'll be productive and we'll be going somewhere in life. But I think that I like, we're not talking about cigarettes, but an example, if you've ever smoked and you announce to people around you that you quit smoking, they will start offering you cigarettes several times a day, trying to get you back smoking, because misery loves company. They don't like the fact, they may even have wanted or do want to quit smoking themselves, but they don't like seeing you successful, you know. And I believe there is a dark force trying to pull us down, and that the dark force uses, I'll just call it the devil, uses people to do that. And you're accomplishing something very important. And you've just got to keep on keeping on and don't quit.
I think you should really you think about it and make that good decision. You know what to do. You're in a major city for the most part. I think you should have some home defense, bro.
Hello.
And even just having it, my wife wasn't loving the idea when I first wanted to get pistols, but now she realizes that it's just the peace of mind, like having a security system in your house, just knowing that you have it right there. You don't have to use it. I mean, it's obvious, it's great to go and practice and shoot and do drills and whatnot, but just having one is security, and it's just nice. Feels good, like having car insurance.
Hello.
Yeah, because that's true. Yeah, because I was gonna get one. I was hell betting to get one, and then my brother, came back from the military. And I asked him about it, and he was just like, "It's like no, Mike, come on, you don't." He doesn't have one, and he was like, "No, you don't get one, don't get one." And that was it.
I get it. Your brother, he must have been in paperwork. Sorry, paper pusher, we call him. But yeah, dude, you gotta. No, I'm sorry. Thank you for his service. Um, yeah. So you're a grown ass man. I'm not gonna tell. I do what you want, but I think you know what I think.
Yeah, he was. He was a paper pusher. How do you know that? How did you know that? He was the one that did everybody's when they got their checks and all that. Yeah, he did all that. Oh my gosh, you read him down to the T.
You got that right. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mississippi James. I'm going to get over here to my bed and I'm going to take me a little nap and get up and see what the word is for today. Thank you again.
Talk to you later, Lord willing.
There's my wife's Taurus. 38. She keeps that next to the bed.
Bro, nice. Nice. What do you call that, Chuck? Love the leather, man. What'd you call that? Holster. Holy crap. Wow. Bro, you got to realize I was in for 9 years. So that's funny.
I'm on arms list right now looking in Florida. There's a Ruger EC9S 9mm black 7 round whole grip new for $230. You look on here and look in your site. Here's a Smith and Wesson for 400, and check out that site, man. And it's just like Craigslist. People around you, you can get one for around $200. I'm gonna have to get back on here and look at this Taurus 357. There's something about having a freaking 357, man. Something about a revolver that just feels great. My father-in-law gave my son, well, he gave me a little 22 pistol, one of those cheap 22 pistols, or it's a single action or is it a double action? You have to cock it every time you shoot it, and the wheel doesn't pop out. You have to load each one individually. Some little cheap thing, but it's not as good as the 357 also. But something about revolvers, man, they're fun.
That's my carry gun right there. I love it. And I put a mag extender on it. So it's 10 rounds in the mag, 1 in the chamber. So I'm carrying 11. And it's a single stack. So you think about a double stack with 13 round. I can carry a single stack up to 11. It's not bad.
That's freaking sweet. Is that a 380 or a 9? Yeah, 10 plus 1, Smith & Wesson. Love the grip. I'm asking because, okay, the Ruger Security 380 is made for disabled people, like I said. The recoil. Smith & Wesson came out with the model before, but it's like $100, $150 more. But I was talking to the guy I got the High Point from, and he's like, dude, if you have a disability and you want low recoil, go with the Smith & Wesson, whatever it's called. But it was a 380. I was wondering if that was it.
Yeah, no, this is a 9 mil.
You do? But I'd like to know what happened to the Hungry Jack mashed potatoes, the instant mashed potatoes. What happened to those? And all of a sudden I see these Idaho and potatoes pop.
It's for good taste, man. Good taste. Where's your holster made at?
Good question. I think I picked that up at Cabela's. Let me look. It's hard to read now. Leather's kind of warm. Galco. Galco. Something leather. It's got a serial number on it.
Exactly. They're an investment, man. It's like, yeah, exactly. They hold their value and then some for the most part. Yeah, see, a 380, bro, a lot of people don't know this. So a 9 they think is so much better and powerful than a 380, little P-word gun, all that stuff. Do you know that they are the exact same round? The bullet itself is the same exact as a 9, but what they did when they made the 380, they shortened up the case so it has a little less powder, but it is the same exact round. I don't know if you know that. So, and it's so much less recoil. Not that the 9's hard, but for if I was normal, but for my hand, I gotta go low recoil. But yeah, that's an interesting fact about the 380. If you didn't know
that. Yeah, my 9 is the Shield. It's the name of it. The Shield, S&W Shield. But that last picture I just put in, that's my wife's Ruger AR. Love that gun. Very accurate.
But I don't get it. Like, a lot of people are they buy guns upon guns upon guns upon guns, like tons of guns. Like, why? What's the fascination with that? Like, I know friends and people that buy tons of guns, but like, I don't get it. And Arsenal just scored, so I'm not happy. Yeah. Or
Well, you got hunters, and then you have gun enthusiasts, and then you have sovereign citizens who believe in the Constitution, who, the whole Constitution that we can bear arms was created so we can defend ourselves against a tyrannical government. So there's a lot of reasons to have guns.
yeah, I'm not saying no. I believe in having guns too. I believe in the right to have guns. But some people are, I just would say, fanatical about it. From what I see, I've had friends that are fanatical about it, that talk about guns all the time. And I was just wondering why. I'm not against it at all. I want a gun, like myself. I want a gun myself. So yeah.
Well, once you get one, you'll see. I remember my first one, and it might have been a shield. I don't remember if mine was a shield or a bodyguard. I remember they were pretty similar. It's a feeling. I mean, you have it on you, and it's a new feeling. I remember when I think I told the story before. I got a revelation from, I thought Christianity. I was thinking, whoa, shooting somebody would be evil, and I felt guilty about having a gun, so I got rid of it, thinking I was doing God's will, and I think that was the shield or the bodyguard. But now I'm over that. I think I definitely have the right, and not that I want to kill, but I guess I was walking around and I felt real prideful having it, felt unstoppable, and then I felt that diminished my trust in God. But I don't know why I brought that up. That's besides the point. It's a certain feeling you'll see when you get one, like a tattoo. You get one, you want another.
Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah, dude. Like you're. There's a reason why so many people collect guns. You'll realize it once you get a nice little piece, man. Yeah, dude. It makes you feel like, I don't know, for quite a while I thought my door was going to get kicked in, and I got some bad news, people that I know. And now I'm just like, yeah, finally, because I could not shoot my rifle. So now I'm like, yeah, what's up? It's not about being a tough guy. It's not about, it just, like tyrannical government, gangster wannabes, all that crap. And you live in a nice neighborhood, but that's where they go when they want to cause trouble. I'm not trying to, oh shit. No, hold on.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, here I am dressed up as a police officer in my profile picture, saying that. Yep, yep. And I'm not sure if I had a gun that day when I was dressed up as a police officer. I don't think no, because cops would have looked at me like, what's that? What's that? They would have looked at me funny.
I put that bill in. I just Googled it real quick. I guess they're outlawing certain guns because you can put a fully automatic switch on some of these locks. And I heard it outlawed most 1911s too, but I've seen that switch. My brother, he doesn't have it anymore, and you guys aren't snitches. He got that switch for his Glock, and he had an extended mag, and it was a fully automatic pistol, just one whole mag gone. But and I put in that other picture of the G2C. That's what it was called. That was my son's first gun when he turned 16 on his birthday. I paid about 400, 500 for that rifle, but it's a 22. It's made from an old German, looks like a ACG. It's got a long mag. And we like 22s, man. 22s, we like going out and shooting 22s. They're fun. Not home defense, but fun to have. It's cheap ammo.
Oh, I forgot to answer your question. The 380, so nines are probably what, 5, 10 cents around. 22's great. Yeah, dude. 22, man. That's a good way to go. I love the 22. I don't know much about weapons besides military ones. I don't know civilian. People think, oh, you were in the army, you should know. No, dude, I'm not freaking Rambo. I wasn't in special forces. But I did, anyway. So the 380 is about 25, 30 cents a round. So you're talking about, that's a big difference. You're talking about 10 cents roughly more expensive.
Okay, I forgot to say this. I did get I got a I'm not sure if it's a gun or real gun or whatever from my nephew because that's the son of my brother that says don't get a gun. So he's a gun connoisseur. He has tons of guns actually. He does, and he gave me this one, and I forgot about it. But I'll take a picture of it and show you. And but I don't think it's a real gun though. But hold on, let me show you. Let me take a picture.
Yeah, I'm curious to what that rifle is. Is it a hunting rifle? Most likely. I hunted a little bit when I was 12 with my cousin, and I had a 410. I've been wanting to get into hunting with my older son for years, and we just never did it. 22, we'll sometimes go out and hunt the woods for squirrels, but we haven't got any. Yeah, I guess I'm curious. What kind of rifle is that? And did you see that picture of that 22? It looks like an assault rifle. Really cool. Man, that was a good birthday. He was really excited about that. We went to the range and we shot a Smith& and Wesson M&P. It it's M&P, but it was a 22, and he really liked those assault rifles. I'm throwing up quotes that are 22s, and they're just fun as hell to shoot.
They really are, and once you know how to shoot a rifle, you're locked in on the 22. It's just like pop, 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 one target every time. Yeah, dude, that is bad to the bone. Holy crap! I never heard of that company, but that's bad. That 22. Um, what the hell was I gonna say? CDO, what is that, bro? You said a rifle, dude. What the hell? Oh, that's one of them fake guns. Never mind. Yeah, because it wouldn't have. I wanted to ask you something. Daggone it. Michael probably eats the squirrels he hunts.
Saturday, October 18, 2025. Time is 2 p.m.
No, when I went hunting my first time, I shot a rabbit. I've always been an animal lover, and I remember crying after I shot that rabbit. We took it home. My cousin he taught me the proper way to hunt clean and stuff, and we cleaned that rabbit. And I had a dachshund growing up, and once we skinned it, it looks like a little dachshund body, and it just turned me off. My brother shot some squirrels, and I tried the squirrel meat. I don't want to eat rodents. I would be turned off. That's why we really haven't gone squirrel hunting too much because I don't want to kill something and then not eat it. We're pretty good about not killing. We go herping, catching snakes and letting them go. We don't really kill things. He's got a good heart. He doesn't like to kill things. But we definitely go deer hunting if we had the gear. We would shoot a deer.
So yeah, someone tell me what that is because I just took it from him and I put it away. I put it to the side and I didn't even really look at it. So yeah, what is that? Is it a play gun or is it a BB gun or what is that? Because I don't know what it is and I have it.
Oh, that ain't no real gun. I'll tell you that. Maybe a flare gun, maybe. Yeah, that's not a real gun. I'm going to go deer hunting tomorrow. I'm gonna kill me Bambi. Kill me lots of Bambis. Feed my family. Feed my dogs. They like venison too. They like venison bones. Yeah. They like venison.
Oh, looking at the barrel now. What's up, Paul? That's definitely a flare gun. What you got? See the orange. Gives it away. It's got that big barrel. Big cheese and rice. Anyway, you can see from the top, the beginning of the barrel. If I could spit it out, jeez. You open up the orange part by the back of it. It opens up. Yeah, open it up, dude. It's a flare gun. You'll see. You just pop the flare in, close it back.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing because that's a big hole for the barrel, and I see that hinge right up there towards the front where the barrel hole is. It probably hinges up, and you put a flare in there. I've never seen a flare gun or really shot a flare gun. That might be good home defense. Shoot a flare straight to somebody's chest. It would distract them, that's for sure. Maybe catch them on fire. Where do you even buy flares?
Yeah, because I forgot about it, to be honest with you. And I remember my nephew gave it to me. When I was asking about, he was telling me about getting a gun and getting this and getting that, and I was like, I just told him, no, that's all right. I don't want a gun. And then he gave me this and said, just have that just in case, but don't shoot it in the house. Don't shoot it at all. So I just put it aside and I forgot about it. So I brought that to show you guys and see what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna look in. I guess it can open it from the back or whatever.
Do what black people do, dude. Wait until it's like middle of the night, really dark outside, and then shoot it straight up in the air. Come on, man, be black.
Man, I heard a horrible story about that. This white woman was walking her little 3-year-old in the house, and he was almost to the door, and he dropped dead. Bullet came from the sky, went into the top of his head, and killed him immediately. Oh, that's so sad and sick. Paul, I see that G2C. I didn't have a G2C. It was the one before the G2C. G2C, I think, is the compact one. I had the one that came out before the G2C. Taurus is good, man. I cheap, and I really want to get another one.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Michael, I'm trying to tell you, but I keep forgetting. I'm having issues logging into that website because I'm a vet. I get discounts and all. So I tried signing up for that, and they're giving me a hard time. But anyway, are you looking at the listings? Thanks again. Awesome website. Did you see the one freaking Taurus 3? Sorry, man. I lost it. Hold on. It's a Taurus 325. Of course, did I lose it? Give me a break, man. I'm sorry. It's a beautiful Taurus revolver, all black. I saw yours. That's nice. Paul, that Taurus is nice. Damn. But I'm not doing Taurus. You guys are commies buying Brazilian guns.
I see it's awfully quiet tonight on shift.
Yeah, I think mine is model 67 or a 65, and I got that because it holds 7 instead of 6, and I was really surprised at the $400 price. And I remember when I was younger, my brother said, "Oh no, Taurus sucks," but I think you had said it that they changed something, and now Taurus seems to be good.
I've heard nothing but good stuff about Taurus.
I'm scared to mess with this thing, man. I almost tried to open it up, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't want anything to go off. Probably have to go outside just to make sure. But yeah, I'm not gonna open it up.
Dude, the gun's not gonna. Well, I better not say anything. If I were you, I'm not telling you to do anything. Pull it out and take a picture of it. Just don't put your finger on the trigger at all. They don't shoot themselves. First rule of gun safety: never point at anybody, and don't put your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to shoot. I want to see this rifle. What you got?
And me too, bro. All right. Yeah, put up the rifle, not the damn. But yeah, dude, keep the muzzle always pointed down and never point it at yourself or anybody else. There you go, Michael. Check that out, dude. Under 5. Is that not BA? I do not like revolvers. But damn. Ooh, what you got, Paul? Paul's got a whole. Nice, bro. Oh, you got the ammo boxes. No, they're plastic. Are they metal? Nice, bro.
Taking the Taurus charge at 410, 44 mag round. Yeah, I got that. There's a couple of my other ones I have. That's what's next to the bed. Yeah. So, yeah. I have more. I have a lot more. Yeah, it's just a little bit. Yeah, that Taurus is one of my everyday carries. My other everyday carry is an H&A Model 23, which is a 45. Yeah. So, yeah. And I ordered some new plates. Yeah. I got Chassa red. So, yeah. I got brass knuckles now. Make some more. Yeah. So, I'm doing all kinds of things.
Man, if I had extra money, I would collect guns. They're just so neat to have. I see you got the Shockwave or something that looks similar to that Shockwave, that shotgun. That's if when it's time for me to get shotgun, that's the one I want to get. It seems like prices have gone up in the last 5 years. I was looking at Shockwaves 4 or 5 years ago, and they were around 3 or 4. Now the prices go up, and ammo prices are going up too. I'm jealous of that Shockwave. My son's trying to turn his 12 gauge into a Shockwave, get a pistol grip for it. He already sawed the barrel off. It's over 18 inches, and the whole gun is more than 27 inches, so it's all legal. But what do you pay for that Shockwave shotgun?
On top of that, what is that? Is that a light on the pump action? And I wanted to ask, what is that rifle at the very top, dude? That is bad ass, dude. It's got a light, probably with a laser on the top, picking. Bro, that is badass. What is that? Oh, is that
It's a 338 Rock River AR-15. It's a 338.
Euro, let's see that rifle. Is it a hunting rifle, or is it more like, I hate the word assault rifle, but that's what people know them as.
It's out back. I really don't know, to be honest with you. I forgot. It's out back. I'd have to go. I don't want to go outside now.
Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. I wanted to check that out. All right, some other time. When you get up after the match, we want a picture, bro.
Yeah, I was. Well, yeah. I'm watching the match. Yeah, and you can hear it in the background probably too. Yeah, I'll get it later on.
I want to see it now. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that Matthew, that Taurus 357 you put through, I think you said that it says that that's the 65. I'm pretty sure I got the 67, which is a 7 shooter. And the first one I got, then I sold it, and then I regretted it. Gosh, it's like I lost the first love. I had to get that damn revolver back. My brother had bought one because he liked it so much, and then I bought it from him. But that first one, I buffed it and shined it, and it was a shiny old thing. It took me weeks to do, but it looked, real shiny in chrome. Then I pawned it and then let it go like an idiot. So I got another one, and I'm not polishing this one, but big old shiny gun. I don't know. I don't like the black revolvers. Those old school shiny revolvers look so good. You know what I've always wanted? 1911, a Kimber. That's what I want. A Kimber 1911 because they just look so damn cool. They're like $1,500 though. I could never justify spending $1,500 on a pistol.
I still don't know what you said. Shit, had to slam Diva around a little earlier and shit. I'm saying, I'll teach her a lesson. Shit, So my bad, y'all. Probably gonna make her quiet. She gonna probably be quiet for a while.
Bro, there is nothing worse than the feeling after you pawn and have you know you never pawn one of your weapons, dude. Oh, bro, I know exactly the feeling. I still regret it. I used to I like the little chrome pocket pieces, you know, like I guess the mob would have used back in the 20s or 30s, the little 22s or whatever. Maybe I don't know if 380 was back then, but I like them chromed out, you know, maybe a pearl handle, little pocket pieces. I think they're pretty cool. I might start collecting them. But I wanted to ask you guys what you knew about this is beautiful Glock 22 Gen 4. Oh, so the revolver you have, sorry, I'm all over the place. The revolver you had is an upgrade from that. Sweet. You said that was a 65. You got oh, 6 and oh, okay. I think you yeah, plus 1 round. So you got a better one. This Glock 22 Gen 4 15 plus 1 is beautiful, dude. Oh man, it's anyway. What do you guys know about the company? Hold on. I've heard of them, but I don't know much about them. Springfield. What do you guys know about Springfield? Springfield Hellcat 380. It's nice.
There's one of my 22 revolver heritage specs to the bed too. I don't know. I want the John Wick 9mm, but that's like, was it $7,500, $8,500 for that gun? I don't know. I want to see half the guns I bought because people wanted to pawn them. I gave them a little better money than the pawn shop did. So, yeah. Chassis kids, I don't know. Every other year I buy, I don't know, 2 to 4 guns from them. So, they need money. I like toys. So, yeah.
I think Steven Crowder pushes the Springfield. My brother used to say good things about Springfield. Remember when I first started looking at guns, there's so many different types and there's so many numbers, and I was like, what is all of this stuff? So I'm not sure about Springfield. I wanted to say this, that that damn 357 that I pawned, because I planned on getting it out and I just needed $60. And I flipped and pawned it for $60, thinking I'll get it out the next week. But then some things happened and I never ended up getting it back. And gosh, ooh, yeah, horrible feeling.
Wait. All right, thank you. The Springfield, is that the original Springfield Armory that's been around since like, you know, not they didn't the 1911, the famous 1911, isn't that a Springfield? I'm getting them confused, man.
Yeah. So who needs some brass knuckles? Yeah, who needs brass knuckles? I'll make a set of them for $50 plus shipping.
I like your little Heritage 22. Does the cylinder pop out and you can load it like that, or is it you load one at a time? The one that my father-in-law gave me because it's illegal for my 17-year-old son to have one, so obviously it's not his, it's mine. You gotta load it one at a time, and it's a cheap old little thing. It'll get jammed, but then the cylinder just pops out. But you have to load it one at a time and unload it one at a time. And is it double action or single action? I get confused. I have to cock it and then shoot it. So it takes a double action to shoot it. Yeah, I gotta do 2 actions to shoot it. I can't just pull the trigger. I gotta cock the hammer and then shoot it. But it's a fun little old thing. I'd like 2 of them, 2 holsters. We could do some deals.
I like, man, 50. I thought you said 30 or 40 plus shipping. I'll do 50. Wait, you're putting two in there or just one? I just need one for my left hand because it's bad. So that would make up for a little bit. I don't know, man. I'll be walking around like a teenage mutant ninja turtle thinking I'm a ninja and shit.
No, it's for a pair of them because the sorry, my dog kicked me out. The body brass. I mean, and then to cut it out, it's cheaper to do two at a time. $50 for two of them plus shipping. Cost effective in my small little shop. No, it is a double action 22. Yes, it's a double action.
Screw that double action stuff. You can have that. That's not looking bad. Look at my little setup. That's all for under $100.
Oh, that ain't bad. That ain't bad for buying used.
And you know what? I think I'm gonna key up and shoot some rounds because it keeps getting it won't fire. It's not yeah. These magazines. Well, first off, high tech, cheap pieces of crap. But one thing they do have, I posted it way long time ago for Michael because he was talking shite about my gun and it hurt my feelings. But they have the best warranty in the game. It's a lifetime warranty. So even if you're not the original owner, it does not matter. If you have a high point and it's broken or malfunctioning, you send it in, and if they can't fix it, they send you the best brand new model. So if it's a 15-year-old 9, they're going to send you the new. It's the best warranty in the game. I didn't know if you guys knew that.
Oh, High Point. High Point is better than a Jennings. A Jennings is a piece of shit. I don't care if it's a Jennings 22 or 9mm or 380. Jennings is junk. High Points are they're a step above. I mean, yeah. I don't know. If it's misfiring, I mean, you better check your pin and clean your pin. Yeah. And then check your next to your pin, your ejection. Let's try to think of the correct name of what the part is called. Next to the pen, there should be a little, like when you eject, a little piece of metal tab there. Make sure your tab is correctly and it's not tilted in, because then it'll make the gun misfire. It has to be sitting at a 90-degree. Yeah.
Yeah, or it won't ejaculate. Oh, that the round. Jeez, that was pretty bad. Anyway, so you mean the next time that the dive team brings up like a high point firearm, I should tell them to go ahead and send that in instead of turning it over to the authorities? And yeah, I should probably still turn it over to the authorities, because that's probably breaking several federal laws on top of the state ones.
Why? You found it. So it says damage, age, plain old wear. You think I'm playing? And tear. Things happen. When they do, High Point customers enjoy a lifetime, no questions asked warranty. And this lifetime means just that: free repairs for the life of the gun, whether you are the first owner or the third. High Point service is fast, friendly, and expert in America. So it's a piece of crap. It's malfunctioning. I think it's the magazine. I think the spring sucks. So I need to invest $15 and get two new magazines. They're 15 a piece. So I'm thinking that's what it. But Paul, yeah, I don't have a cleaning kit. I need to get one. But yeah, steel. I mean, really, I know you're working as a fireman, and that could be, but really, technically, yes, you could.
No, I don't dive, so but I know the divers. Yeah, I ain't going down there searching around that murky river water. You done lost your mind. There's things down there that probably eat you alive. That would be my guess anyway. Um, yeah, because they've got photos down by the oh, I think that thing's a tavern now. It used to be a restaurant of the dive team taking pictures of great big huge catfish down there. They're pretty large looking. Uh, Definitely would eat a baby for sure. Probably a small child.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, but there's tons of kids to replace them. You know, you know the saying. There's plenty of kids in the water, fish in the water.
Yeah. Kids piss everybody off anyway. I know we relax them. I just say they do. Just ask any parent. No, just kidding.
Walther is the one that Steven Crowder used to talk about. That's Walther PPK and whatnot. I remember when we were first looking, my friend Adam was obsessed with the SIGs, the SIG Sour, and they're $300 or $400 more, and I didn't get it at that time. I'm like, well, why not get this one? It's cheaper. His SIG was nice. It was accurate, comfortable in the hand. SIG, SIG is good. I'm looking on ours list. I think you have to pay monthly. It didn't used to be that way. You have to log in to see the private information. You can get on there and see the private dealers.
That's $6.99 a month, dude. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. Um, but with the VA discount or the veterans discount, it goes down to $2.99. But I'm not a gun. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna do it. But yeah, you're right. It costs money.
A good website, I knew of a couple. It's called Cheaper Than Dirt. They've had some of the best prices. Get it online and then get it sent to your FFL dealer near you. I'll type that in and see if it comes up still. Cheaper Than Dirt. I think that's what it was called.
That's one of my go-to for my when I yeah. That's cheaper than dirt. I have a sticker on my cheaper than dirt sticker. I'm white trash, so I put them on my window because I live in a trailer. Yeah, it's all jacked up. But cheaper than dirt. Great website. But they don't have no, the arms list is way better for handguns. Cheaper than dirt. I used to just get ammunition and magazines from them. Great website. Good call, but no, arms list is way better when it comes to look it looks like it to me when it comes to actual handguns.
Yeah, and I like Orange List because it's similar to Craigslist. Cheaper Than Dirt is more like a site that they have all of them there, but Orange List you find private dealers, and that's how I think it should be. It, I even paid that $6.99. I'm not able to log in though, so I don't know. Talking about it now, getting all back into the wanting one, and looking through and obsessing over them.
Sir, I'm doing the same thing. I don't get paid for another 2 weeks. I'm just like I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the 2.99. I got like $1 left on my credit card.
So you like that 380 that you sent a picture of because it's low recoil? How would they do that? And is there something wrong with your hand or something? Is that why you need low recoil?
Oh yeah, you don't know. I've talked about yeah. I had a paralyzed arm for 3.5, 4 years. My whole arm, from my collarbone all the way down, paralyzed. I fell. I fell and well, paralyzed my arm. I severed, and I didn't go to the hospital like a dumbass for a week after I did it. I thought I had a stroke, so I was scared, which doesn't make any sense. Um, let's see. Yeah, so um, I'm sorry. I'm just. Your bank offer virtual cards for payment method right now, but you want can still use. Okay, got it. Oh, I think it went through. Ooh, hold on. Anyway, I'm sorry, Michael. Yeah, I paralyzed. I severed my. It's called the brachial radicus or something nerve. That's the main nerve that controls you. You have four of them. For each appendage, and I severed that shit in the collarbone, so it was dead. It is grown back. It grows back. The nerve grows back less than a hair or a fingernail, so it's like less than 1 millimeter a day, and it's about I don't know 75% now. But for a good 2.5 years, it was dead, and that's my dominant arm.
What do you think about 22 pistols for self-defense? You think a 22, if you could unload 4 or 5 of them, center mass on somebody. My son and I were talking about that. Wonder if it would stop somebody. Because we're shooting a shotgun and a 357, and then you pick up the 22, and it feels like a little pellet gun, especially out of his ACG rifle. It doesn't blow apart a brick like the slug in a shotgun or something. A slug in a 12 gauge, golly, that does some damage. He cut down a tree that was about 5 inches in diameter with some buckshot. Shot it about 3 or 4 times. It just tore the tree down. But then the 22, you shoot it and it's ping ping, little plinker. I think a 22 would take somebody down and stop them. I've seen videos of someone getting unloaded with a 9 mil and then still coming at the police officer.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for them high cats because they're not feeling it. But yes, absolutely. At 22, if you know what you're doing, will defend yourself. There's a great video. These guys, I watched several videos of these expert, gun guys, and they shot at those gelatin dummies that are very real, and it has the organs in it and everything. I know you know what I'm talking about. I forget the proper name, but they're gelatin dummies. And they did a test with the 22. And yes, most definitely. Once you get, the only thing is, once you get past about 250 yards, 300, you're going to have some issues. But yeah, dude, 22, whether it's a handgun or a rifle, again, yeah, four in the cavity, they're going down, man.
Good. Good evening. Is there any updates of any emergency crime or anything?
And I've heard that, yeah, I do know those dummies that you're talking about. I heard 22 will bounce around in your body because it doesn't, especially if it's a certain type of round that it'll hit and bounce around and do a lot of damage. I've heard someone getting shot in one part of the body and the bullet coming out a whole nother different part of the body.
Let's see. Out of the suicides that I went to, uh, anybody that uses 22, they didn't make it. Now I saw two that used different calibers, and they didn't do it right, and they lived. So I don't know. It gets in there and rattles around, I'd say.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what I'm sorry. The video was like, sorry for eating. The video was like 30 minutes long. Well done. These guys are professionals, and they just broke it down and shot it from different angles, different distances, obviously, and that's exactly it. It goes in and bounces around most of the time, doing more damage. But you got to watch out with that, thinking a lot of people think that about the 22, but it's not, like it's not black and white. So there are a lot of times it's in and out, but a lot of times also, so it's kind of mixed. It's not just cut and dry, 22 bounces around.
Yeah, I've heard that it can, and they're unpredictable. But we were shooting a toilet seat, and the 22 went all the way through it, and I'm thinking, that's about the temperament of a skull. I was thinking 4 or 5 in the skull, that would have to kill somebody. If you could get 1 or 2 in the heart or the lungs, that would stop somebody too. It definitely penetrates the sternum, and I think the skull.
See, I've seen 3 with a 22, and only one of them had an exit wound. So I don't know. At least that was what it looked like to me. I don't know. First time you go and see one, you kind of like, oh gosh, and can't hardly look. And then the next time it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, the 22 long rifle hollow point, the fragment. And if it don't kill you now, it'll kill you later because the fragmented bullet, can mess up your lungs, different vital organs, and they can still move around, but it'll get you later. I don't know about now, but in literature, reading about the mob, mafia, their preference pistol for up close shooting was a 22 pistol with shorts in it because it was less likely to, go beyond the person if you shoot them in the back of the head. And, the bullet would maybe not penetrate the opposite side of the skull. But I've heard people make fun of lower caliber pistols like a 25 caliber. Someone made fun of it, and a guy said, "Hey, come here, I'm going to show you something." And he was going to kill a hog that day anyway. He walked up to a hog, and he had a 25 caliber in his pocket, and he shot the hog right in between the eyes, and the hog dropped right where it was and jerked around for a while. So a 25 would kill you. 32 used to be the preference pistol of police back before the 60s. Then they went to a 38 police special, and then now they're mostly all 9mm.
Sir James, good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. Sound good. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, and Steele, I wasn't doubting you. Like, you've seen the 22 up live and personal. I was just saying it's getting around a myth, kind of, because I've heard that so much and about the 22 bouncing around. I'm just saying it's not every time. But no, you've done witnessed it, so definitely not arguing with you about that. But yeah, exactly, James. I don't know why people are so fascinated with an exit wound. The bullet goes in, you know what you're doing, hits a lung, hits an artery, hits a vital organ, or a headshot. They're done, dude. You don't need an exit wound every time.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The exit wound isn't the thing that does the damage, it's the entry. And if it penetrates the skull 2 or 3 times in the 22, you could get a few accurate shots. A 9, you got that little bit of recoil, so you gotta then take it back to you gotta point it again and get right on target. But with a 22, you could pop off 3 real quick, almost in the same spot. If it was in the skull, that would have to, most of the time, I would say, stop somebody or kill them or make them retarded right there on the spot. And still, what were you saying? You saw suicides up close and personal online, or what is this? You said it was hard to look at, but then you got used to it.
No, I don't look that. That'd be sick. Sick son of a gun. Looks at that stuff up online. No, volunteer for the. I don't do the ambulance anymore, but I used to. and I was paired up with a woman, so you don't go inside the house. Don't let her go inside the house to see something like that. I'll be like, I'll go in, and if they're still alive, I'll, have you come in. If they're not, just stay out here, you know. But there were several over the years. I don't do that anymore. I just do the fire now.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. The people talk about exit wounds and stuff. Uh, the AK-47 is a pretty mean round, okay? And there's reports of the bullet going in small and making a big hole in the back of people. But that's not always the case. I don't know the circumstances involved, but I do actually do a sister because he was older than me. He graduated and he went to Vietnam, before I was a senior. And he was one of the few cases I've ever living with an AK-47 round going all the way through their heart. And one day I was playing softball with him, and he had his shirt off, and I already knew he had been shot to his heart, and I saw the back of him, and his area that the bullet came out was about as big as a saucer to a teacup, and it was just like a inch probably deep where it blew out the tissue. It never, skin grew over it. But if you would believe what a lot of people would say, they talk about cavitation. When the bullet went in, it would have blown the entire, blew everything up. But it didn't. He lived through it. And I don't know if he was disabled any after that, but he sure played softball that day.
Dang, he got shot through the heart with a 226 or whatever the other one is, 256, and he lived. Because that's a pretty big, even just not the exit wound, but that's pretty big. 22 is a tiny little hole, but I couldn't imagine it going through his heart. See, and we see so many movies, we see people getting shot and then just, or somebody stabs them in the side and then they just fall down dead. I've seen some gore things, and it's crazy how much pain people can take. I've seen some gore things from Africa where they burn people alive and or chop them up with a machete. God, that's hard to watch. And people don't die immediately. I mean, it's really they make that seem like that on the movies, but I think the body can take a lot more damage than what we see in movies.
Oh, what the hell are you doing watching this stuff? Oh my gosh. That, I could not, excuse me, I could not watch that. Hell no. I've seen enough. But excuse me, yeah, the human body it's beautiful, thank you God. It's so resilient.
This was a while ago, and I've always been curious about if I want to see it. I want to gore.com or best gore. I got on there for like a few days in a row. I'd get on there and get the balls to check something out, and gosh, it does something to the soul. It's really hard to watch. I remember when I was 6, 7, or 8, we went to Blockbuster and we thought we were getting a scary movie, and it was called Faces of Death. And my dad put it on, and we're sitting around watching it, and it was a gore film. I remember one explicitly. These people were at a table with a little hole in it, and a little monkey's head was sticking through the hole, and they took turns with little mallets, popped it on the head until the skull busted open. Then they sat there and ate the raw brains out of the freshly dead monkey skull right in the middle of the table. And he turned it off. He decided, nope, this isn't what we thought it was. There was this video on BitChute, and I've watched it a couple of times. This guy had a shotgun pointing at another guy, and the guy who was about to get shot, he put his arms up like, "What you gonna do?" and the dude shot him right in the elbow part of his arm with the shotgun. Oh my God. And he was still, the guy got shot in his arm and his arm is dangling and there's a big hole in it and blood's dripping out. And he didn't even seem like it fazed him. He was still moving how he was before and talking stuff. It's just good.
No, sir, not for me. Like I said, the first person I ever saw got shot, I was 6 years old. Long story, but we're walking home because we didn't have buses. Walking home, that's back when kids walked home. I sound like an old man. And my buddy found a gun. It was me and my brother and three other dudes. Two of them were my friends, one I didn't know. Found a gun, thought it was a toy, pointed it at the kid I didn't know, shot him right in the head, right in front of us. 6 years old. Made the Philadelphia News and everything. He survived. The bullet went in, right, and came out his ear, like around his ear, bounced around, not bounced around, hit, went in, right, in at the forehead, and came out his right ear. It didn't, it was, so that was my first experience, 6 years old. It's a long story. Our school is right next to a major highway called the New Jersey Turnpike, right? I'm sure you guys have heard of it. And he was running from the cops, the state troopers. Pulled over, ran, hopped the fence, and when he hopped the fence and started running, that's when he dropped the gun. Crazy. I was 6. My brother was 7.
Dang, man. So you were 6, your brother is the one that pointed the gun and fired at somebody, probably just playing around. And then he ran and what do you mean dropped the gun? But you witnessed that shot in the head right in front of you? That's crazy, man. I've never seen anybody get shot in real life. That's 6.
Damn, I must have told it wrong. No, my buddy, my brother and I were walking. There was 3, so we're all walking home. You know, you walk home in groups or whatever. It's me and my brother. They're about 10 yards ahead of us, the 3 of them. They find the gun on the path, the sidewalk. And he's like, watch this, watch this. And he pointed it, pulled the trigger. Shot this kid I did not know. Like, you don't, anyway. Shot the kid I did not know in the head. And it didn't kill him. We ran. But he survived.
Oh gosh, yeah, I must not have been listening correctly the first time. That it sound like what you said. Well, I'm sure you didn't sit around and watch. You just ran. That was your first instinct to run at 6? I guess it would. It wouldn't be to help the person you didn't know. Did he drop? I guess that's my question. Did he drop as soon as he got shot, or was he still standing there wondering what happened?
No, he dropped. And yeah, dude, we were 6 and 7. We went and ran and told the teachers. Screaming, crying. Man, my parents, it was on the news that night. Philadelphia, it was on channel 3, 6, and 10. It was big, big news. Yeah. No, I'm not, yeah. He dropped, we ran. It was boom, oh my God, run. That's what went through our heads.
Did the one who did that, how was he around that age? Did he get sentenced, charged with a crime?
Oh, dude. No. No, he was 8. He was in a grade above my brother. So I was in first, my brother was in 3rd grade. Eric something. I think was his name. Well, I don't remember his last name. And I don't remember the kid that got shot in the head. His name. Wow. I wonder if you could look that up. Look it up, somebody. Sorry about the noise. Look it up. Deptford, New Jersey, Lake Track. Lake Track School, elementary school. I know some of you cats are like, bullshit.
I got better things to do than look that up. But I'm glad they didn't overreact and charge an 8-year-old with a crime and put him in, be like, oh, well, now you can just be raised by the state and we're going to put you in incarceration at least until you're 18. That way you can turn out weird and never be able to assimilate to, humanity ever again. I'm sure he felt really bad after that.
Yeah, yeah, he was devastated. I didn't see him for weeks after that happened. And then, of course, the kid that got shot and survived, I didn't see him for a whole year. You know, back then the medicine was not like it's. They saved his damn life. 8-year-old kid. So that was amazing. But yeah, no, I know you got better things to do. I'm just saying, I know there's a lot of BSers on this app, and I'm not really one of them.
No. And the other kid, I figured he'd be like, zombie land the rest of his life. He actually could function and stuff. That's amazing. That's like a miracle.
Absolutely. Yeah, he was not a vegetable. He had a halo on. I know you know what a halo is. When he came back to school, and then we moved. We went to a different school in Deptford. But yeah, as far as I know, he was fine. Just super scarred up, man. Like he looked like Frankenstein. It was a shame.
Wow. He must have had everybody in the right place at the right time. See, things like that. If you think that everything went just right and there wasn't some kind of miracle, and you think that you actually have enough faith in your fellow human beings to think that they're even capable of doing these things, especially then compared to now, we'd have more of a chance now. That ought to tell you who's in charge.
Man, dude, I'm glad you were able to see the beauty of that story. It's good stuff, man. Amen.
Hello, everybody.
What's up? How are you doing, sir?
Pretty good. What about you?
Thanks for asking. Yeah, I'm doing pretty darn good. Had a great day, actually.
That sounds good.
Yes, sir. Yeah. How about you? Did you have a pretty good day? Oh, man. Wow. It is not. I cannot find it. I have no life. So I can sit here and look it up. It says the school district for Lake Track, Deptford, New Deptford Township School District lists Track School among its schools and blah, blah, standard information. On social media, there's a mention in a Facebook group of the kid Chris. I thought his name was Eric. The kid Chris got shot in the face walking home by accident relating to Lake Track, but no reliable journalistic sources back this up. We're not making it up. Well, at least there's something. Chris. What? Yeah, I thought his name was Eric. Whoops.
For what it's worth, I went to Google. I Googled a bunch of different ways for the person that was shot through the heart with the AK-47 that was formerly of Ziegler, Illinois. His last name was Mondino, and it didn't show anything. Matter of fact, AI said that there's no record of anybody being shot through the heart from the U.S. in Vietnam. There was one person, he was a Viet Cong that was shot in the heart that years later had the bullet removed, but he lived through it. But that's incorrect because that was a well-known thing in Ziegler about Medino.
Mike 7, India, India, Golf. Mike 7, India, India, Golf. For contact. Listening?
Saturday, October 18, 2025. Time is 3 p.m.
It is high noon in the Grand Canyon State.
This is 50,000 unstoppable watts.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Windsor Johnston. Demonstrations are taking place across the country today to protest the policies of the Trump administration. No King's Marches are underway in Washington, D.C., New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and smaller cities like Fort Myers, Florida. That's where John Simon joined a crowd gathered downtown for today's rally.
I protest because I'm alive. That is all you need to see what's going on with the government. If you're alive, you should be out here protesting what the government is doing.
Organizers say more than 5 million people turned out for No King's Marches back in June. NPR's Ron Elving says these demonstrations come in a long line of protests against the White House.
Organizers this year expect crowds in more than 2,000 locations, and attendance they hope will be in the millions. Those earlier protests were largely driven by advocates for abortion rights and women's rights. The current protests cover a wider range of issues, the rule of law, individual rights under the Constitution. At the same time, the overarching issue today is rejection of autocracy.
That's NPR's Ron Elving. Republican critics are blasting the demonstrations as anti-American. The sale last week of Dominion voting systems caught many of the state and local governments that use the company's equipment off guard. NPR's Miles Parks reports the announcement seemed geared toward people who are skeptical of elections.
NPR has spoken to voting officials in numerous states who say they found that the servicer of their elections equipment was changing hands from reading about it in the media. It didn't help that the buyer of Dominion voting systems, former Republican election official Scott Leindecker, seemed to lean into some of the unfounded suspicions surrounding the company since Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. As of today, Dominion is gone, read the first line of the press release announcing the sale. It's unclear what's actually changing, though. Company representatives in Georgia sent an email to counties there that said Liberty Vote shares the same values as Dominion. Same team, same support, different name, the company wrote. Miles Parks, NPR News, Washington.
International aid groups say humanitarian supplies still aren't reaching Gaza despite Israel's promise to increase deliveries under a U.S. brokered ceasefire. NPR's Jane Araf reports.
It has been allowing aid through 2 other crossings, but there it's a bit of a numbers game because Israel refers to all trucks as aid trucks. So just to give you an example, 2 days ago, the figures show 950 trucks entered Gaza. But a Trump administration official shed some light on that. It appears that only about 10% of that figure were UN or international aid organizations.
NPR's Jane Araf reporting. This is NPR News in Washington. President Trump has commuted the prison sentence of former Congressman George Santos. The New York Republican was released late last night from a federal prison in New Jersey, where he was serving his term after pleading guilty to wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. The Los Angeles Dodgers have advanced to Major League Baseball's World Series. Chuck Quirmbach reports the Dodgers swept the National League Championship Series last night, beating Milwaukee.
The Dodgers defeated the Milwaukee Brewers by a score of 5-1, sweeping the team's National League Championship Series. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts says Shohei Ohtani's hitting and pitching was probably the best performance ever in postseason baseball.
And there's been a lot of postseason games, and there's a reason why he's the greatest player on the planet. You know, what he did on the mound, what he did at the bat.
Next up for the Dodgers in the World Series will be the winner of the American League Championship Series between the Seattle Mariners and Toronto Blue Jays. For NPR News, I'm Chuck Quirmbach.
Authorities in Cincinnati say at least 10 people were taken to the hospital last night after a third-floor balcony collapsed. Police say 1 person is listed in critical condition and 5 others suffered injuries. The building is located near the University of Cincinnati. It's described as a place where a lot of students live. Photos and videos posted online show the balcony on the ground. I'm Windsor Johnston, NPR News in Washington.
Oh, I believe you. I'm not saying you're saying, yeah, I totally believe you that you knew a guy that got shot through the heart in Vietnam. Maybe and you saw the scar. I mean, yeah, you're not a liar, number one. You're not a BSer, number two. And that was too detailed of a story to come up with the top of your head. But that Viet Cong guy, wow. Shot through the heart. The bullet stayed lodged in his heart. And years later, they remove it and he survived? What? That's nuts.
I'll go back and see if I could re-find that and post it.
I'm really like trying to figure out that why it says why I can't verify this. Social media post group comments that mention a kid named Chris or an accidental shooting near lake track. It was on the school property. Reddit threads. There's no official. How the hell did that not make the Gloucester County Times or the Carrier? It was on the news. That's weird. Oh well. It was. You're talking 86, 87, a long time ago.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
Mike 7, India, India Golf. Mike 7, India, India Golf on All-Star Network. Looking for contact. Listening?
50,000 unstoppable watts!
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
I posted it, Matthew.
Thank you for posting it.
I heard you. Why don't you invest in precious metals, Colonel?
Yeah, I heard you too. I didn't even say hi, Colonel. Oh my God, I'm going to throw a hissy fit. I'm gonna be a diva and a prima donna, and I'm gonna throw a big tantrum and say about how my life is so terrible.
I know we're used to it. Why didn't you say hi to me?
Oh my God, why are you saying hi? Oh my God, just ruined my day. Thanks.
You better be careful. He's going to use his sassafras voice.
Sassafras. Do you like sassafras? Beautiful tree. Is it over in the UK? Silly dude.
Did you see the post, Matthew, about the guy shot to his heart?
Oh, there. Wow. I'm sorry. I was texting my mom. Thank you.
You ought to do a voice to text with your sassafras voice. And no, don't do that. You'll probably give her a heart attack.
Still, I put a message on the channel here for you yesterday. You were on, but I don't know if you heard it. Did you get it? I was just wondering. I said, where's, there used to be Frags and Mac and Bobby, Harry, Hacksaw, Cincy, Dale. I mean, look, I can go on, and it's just that they've all disappeared. I mean, for months I've not. It's just they're just a distant memory.
I know. And it's weird. It's all kind of like some of the main key characters. They all kind of left at the same time. I don't know if they talked about it or. Well, we know the two were married, but I thought Frags would still stay on. I know what's his name was going through some stuff, but yeah, there's a lot of them, man, just gone.
Yeah, no, that's just one example. Yeah, McBride, but no, that's just one example of madness. I can go on. Spotter, that's another one. You remember him? But you just, I can make literally a whole phone book of people who've just disappeared all at the same time, like you say.
Sparta? What'd you say, Spartan? Sparta? You're not talking about Jordan's dumb arse, are you? Anyway, I shouldn't have said that, but, there was another Spartan guy. Are you talking about the Canadian? He wasn't, no, he can't be, he wasn't on that much. What do you call himself? Hellenic Spartan or something like that.
No, Spotter. Another one, still. Krusty, he's gone. Ian, he's gone. Nimble, you remember Nimble, the Australian? He's gone. God, who else? I was saying Spotter, Wobby. Harry, of course. Krusty. He's gone. I mean, yeah, the more I think, the more names I can come up with. But you must understand what I'm trying to explain here, yeah? He's the other one, Everlast. The Australian one who always used to get drunk.
Hold on. How am I misunderstanding or anyone misunderstanding what you're saying, bro? It's yes, I agree. I don't know like you and Steele know a lot of these other cats. I only know a couple of their names. I didn't, you know.
I don't know where. I figured they all just went to another channel and I didn't get invited. I don't know because some of their names are in my contacts and they still show up green from time to time, but I never hear them say a peep. So I don't know what happened to everybody. That's all right. It doesn't really matter, I guess. But yeah, they all went on their way for quite a long time. I had to go on my way because it was harvest time, so I had to shut this thing off. I didn't turn it back on for quite some time, so it's all happened in the last couple months, I suppose. I don't know.
Well, and then on top of that, you've got all these again main users that when they do come in, this is another group. So you have the people that were mainstay users, permanent people we thought all dropped off at the same time. And then another group is the people that have been hardcore everyday users, permanent. They just come in for like 5 minutes. And I think what they do is they go, oh, this is stupid. Never mind. I'm out. Like, but you were on for 10 years. Don't call it stupid.
7FLJ, calling out GB3VR. Anyone out there?
M7FLJ, this is M7IIG. Good evening. Name is Tim from Newham.
This is Mike 7 Foxtrot Lima Juliet. My name's Jay, and I'm from Lee Grave in Luton. Lee Grave in Luton. Back to you.
Hello there, Jay. Sorry. Sorry, I wrote your name down and immediately can't read it. That's my problem. Is it Jay? Sorry, over.
Yeah, Juliet Alpha Yankee. Juliet Alpha Yankee, and my call sign is Mike 7 Foxtrot Lima Juliet. I'm on QRZ.
Well, a lot of them would stay together for a while, and then there'd be some kind of a spat or something stupid go on, and then they'd go off and create their own channel. There's a whole bunch of that went on. So sometimes whenever everybody's got their own channel and everybody spreads out, then groups tend to not stick together anymore. You know, usually some of those channels would have core groups of people, and some of the people that were in there would just go in there because they liked the way that core group of people got along. So whenever, you know, it gets fragmented and then, you know, somebody has a spat and they start their own channel and then they stay over there, and then slowly but surely it's not as busy. So, and then if it's not as busy, it doesn't entertain people as much. So, you know, eventually they'll turn it on and haven't heard anything for weeks, so they just quit coming back.
Thank you very much, Jay. Yes, my name's Tim. I'm in Newham, East London. I'm M7IIG. Just sitting down decompressing. I was at a Morse code boot camp today, run by the Essex CW Club. Quite interesting. Back to you.
Sugar and bread. And you'll do a lot better, and then we'll figure out from there.
Mike 7 Foxtrot Lima Juliet. I was just playing around on HF, see what's out there, but there's on 20 meters, they've got a competition in Mexico, and I don't really like the UK joining in when they've got their own competition out there, so I was just having a listen to them. And then I thought I'd turn this on and see who it's about. Back to you.
M7 IIG. Okay, yeah, the competitions, they do tend to block up the network. I've had some success last week on 10 meters. The propagation's been really good, and I was sitting out on a hill in the car with a ham stick, and getting through to actually America and Canada and Finland and Greece, and which was all voice. Really fantastic. So what are the conditions at the moment like? This is M7 IIG, over.
Yeah, that did happen quite a lot. Getting little spats. I hate that because like it's separated. You have a good channel going on, right? So there's gonna be some drama and all that stuff because most of us on here, I'll speak for myself, are like children and get in their feelies and all this and that. But instead of just like taking a break or something, they go start their own channel, take a third of the good channel with them, and then it's all fragmented. It was nuts.
Alright, 7 Foxtrot, the imagery, yeah. Conditions are on a bit what do I call it, on and off. 1 minute they're coming through, next minute they're at the back of the box, then there's nothing. But I was on a long while on HF, so that does pretty well actually on HF. So I can pretty much get around the world on that. Yeah, the conditions are not brilliant, but they pick up and drop down. It was picking up and dropping down. I was talking, I was listening to a bloke in Mexico. I did try to join in, but they didn't like that. They basically just said it's competition Mexico only. And I did speak to a bloke in Italy the other day on 20 meters. What radio do you use your 10 meters on in the car?
I've been away from the phone for a few minutes. I'm going to be going on mute or putting it off. My son and I are going to go out and take the scooters up and get some ice cream soon. So good talking to you, all of you. Glad to be back on. I'll be back on in the future. Bye, Matthew, Sibley, Chuck, Jordan.
Jordan. All right, Michael, thanks for hanging out, bro. It's good to see you. Don't be a stranger, man. This is what we're talking about. We're losing the good people. This ain't right. All right. Talk to you later. Enjoy your ice cream.
M7 IIG. I've got a FT891, which I bought quite recently, actually, at the New Campfest. My rig that's on the desk is a Yaesu FT710, but it's a little bit of a big beast to lug out to the car, and I wanted something a bit smaller. And I find it's an excellent little radio. The only problem is I'm having difficulties with the FT8 on it. I've got the digi-rig for it, but I think there's too much common mode current going down the USB to the computer that it really isn't happy. So I only can do my FT8 at home. Back to you, M7FLJ.
M7 Foxtrot, the imagery, yeah. I've got the FT710, the Yaesu FT710, really good radio. Before that, I had the Yaesu 450, which is I do miss that. I wish I hadn't sold it. Wish I'd have kept that now as well. I sold that, bought the FT710, which is a really good radio. I enjoy that. I should have kept the 410, put it in the van, but the 450, sorry, put it in the van, not the 410. 450, put it in the van. But I was looking at getting an Alinco for the van that does CB and 10 meters, and that. But what was you using for your? You got a built-in tuner on your one you got in your vehicle.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carroll, Mississippi starting at 9:10 p.m. Central Time until 10:15 p.m. Central Time.
Mike 7 IIG. No. So I bought Ampro sticks from the ones that you sort of pre-tune, and so I've got a 10, a 20, a 14, I think 17. So I've tuned all those up. So if I want to swap channels, I have to pop out the car and just unscrew it, screw the other one on. Works pretty well that way. So obviously you can't do it if you're actually driving, but I don't tend to put such a big aerial on the car as I'm actually moving. Back to you, M7LJ.
Mike 7 Foxtrot, Liam, Juliet. What's your 270 radio you're talking on at the moment? At the moment I'm talking on the Anytone 778 UV. I've also got the Yaesu FT300, and I think I've got a Yaesu, I think it's a 6000. I ain't even opened that, that's still in the box. Back to you.
Mike 7 IIG. Okay, so I'm actually talking to you on a Bofang UV5 Mini, one of the new Wonder radios from AliExpress, cheap as chips. But actually yesterday I put together my all-star gateway. So this radio is just transmitting about 6 feet to the all-star node on my shelf, and going through the internet to wherever you're picking up the signal. So yes, I've got a few radios. Started off with the Quansheng, the Quansheng UV5 for handheld. Then I went to a Badgerton, has a listen to HF on it. Just picked up this little Bofang Mini because I like a small radio. And I've got a new little baby which I'm going to play with in a minute. I'll tell you about that a bit later. Back to you, M7FLJ.
Dude, you guys see what happened? The Coast Guard took out a freaking drug submarine, dude. You should see the footage. It's so cool. So cool, Jack. But it had fentanyl and all kinds of other stuff in there. Four known narco terrorists on board the vessel. 2 of the terrorists were killed, and at least 25,000 Americans would die if I allowed this submarine to come ashore. The 2 surviving terrorists are being returned to their countries of origin, Ecuador and Colombia, for detention and prosecution. No U.S. forces were harmed in this strike. Under my watch, this is President Trump. Under my watch, the United States of America will not tolerate narco-terrorists trafficking illegal drugs by land or by sea. Thank you for your attention on this matter, Donald J. Trump.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
Mike 7 Foxtrot, Lima, Juliet returning. Yeah, I've got a couple of handhelds. I've got what have I got here? I've got the Retivis handheld. I've got the, what's the other ones I've got here? I've got the Radtel. I've got the sports radio. I've also got a Quansheng. And I've also got a Yaesu FT70. I'll go on digital on the old Pi Star with that. And I've got a Thunderpole for CB handheld. Back to you.
Heck yeah. Isn't that something? No, that's a good thing.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Ah, yes, you're suffering the same problem as mine. You see a little radio on the web and think, oh, how much is that? Oh, I can afford that, I'll get that. What am I going to do with it? No, I don't. I can tell you what, I was actually lucky enough when I went to the Newark Town Centre this summer. The Moonraker had a stand that were they didn't have any products on show, they were just running a raffle. And I put my name in the raffle. Next thing I know, I got an email that says, congratulations, Tim, you've won a Triton 10-meter radio. So, believe it or not, actually, I thought it was fabulous initially, but no, it's true. It certainly is this Triton. And so I had that running the other day, and picking up 10 meters really well. So that's a bit of luck. But right now, my latest baby is I want to go DMR. So I've got one of the Bofang, 710, I think. I just picked up from the parcel company today. So maybe I'll get that programmed up somehow. It's all new to me. I've also got the, I think it's the same sort of DMR hotspot for the digital, which I need to program. Sounds like you've already got one of those going. Back to you, Jeff.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
Sir, see, you're a good American, sir. You're a great American, actually. No Diddy, no doubt.
I've got the Pi Star on the, I can't remember what it's called, UK something, on the digital UK channel. I didn't set it up. A mate of mine set it up for me. I'm not really much cop with all the computer stuff. And, give me a radio, I'm alright. Give me a computer, then I'm sort of blinded then. But yeah, I've got the FT70, Acer FT70 that run on the Pi Star on Fusion. That works really well. That does really work really well. I've also got the FT300 Yaesu, which is like a mobile rig, and that does digital and analog. That's a good radio, that is. That's a good radio. But my general go-to one is the Anytone 778, because I've got all the PMR on there. I've got all the repeaters on there that I programmed in, and obviously simplex as well. Back to you.
IG, yes. The Anytone is quite a nice little beast. I've got that, and which is actually sitting on my desk. Trouble is, I haven't got a big van. I've got a Qashqai, but I don't know where to mount all this stuff. I've got the aerial mount on the top, and just have a lead into the cab, and just connect up any radio that I want. But there's no real room in there to set one up permanently. Be sliding around if I did. I'd be terribly distracted while driving. But no, it's yeah, I agree. The Anytones are really nice. But I was thinking that if I could get one of these gateways running in the car, connecting to internet with 4G, that does give some options when it comes to mobile radio. Little handheld and an internet connection, and chatting all over the world. Back to you, Jeff.
Hello, all.
Yeah, Mike 7 Foxtrot, Lima Juliet. That's what I was looking at doing, getting a little Pi Star in my van. Only got a little Citra van. I was looking at getting the Pi Star in the van, leaving it plugged in permanently in the USB, and let it basically hotspot off my phone. But then a friend of mine, he uses his mobile. He's got a spare mobile phone, and he downloaded the app, so he uses his phone as like the radio, and basically gets her over the world on the app on there. And then when he's driving, he puts his earpiece in, and he talks on his earpiece while he's driving. And he uses the app on the old Fusion and that on his phone. Back to you.
7IIG. Yeah. Okay. I just remembered. I a few weeks ago I'd come up with the same conclusion, and I'd completely forgotten about that. Yes, I've got which one have I got? Something Link, Echo Link on my phone, which I haven't used. But what do you know what the app's called to connect to the other networks? Back to you, Jay.
I don't at present. A friend of mine's got it, and I'm going to chat to him tomorrow to find out what one it is, and then I'll download it. If you're on here tomorrow around about the same time, I'll give you a shout, and I can let you know what it is then. If that helps. Back to you.
Cheers, Jay. That'd be helpful. I could do a quick Google and see what it comes up. Yes, I mean that is stupid, isn't it? It's the most obvious solution, but I don't know. Somehow using your phone to make radio contact is maybe cheating a little bit too much. So, are you mainly a 2 and 70 man, or are you do a lot of HF? Thank you.
I use the 2 and 70. I'm in my lorry, and that. I like Simplex, and now I've got my aerial up on the roof of my house now on the chimney pot. So that works really well for me. I can get out about, on a good day, I can probably get out about 25, 30 mile on PMR, which is really good because I'm really up high on the aerial. I've got the V1000 on the roof, on the chimney pot. Only had that up there since January, February this year, and I didn't think it'd make much difference from where it was before, but it blasts out up on the chimney. I do a bit of HF and that. I do a bit of CB on 27 meg, do a bit of 305, and I do the 555. But I'd say I'm more. I do more Simplex as well. I do a lot of Simplex stuff because the Simplex is it's a bit more easier and less of the rules on there. If that makes sense. Back to you.
CDO, I don't know if you're there, but just giving you an update. Byron, beat Borussia 2-1. Harry Kane scored in the 26th minute, but they won 2-1. Just to let you know. Ooh, I didn't ruin it for you, did I?
M7XLJ, M7IIG. Oh, yes, Roger. So I only got my license in May, so I'm still learning the lingo and everything. I put a couple of dipoles, fan dipoles for 20 and 14 in the back garden, not a big back garden, only 5 metres up. My biggest problem is being in the Thames Valley, pretty low down, and secondly being in the middle of London. Terrible QRM around with 20 and 40 get really noisy. I got a homemade flower pot antenna for 20 and 70 that I've stuck on a pole outside my window. It's doing all right, and I use those for my local repeater. So I picked these gateways, and they can take you around the world, and the sound is brilliant. I think I'll be playing with them a lot more. I mean, my main, the main thing I like to do is the FTA. Kind of amazing. I have actually got Australia, Japan, special courses. I'm a little bit mic shy, so don't do too much talking. It's competition these days. M7 Echo J, 7 IIT.
You guys mind if I play a cool song?
Mike 7 Foxtrot Lima Juliet returning. Yeah, I have PMR on a lot. I say where I live, it picks up all the factories. It even picks up some of the schools. A lot of the schools use PMR. It's amazing what you can hear at the schools about people getting stabbed up and stuff like that. I know that sounds weird, but you actually hear police on way, blah blah blah. There's been an incident outside using a knife and stuff like that. And it's amazing what you can hear over PMR, I tell you. It opens up your eyes what actually goes on behind closed doors sort of thing. And because they use them inside schools, factories and all that. So I listen to PMR, and then I have 145 500 on me running all the time on this radio. And then, because obviously it's like a dual watch, and then I had the repeaters running on the A, what they call it, the A column, and then on the B column I have the simplex running. So whatever comes through, back to you.
Okay, last song for the day. Sorry.
Floating the butterflies, breathing the beautiful sky. The winds of lullaby through the night. Oh, won't you run with me? Oh, won't you love like me? Oh, won't you come with me to the open wide? Such a wonderful world, with colors round every curve. In the clouds we soar like birds. Oh, won't you run with me? Oh, won't you love like me? Oh, won't you come with me to the open wide? Such a wonderful world, with colors round every curve. In the clouds we soar like birds. Oh, won't you run with me? Oh, won't you love like me? Oh, won't you come with me to the open wide?
Yeah, get you some.
Open Wild, Keelan Donovan. Hope you enjoyed it.
Sounds interesting. Now, I mean, the 145, I mean, that's your general broadcast, isn't it? But is that SSB or is that FM? Thank you.
145, that's just on your 2 and 70. On your 2 and 70 radio, 145 500. That's just your calling channel. You know, I usually either go up to 145 450 if I'm chatting to somebody, or 145 550 or 575. So that's a bit more like CB. It's a simplex channel. So yeah, if you've got your 2 and 70 there, you can get your simplex on it anyway, as long as it's 2 and 70. Because but yeah, I find that interesting. Sometimes on the simplex channels, I can hear people and talk to people right across the country, Norfolk and all that, from where I am in Leagrave, Luton. Back to you.
M7FLJ, M7IIG. Okay, right, so I didn't quite realise that there was as much traffic there. I'll have to give that one a try, Jay. From here, I've got, not far away from London City Airport, so I can hear the air traffic, and they actually mirror the tower on an FM station for the ground crew, so listen to all that. I can hear the shipping in the Thames, because they have to ask permission to get through the barrier, so that's the London vessel traffic, so they'll be. So that's quite interesting to have on. Listen to the ships there, very funny name. The other thing is the DLR, the Dublin Light Railways, all the CAT systems, they have radios, which I can't hear their side, but the control tower, the control room, they actually broadcast an open channel, so I can listen to all that incidents and all various miscreants happening on the DLR, so that can be quite entertaining. Back to you, Jay.
7FLJ returning. Yeah, where my home is, I'm basically just up by junction 11A on the motorway on the M1. So I'm probably about 3 or 4 minutes from there, and then because I'm quite high where I am, I've also got the Luton Airport that I can tune into and have a listen to, and yeah, so I've got that. I say, but BMR around Luton Dunstable area, BMR is quite a lot of people use it, a lot of companies use it. So sometimes it's an interesting listen, and that, so on PMR. But I say 145 500 is the simplex calling channel, and that, and you just use your normal call sign. Yeah, I've been licensed for about 4 years now. So I started off with one of the old Bofang UV5s, and I bought the Anytone 779 that comes pre-programmed, and then I still got it. Obviously, it's one of my first radios, and then I bought the Yaesu 450 HF, and that did the HF and 27 meg TV channel, and I've just basically worked my way up over the last 4 years. I've got more handhelds than I have anything. Something about a handheld radio, I don't know what it is. It's just I always think they're going to get further than they do, and so one day I'll get one that'll travel around the world on its little aerial. But saying that, I did have, when I was working on the HS2, I've got I did have a Yaesu FTX, 4X, I think it was, 4X, and I used to be able to get from Wing in, just outside Wing it is, and I used to be able to pick up the Harrow repeater from there. And that was a cracking little radio that was, for a handheld. Back to you.
M7LJ, M7IIQ. Yes, I mean, absolutely amazing what the Chinese are bringing out. I mean, there's an awful lot of rubbish out there, but I was particularly impressed with the Quancheck UV5, and especially somebody. I loaded Exuma on it, and I'm amazed that somebody actually sat down. Must have broken the code for it and wrote their own stuff. What a labour of love! But they really improved it, so they made the airband side of it work. But, yeah, and I'm really impressed with this little Bofang 5 Mini. I don't know. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they said my audio sounded fine. How's it coming over to you, Jay?
I know no one's there, but I'm going to talk to myself anyway. Did anyone watch the submarine fentanyl blow up that Trump did today?
Yeah. Yeah, basically you're topping the scales on the old radio, coming through nice and clear. Is that one of the new minis that has just come out? It's been out about a month or so.
Certainly is. I bought the yellow one. I thought, oh, that's nice. It's actually more orangey. But no, it's lovely. But a nice colour screen. And thank goodness the chirp now is supported. So I can put all my stations in, all the memories. Got a load of memories. No, it's absolute jet. That's only about 20 quid. Thoroughly recommend that. Actually, probably the longest I've talked on it. It's been quite warm. Interesting. It doesn't explode in my hand. But no, I love the little radio, and it's a lot easier to carry around in a pocket than some of the other bigger ones. Back to you.
No, but I want to watch that. I'll look it up. I'm in transit right now. But before too much longer, I'll be there. At least I hope. I'm gonna go see my daughter. She's working. She asked me, she says, "How come you never stop by when I'm working?" So I'm gonna go see her. I don't know. She works a couple hours at a time. Something like I don't know. And I just a ways away, for crying out loud. I don't know.
Mike 7 Foxtrot Lima Juliet. Returning. Does it do digital as well then? Can you get it on digital? Can it do digital or anything like that?
Mike 7 IIG. No, it's only 20 and 7. 70. Sorry, 2 and 70. Right. But no, it's very pretty. I like the colour screen. It's got nice menus. So no, it's just 2 channels, but it's ideal for when I'm sitting in the house and I want to contact All-Star Network through the gateway. This is my go-to radio for me around the house. Thank you, Jeff.
Well, dude, yeah, you'll love the you don't have to have X to watch the video. It'll pop up on whatever search engine or browser, usually. But yeah, check it out when you get a chance. Dude, that's awesome, dude. That's sweet. What a sweet dad. Going to visit his daughter on the weekend at work, dude. See, that's freaking cool. Man, some of you guys are really cool parents. I mean, you, Rob, Chuck was, Bob, Crystal. That's awesome. That's cool.
Like 7 Foxtrot Lima Juliet. Oh, so you can basically log on to your, actually log on to your, what do you call it, your dongle that you've got in your house with it then, can you?
M7IIG. Yes, this is what I'm doing at the moment. So it's, I'm talking to the dongle, and the dongle's talking to the All-Star Network, and then somehow, I don't know how you're connecting to to your network. I don't know whether you're going through a router or a All-Star network, but yeah. So yeah, we are talking over the internet. Thank you.
I'm just shooting me 270 with the aerial on the roof of my house. That's what I'm talking through. Back to you.
Okay, and what frequency are you talking on, Glenn? Thank you.
I'm talking on GB3 VR.
So that's how you're doing. So GB3 VR is obviously called is linked to the All-Star network, and I'm talking to the All-Star network hub. So anything that's on the All-Star network is being broadcast out. So that's how I'm getting through to you. So it's you're talking to the router's the wrong word. What is it? It's the repeater. No, yes, repeater, and the repeater's taking to All-Star. All-Star is through my gateway to my radio. All magic. It's a bit confusing at times. You get on your local repeater, and you sometimes you're talking to somebody in America. You're thinking, well, how are you talking to me from America? All through the internet. M7SLJ, M7I.
Yeah, GB3 VR is a really good repeater. They've opened it up really well. Sometimes they connect it up to the S6 repeater, all that, they open it up. Obviously it does the All-Star network and all that. So yeah, the VR is a really good, a good repeater to log into. I say I'm quite lucky. I'm probably about 10 miles down the road from it, from where I live. So that's the VR repeaters in Harpenden. So I'm just down the road from Harpenden. Well, I'm not down the road, probably about 9 miles down the road. Back to you.
Okay, my local one is the GB30Y. It's Buckhurst Hill, and that's a pretty good router, trap repeater to run. It's not as well connected, so it doesn't actually connect to the All-Star, but it does have a pretty wide signal, and I can talk to people in Dartford, I talk to people in the centre of London, so that has a really good range to put up to the Olympic Games, but doesn't ever really use terribly much. So that's my local one. Back to you, Jeff.
My local repeater is GB3LT. That's actually the little repeater. Yeah, that does digital and analog as well. But I don't really use it very much. I mainly use VR or HR. HR is another good repeater. Harrow repeater, that's a really good one. They open that up sometimes as well. So that Mini, did you say it was the Mini 5R, did you say? I'm just going to look online about for
yes, it's the Bofang UV-5R Mini. 1,000 channels. So it's so it's received 5 from 108. It's received AM from 108 to 166. Does the receive transmit 136, 174 and 400, 480 and Type C charging, so you just plug a USB-C in. You don't need a cradle or a special plug. Very nice. And yeah, it's all beauty. And who's selling it? AliExpress selling it for $15.96. Can't beat that. Thank you, Jay.
M7 F02. No, that's a good price. It's a good price. Some of the Bofangs, I say one of my first Bofangs had the Bofang UV5R, which is on like a little, it's only a little, it's not mini, but it's not a big one, if that makes sense. I've just programmed up the Radtail. I had a Radtail in a box that I have never used, and I programmed that up yesterday. That is the Radtail on the Chirp. They do list them, but they don't list the 860, so I had to use the Radtail programming software online. Oh, that took me near enough 3 or 4 hours to get my head around that. That was hard work, that was. And I couldn't program the repeaters into it. I only programmed the PMR into it because I couldn't figure out how to do the repeaters into it because it didn't have any plus or minus or anything like that or offsets on the program. So I ended up programming them in by hand on the radio. But the radio's really good, the battery on it. I left it on all day today to see what the battery's like, and I've still got, it had it's a 5-bar battery. It's only gone down 1 bar, and it's been on all day back here.
At the radio club the other day, and I was quite impressed with that. I mean, this little Bofang, it also got Bluetooth programming, so you can download an app on your phone and program it through Bluetooth. I won't say it's the greatest app in the world. It isn't a bit clunky. It does work, but yeah. It's much easier if you've got a Bofang USB programming cable to stick that in, and I use Chirp for everything, all my radios, but most of them support it. But I'm going to do that. That's how I do that. Love Chirp. Thank you, Jay.
Is there a good Christian song anybody wants to listen to?
Mike, Foxtrot, Lima, Juliet. Okie dokie, well, I'm going to say 73 for tonight. Be back on this tomorrow around 8 if you're about. And it's been good chatting to you. Have a nice Sunday, and hopefully I'll catch you tomorrow on here. Back to you. Back to you for the final.
Great to talk to you. Just remembered, I'm going up to Birmingham tomorrow, so I'm probably going to I'll be out of contact. I am on QRZ. There's an email there. If you want to drop me a line, that'd be much appreciated. As I say, great to talk to you. Sure I'll catch you again. 73. Have a good weekend yourself. Bye-bye.
73, mate. Have a good weekend.
KF5ADE portable. Seeing if we're hitting the New Braunfels Echo Link repeater today.
Mike 7, India Golf. You are certainly hitting Echo Link, and the Echo Link is coming into the All-Star. So that's how you're getting through to me. Over.
Roger that, Mike. This is Nick, KF5ADE here in Cibolo, Texas. And yeah, you're right. Should have said Echo Link. I don't know what I guess because it says Echo Link on the script here and not into the network. But yeah, we've got this. They have this repeater set up in New Braunfels. I'm down in Cibolo, about 10 or 15 miles away from the area. So I was listening to you guys talk back and forth while you're there. I'm going to say it was the UK, but since you're saying it was a mic type call sign, I'm not sure. So I'm kind of daft on that. But nonetheless, I do appreciate you coming back to me and let me know that I'm getting into the repeater here at this end with RF. And I'll return it back to you, KF5PE.
Okay, KF. I'm sorry. A little bit of QRM on the call. It's a KB. Obviously, you're from Texas. Name here is Tim, and yes, I'm just outside London. Well, I'm actually in London, very near to Stratford, where they had the Olympic Games, and I'm sitting here using a little handheld Bofang, as I think you've probably heard, into a new All-Star gateway, and you are coming through crystal clear and all the way to America. Wow, this is living it. Back to you.
Hi, Cheryl.
That, Tim. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've got to be sure that I do slow keying because I know that we're going through a half a dozen or more different nodes around the world or getting to that direction, that side of the pond. But yeah, it is it is interesting. So I just thought I'd try it and see what happens, and that's what I kind of came across, and so it's working a bit, maybe a little noisy on my side. I am also using a Bofang type radio. It's if I lift my glass here, UV S9P or an S9 Plus. So it's a UV S9 Plus, and that's what I'm on right now in my recliner here at the house. Over.
Mike 7 IIG, just leaving the little pause to let all the electrons get down the wire. Well, you're doing a brilliant job. So yes, I'm a Mike call sign. In the UK, any modern call sign will be Mike. It used to be a G, but they changed it to Mike. For some reason, we have 3 levels of license. I know in the States you have various levels of license, technical and something or other. We have 3, fundamental, intermediate, and full. And my call sign, the Mike 7, says that I'm a fundamental, so it limits me basically to the amount of power that I can output. Fortunately, not over the internet. So yeah, something with a mic is a UK call sign, and then it's a mic 0 and mic 1, 2, 3. There'll be the full one. And interestingly enough, for some reason, the intermediate used to be a 2E0. You might have heard those, but they've scrapped those recently. They're all going to mic 7, mic 8. So in future, everybody's going to be a mic. Back to you.
Yeah, I was a little used to the G or GB. Made it kind of easy because you think Great Britain and GB. So I was kind of curious, when did they change it to the mic? I'm sure it's probably been long enough. I haven't kept up on any of the really top of the line, especially for the overseas folks, but I was kind of just curious on when they might have changed, when they did the changeover for that. Yeah, here in the States we have our three. We have technician and general, and then we have the extra. Extra. And I'm one of the extras because I've always wanted to be a ham radio operator, but I could never get past the code. So once the states dropped the code requirement, I jumped on the bandwagon and got myself licensed, and I wanted to make sure that, I was going to have all the fun I could, make up for lost time. So I went ahead and practiced for myself and got studied up on general, and went ahead and studied a bit more to get the extra done out of the road. So that's how come I'm an extra. And what my motivation was for that was the fact that I've always wanted to play with ham radio, just couldn't get it done. I always played the CB because there was no license required for it at the time frame, and both my wife and I are both licensed. And so we have a good time talking to folks from here to Ohio via Echo Link on our cell phone on a net on Wednesday night. So I'm kind of hoping maybe we can figure out how to do this through the RF Ohio for our friends up there. Nonetheless, that's pretty long. KF5AD, back to you, Kim. Thanks.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
Saturday, October 18, 2025. Time is 4 p.m.
The dreaded Morse code TW that was always stopped me wanting to, or stopping me going for a license. And it used to be just one exam, so you actually had to get the full license or nothing. And then I don't know if it was before COVID or just as COVID was around. They split it up into these three parts. They dropped the requirements for the CW, and the whole day they allow you to take your exam online. So it didn't even have to turn up to a test centre. So last May I phoned up after I bought one of the Quancheng UV5 little handhelds, and was listening around and thought, I want to push this PCT, I want to talk to somebody. So I did my fundamental and got my license. So and guess what? I've got a real interest in CW now. Back to you.
Roger that. Yeah, well, keep practicing is what I say. I have tried off and on to work on my CW throughout the years, and then I got real motivated after I got my license to try it again. And that darn dyslexia that I have, it just messes with me. Something fierce that I have. The poor spelling habits that I have is another factor. But oh golly, it's the dyslexia that I think really on my brain for the CW to get about half a dozen characters or so, and I get so confused on what I'm listening to, and it has to be so slow that I can actually count the dots and dashes, which is horrible. That's not the way to do CW. My father was a CW operator or radioman back in the Navy, back during the end of World War II and in the Korean era. So he could do CW, and but it was terrible. It was just a complete nightmare to try to work it. So I'm trying to lay off of it again. I don't think I'll pick it up again. I think I'm just going to have to be satisfied with what I've got and deal with it. Back to you, Tim.
Mike 7IIG. Yeah. Well, interesting enough, today, in the county where I live, close by Essex, there's a club that is sort of dedicated themselves to CW, and they had what's called a CW boot camp. I thought, I'll go along. So I've been practicing for the last month, trying to get my TV on. I can send all right, but I think I must be like you, my friend. When it comes to receiving, as long as I can count those dots and dashes and have a long enough pause to get my brain round them, I could just about do it. But it was been a terrible day. They were expecting me to be able to do 15 words a minute just straight off, but it wasn't happening. But interesting enough, they had a guest speaker. A guy came all the way from Switzerland to Essex to talk to us. And he takes part in the international CW contest, and he was showing us he does for these contests 90 words per minute, and I mean you can go on the YouTube and listen to some of this stuff, and it just goes and you sort of think, what on earth? How on earth does human brain do that? But they do it, and it's quite amazing. So I don't think I'm going to ever get that high. My father-in-law was a submariner on the in World War II, and joined a very young man and did some signalling stuff. So he taught my wife a bit of Morse code. So it's a number of families that have used CW, very especially in the war, very interesting. Back to you.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Illinois. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
What's up, everybody? Oh, what's happening?
Hello, sir.
Okay, guys, I gotta go. It's no activity here, man. Every time I call, no one speaks. Only one guy called Matthew, the guy who dances on pole. Pole dancer Matthew. Okay, bye. Just kidding. Hey, Matt. What's up, man?
Theo calling out for a whole nother man. Big surprise. What's going on, Theo?
Nothing much. I drove my father for the church, the priest, to his house. He was almost walking the whole way home. I said, hey, why didn't you call me? So I brought him, took my car, took him. Anyways, and tomorrow I'm going to have some memorial for my mother. It's called, we're going to have a dish called koliva. That's a dish you have for the service. Or that you give to the other people for the service, for memory. Yeah, so tomorrow's going to be I hope my kid's going to come. And yeah, hope you guys are doing great.
Roger that, yes. And if you're kind of curious, if your wife is she also licensed, or does she not share your interest for the radio? Because the other side of this is going to be, I have a friend that's relatively close. We talk, catch up with each other. He listens to CW at a speed not that lightning fast, but I would say he probably a good 25 words per minute in there. But he doesn't listen to the individual characters; he listens to the words. So he knows what the word "duh" sounds like in that pattern group, and that's how he does it. It's purely he's looking at what the words sound like in that letter pattern. So he doesn't spell anything out like I would, which you might have to. But he just listens to the words, and they're literally like a second language. It comes across as words to him, and that's how he runs at that speed. Now, granted, he's been doing this since he's been a young man. For the last more than 20 years, he's been a licensed hamster. So he's had a lot of time to his skills of CW. So but that's what and I've heard others talk about the fact that they listen for words. I've got to get the alphabet down. I only have 26 characters, and and the 10 number characters and punctuation and pro signs. I'm going to time out, my wife says. So I better let it go and let you get back to it. KF5, AD for ID.
Yeah, dude, you keep coming in. Still, ask the man. Tell the man. It's been busy pretty much all day. Except for the past, I don't know, 30 minutes. Just coming in. You got a different schedule. Dude, that sounds cool. I hope you have a great meal. Yeah, my grandfather's anniversary was yesterday. But, I was talking to my mom about that. There's one individual I will always remember their death date. But the rest of them, close loved ones, I don't really pay attention to that. And I was trying to think, should we feel guilty? And I don't know, because we remember them daily. On every, you know what I mean? So the anniversary, it's just a day. I don't know. What do you guys think? But Tio, that sounds awesome.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna take it back, man.
I'll do what I was done.
Me personally, I mean, it is not just today. It's not her anniversary. There is actually sort of rules like 7 days after departed, 4 days after departed, or deceased, whatever you can call it. 6 months or 3 months. After the third month, I've maybe forgot to do, But it's for their souls, like they did in the Old Testament times, As I gave you the script, that I gave you some scripts like was it 3 weeks ago or something? And we were talking about this. But I know that Protestant Bibles don't have the second Maccabees. I forgot where it was, but we do have this. And I do think that's why some groups doesn't have it, because it doesn't suit their agenda, yeah, in the West, I mean. So I do think it's a commemoration, like memory, and they are also they have the instances when they have it, you can bring a picture for the person, and also the dish called koliva. It's not a dish, it's like, it's a type of oatmealish, but it's done with certain things, with prayers and stuff like that. So my wife did maybe all of this, so I will pray for the rest of the stuff I do maybe. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting though. But I don't think it's just a thing, we do it at every service. Someone, and the priest always read up the names. There's people who have, I don't know how many thousands of names they're reading up. George, Janis, Anderson, Michael, John, Anna, Sophia, for the commemoration for their souls,
Yeah, well, no, my wife unfortunately hasn't got the amateur radio bug. I think her dad taught it because she wanted a guide badge when she was a guider, so a signalling badge. So that she just knows the CW, she doesn't know the radio sign. Yeah, I mean, everything you read, you say you don't count the dots of the dials. You got to do it at 20 words a minute, so that you can't count the dots of the dials. You got to listen to the music. Sort of thing. Well, it's all right for you listening to music, but I've got to count those dots of dials. And it's going to have to be a habit I'm going to break, and hopefully, I mean, the trouble is that there's an app on my phone. I can just turn it on, put it next to the radio, and look, it's decoding all that CW. It's very handy. But there are fortunately a lot of good programs on the internet, things around to learn the CW. So I'm down with some of that. Somebody suggested there's some games, a Morse Invader, a Morse Keeper type game. That's something I'm going to try out. Back to you.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
Hopefully there's nobody there. Tim, somebody else may be trying to get into the network. I don't know if maybe we got to kind of cut it loose for a little bit. It's 3 p.m. in the afternoon for us here in Texas. What time is it there in London? Over.
Well, no, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know the Protestant Bible. I guess, yeah, the Maccabees. I didn't even know that. But I'm just saying, I didn't say it was just another day. I hope that didn't sound, that's not what it sounded like. No, I'm just saying every day, it's like the Sabbath with people. They're like, really keep it holy and don't do anything on Saturday. And that's when they chill with God. You know, I just think every day, and I'm not trying to, just, you think about loved ones every day that passed. Whether it's a butterfly flying by that reminds you of, I'm just saying. I'm not trying to sound like a holy damn.
So, absolutely brilliant chatting with you. Thank you, mate, for coming along and answering the call. And 7-3 to you and your wife.
I'm sorry, Tim, I must have missed something. I asked you what time it was there in London, and then I figured we'd do our finals. I didn't expect you to have to take off. Unless you have to take off, that's all good, though. Over.
There is one new tornado warning for Arkansas.
M7IIG. Yes, it's 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock in the evening. I was saying I have to pack a bag. We're going to go and celebrate my son's birthday, and he's about 100 miles north in the Midlands. So I better make this my final. I was saying, at 73, all the best to you and your wife. Thank you so much for the conversation. Really enjoyed it. Back to you for the final.
But that's what you're trying to do, man. I was kidding. I mean, Matthew, here's the problem, yeah. I'm part of a church who do those stuff, yeah. And I know that this is not common in the Protestant world. It's not common. It's another thing that has been reduced, taken away because of political and also economical interest, yeah. So, look at some of those big priests in the USA, those priest pastors. They have like big mansions, they have a football, basketball court, they have a big swimming pool, they have like a tennis, you can play tennis, and they say, give us money, give us a lot of money, and then everybody, yeah, hallelujah, I think that's tragic. Not all Protestants, of course not. There's some Lutherans, Pentecostal, Lutherans, of course, they are also very old school. And there's also, of course, some evangelical as well. That is not that, but I do think it's very important to look at the bigger picture, because it's almost like we are forgetting that Christ did not die. Christ did not ascend as a spirit. He ascended with his entire body. So a lot of the thing that we are forgetting, that it's not anymore a break, you and God. It's something, a wall between us. It's actually now open thanks to Jesus.
Yeah, 5 ADE. Tim, thank you so much for the QSO. I'll go ahead and I'm going to stick this one in the log on my QRZ page. Somehow put it through there, because I'll put it down for the fact this was done through UHF on my side down here, and not sure what you're using, but you can reply or tag into there later on. But I'll let you get going. I understand you got to go. So KF5ADE will be clear with M7IIT. Tim out of London, England. So KF5ADE clear 7-3.
Victor Echo 3 X-Ray Delta Bravo, listening on Freestar.
But anyway, Matthew, so sweet. So sweet. I will sound like a Swedish fish. Like it or not?
Yo, I I just came across the craziest prompt. Shoot, who are you talking with, yo? They still talking, or they just stopped talking?
7 Romeo Charlie Lima. Charlie Lima station, try again, please.
No, I don't know. I've been listening to he keyed up 7 times in a row for 30 minutes, just talking to himself. 10 minutes of Kia. He was like, yo, what's up, Logan? There we go, right there. Okay. All right, T.O. now. No, he was talking some good stuff, talking to me and Steele. T.O., it's not, I don't know, you're calling it a Protestant thing, but you got my grandfather, whose anniversary was yesterday, death, he was strict Catholic. My dad's strict Catholic, bro. So, I don't know. And my dad forgot.
Roger, it's Mike 7, Romeo, Charlie Lima. I got 3 X-ray Delta Bravo. I didn't get the rest of your call, though. Back to you. Oh, very good. Good evening. Nice to meet you. My name is Doug, and my QTH is Kitchener, Ontario. The call is Victor Echo 3, X-ray Delta Bravo. Roger, nice to meet you, Doug. Operator name here is Ray, Romeo Alpha Yankee. QTH is Stephen in Hertfordshire in the United Kingdom, which is about 25 miles north of London. QSL?
Yeah, I don't know what he was talking about. I just heard that last key up, or the end of that last key up. And I don't disagree. The body of Christ ascended, and us with him. But I got this prompt, dog. I saw it and I had to come in here and see if I can rattle or tickle your brains a little bit here. Y'all ever seen those prompts where it's like, oh, you are the villain and you finally kill the hero. What are your last words to him? Type thing. And sometimes I just skip by those, but that one for some reason I decided to stick around. I'm like, man, what kind of like prompt is this? Pretty cool. So I go into the comments, bro. People were cooking in the comments.
Oh, very good, Ray. I'm in Kitchener, Ontario, which is about 100 kilometers west of Toronto. It's a lovely afternoon here, sunny and 21 degrees. So another lovely autumn day here.
Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima returning. It's night time here. It's 9:15 p.m. at night. So it's getting pretty cold here in the UK now. Earlier than normal. Normally it's a lot colder, sort of towards mid-November. But for some reason, autumn's come, or fall as you call it, has come a little bit early this year. It's been a lovely day here as well. We're expecting rain tomorrow. You know us Brits, we like to talk about the weather. Back to you.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
Everybody knows you should shit like a villain. Yeah, shit like a villain. Now, I do think that, and I was thinking about this, like a hero like Superman. But there's something with those heroes that, have you guys ever thought about this? Like, actually, I think many of them, like Batman, his parents were, killed by some evil people. I think the same thing with like Spider-Man and Superman was abandoned by his mother and father, and he went up and grown up to a foster parent, and he was different. Like the story, like a different person, and it's almost like they have some trauma that sometimes can make them evil. It's quite interesting. If you guys really think about it, is that they're not so nice actually.
Oh, very good, Ray. Well, we had a very hot summer here, and it's extended into the autumn here. So it's been warm and dry. But I think we're coming to the end of it. The trees haven't really changed at all. Well, they're starting to fall, but we aren't getting the colors that we normally get, and I think that's mostly because of the dryness. Anyway, I was just listening. I was listening to the Canada Hub before, and they were, I think they were trying to disconnect from Freestar, so I connected directly into Freestar. How are you in the net? How are you connecting into the network today?
7 Romeo Charlie Lima returning. I'm on a local repeater. The repeater is about 12 miles away from my home QTH. I usually sit on this repeater and listen in. It's an internet connected repeater, so sometimes we manage to get calls like this one to the US and Canada. If you're connected, I think you said you were connected on Freestar. This one's Freestar connected, and so basically we're internet connected via. I'm FM into the router. Into the repeater, and I guess your FM into your local repeater for Freestar, and that's how we're connecting. I'm operating on an ICOM IC7400, which is quite an old machine now, but it still works really nicely. It's a full HF and VHF machine, so that works quite nicely. I've got a Diamond X30N on the roof, and we've got quite high elevation here. We're quite, I think I've got about 130 meters. This is the highest point in this area. And I've got a long wire for HF. So, it's, I can pretty much get every band at the moment except 40 meters for some bizarre reason. I don't know. What are you operating there? Back to you.
Oh, dude, I dislike Superman completely. I mean, he's cool with his power sets and as a superhero, but his stories and stuff, he's gonna forever be always just stronger, and he's never gonna, like the level of stuff they have to throw at him just for him to be sweating is ridiculous, which is why I love the fact that Batman is the only man that could really take down Superman, you know what I'm saying? Like, that whole Batman versus Superman movie, bro, I was sitting there in that movie theater, I didn't care how mad the nerds got. Every swing Batman got in that bit, I was like, yeah! Break that!
You're a typical patriot. Batman. A black Batman. No, I'm just kidding. No, I will say something like this to you. Listen here. The crazy thing is that those superheroes are reminding us many times of the ancient Greek gods. Yeah, they were strong as heck, like in the Bible, Samson. And how did it kill him? Or how did he became like? What's the name? Tell them his hair was. If you cut my hair, I will lose my superpower. And they cut his hair and they blinded him. Superman, his thing is like a woman with kryptonite inside her pants. You know what I mean? Like she's stunning, and she's like open up her legs. Stop it. Yeah. Sorry for my long key up. 1 minute and 4, 5, 6. 7, 8 minutes.
Oh, very good. Well, I'm just operating a little Quangsheng Chinese handheld into a Sherry node here, sitting behind me, running on a Raspberry Pi 3. That's how I'm getting into Freestar today, and I'm normally an HF operator, and I have an I have a Kenwood TS590SG sitting here in front of me, and I'm mostly a CW op, so I work mostly CW. I've taken up the bug over the last 5 years, and that's kind of fun. I've been a ham for about 35 years.
Nah, bro. Superman sucks. Like I said, as a superhero, his powers are cool. He's basically God. Literally. He becomes God in the comics, bro. Like how do you even manage that? You know what I'm saying? His whole thing is, I have to hold back. I have to be morally and ethically good. So I have to struggle with this moral quandary, and until I come to a conclusion, I can't act in the fullness of my strength. I have to hold back and let them beat the snot out of me until I decide, hey, that's been dramatic enough. We're gonna stop playing now. And then he just mollywops the drops his son on the guy's forehead by his middle knuckle, just and then yeah, Superman saved the day. Who was sweating the Superman would lose, bruh? He literally purposely loses for clout, dog.
Mike 7 Romeo, Charlie Lima returning. Yeah, you've been a ham a lot longer than me. I took, in the UK we have 3 levels. We have, I know it's different in Canada and the US. We've got Foundation, which is the basic level, which is where I am at the moment. We've got Intermediate, which as it suggests is the intermediate level, which I'm taking on the 30th of November, so hopefully I'll pass that. And then we've got a full license, which is the top of the range. That's as far as you can go in ham radio in the UK. And that I hope I'll be able. People tell me I should follow on straight after the intermediate to make any hope of gaining that license. So I'm going to try and do that after Christmas. Go straight into that. So as far as CW is concerned, I'm just starting to learn that myself as well. I've been an operator for 5 years. I've had my M7 license since 2020. So it's about time I kind of moved up a level. But yeah, operating CW. Up until recently, to get our full license, you had to learn CW as well. You don't need to do that anymore, but I find it quite relaxing sitting there doing some CW practice. I use Morse Mania, which is an app that you can get for the iPhone, and I've got a couple of keys here which I use as well. Back to you.
You know, the only thing that makes him strong is when he lives in places where you have yellow suns, as they call it, yeah. And kryptonite is their weakness. The question is that let's take this, yeah. Let's say that kryptonite is almost like a magnetic force, so takes away his minus or plus, yeah, and his explosive features are weaken him, yeah, because of this. Then he becomes vulnerable. But I do think that Superman, the concept is still like, let's say this: if you were Superman, not that you want to do it. Let's say this: what would I do? What would I do if I was an evil man? I will become a tyrant. Yeah, I will become a tyrant, sitting on my throne and giving everyone all this. I'm just kidding. You get my point. I'm just kidding, but just think about this. Yeah.
Mike 7, Romeo, Charlie Lima. Here is Victor Echo 3 X-Ray Delta Bravo. Very good, Ray. Well, your setup is doing a great job. Yeah, I used Morse Mania 100 years ago to learn it as well as a part of my practice regimen. When I took the course, CW was a requirement, and it was dropped, I think, in the mid-90s. Anyway, I'm going to say 73. You have a great day, and thank you so much for the nice chat. It's a pleasure meeting you. All the best, Ray. Mike 7, Romeo, Charlie Lima from Victor Echo 3 X-Ray Delta Bravo. Bye for now.
Well, yeah, that's part of the fun. You know, that's why these stories get so much traction. It's history repeating itself. You know, like you said, it's a reminder of the Nephilim. It's a reminder of the mutants of old, Cyclops, Dragon, Griffin, all these genetic atrocities put on humans and animals and plants. But the whole thing, it's part of the game. It's the seed war, man. It's the seed war between the woman's seed and the seed of the serpent. You know, the seed of the serpent, who in Genesis is a serpent, a snake, and he will eat of the dust of the earth, or from the dust of the earth. Who's the dust of the earth? Us. But then, if you look in Revelation, he's a great dragon, an ancient serpent, right? So then, who's been feeding this freaking serpent? Oh, the people who turned away from God and decided that no, we want to create our own God, who abides by our own rules. And who do you think is the one who guides those? Oh, the sons of God who existed before and wanted to turn away from God from the beginning anyway. So now their mascot is this serpent, this deceiver. Ooh, the forked tongue. Oh shoot! No, he didn't. Yes, I did.
Victor Echo 3 X-ray Delta Bravo Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima. Thanks, Doug. Hopefully I'll catch you again soon. Enjoy all your activations, etc., and your QSOs. And yeah, chat again soon. Take care, my friend. Bye bye. Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima. Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima on frequency. Standing by and listening. Romeo Charlie Lima. 40 KV.
Turn that thing off.
7 Romeo Charlie Lima. Yeah, Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima. Your call sign is? Germany 4, Germany, Japan, Victoria.
He didn't even say bye, dude. Leave in the middle of the conversation, which that's a shame, dude.
Mike 4, Germany, Japan, Victoria. QSL, is that right? Negative. Golf 4. Golf, Juliet, Victor. Well, Roger, I misheard you there. I'm getting a bit dyslexic today. I've been operating quite a long time for today. We've been doing jamboree on the air for the Scouts. So nice to meet you, QSO. What have you been up to today? Mostly radio in the afternoon. Been out to get some milk. Not a lot else really. Got up late, about 10 this morning, and that's it really. Roger. Sounds like a perfect day. I think I'd like to put my feet up and do that. I've been doing a lot of poster activations lately as well, so I've been getting out into the parks and trying to activate, etc. I see you're in London, if I've got the right call sign. I hope I have. Is it AJ Horn? Back to you. I don't normally give names over the air. Roger, I didn't give you full name, so I hope that's okay. Yeah, I can see QRZ. Anyway, yeah, back to you.
That's crazy. He didn't even text it. He didn't even key up, bro. Show, man, show. No need, no die. It's alright. No, I got a phone call, so I missed that anyway. I would have missed his key up if he came in. I would have been behind. But yeah, man, screws to the man, dog. Batman gang all the way. Gang, you know what I'm saying? Get that kryptonite and get that molly bop out of you, you know what I'm saying? Gang. You know, Superman never felt pain until Batman came up and bitch. Shoot, let me relax.
Okay, yes, I'm on QRZ.com. You won't find a photograph in there though. Sorry, I didn't catch that. I won't find a first name, did you say? You won't find a photograph of me on there. Oh, Roger. I can see that. I'll log a call with you with QRZ if that's okay. I know we're on a repeater. How are you connecting? Back to you. Radio, RF. It's not. I can use the phone if you like. It's in front of me. Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima returning. Yeah. Okay then. Let's call it a day. Thanks very much for the QSO. 73.
But yeah, son, I came in here originally because I saw that prompt. If you okay, so I want to see where y'all go. Get you're in a movie. You are one of the main characters, and you just so happen to be the villain. Okay, you're the bad guy for whatever reason, and you just now defeated the hero who you've been fighting with this whole movie, this whole story, right? For whatever reason, and the hero, as he's dying in front of you, he whispers, "They'll never love you like they loved me." Well, what you finna say to that dude, bruh? As the last words you'll ever... What you finna say?
736 GJ Hickliff. Victor Echo 3 X-ray Delta Bravo. You still out there, Doug?
2E1HWE, call it.
But ain't nobody gonna come up with this. Let me find out if nobody's listening, bro. Because I'll just go about my Mary mother loving way. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, I just want to see if anybody else got anything crazy to come out with, buddy. Like regular people should just be making movies because we come out with better stuff than Hollywood anyway.
Here is Kilo Charlie 4, Quebec Juliet Alpha. Kilo Charlie 4, Quebec Juliet Alpha, located in Birmingham, Alabama.
Kilo Charlie 4 station in Alabama. This is Golf 4, Golf Juliet Victor, G4GJV.
This is Kilo Charlie 4, Quebec Juliet Alpha. Howard, located in Birmingham, Alabama. Give me a call sign, please. Didn't catch a call sign name. Here's Howard.
Shoo, okay, all right. You know, moment of silence for the conversation.
Kilo Charlie 4, Quebec Charlie Alpha, I think it is. Good afternoon to you, Howard. It's evening here, but I'll say good afternoon. My name is Alan, and I'm in central London, in the town of Islington, G4GJV.
Okay, Alan, name here is Howard, and the call sign is Kilo Charlie 4, Quebec Juliet Alpha, Queen, Japan, America, located in Birmingham, and I got this echo link here, and I'll bring up y'all, heard y'all already talking, so if I'll chime in, say hello, and yes, afternoon here in Birmingham, so evening there, but you had the Jamboree on the Air for the Boy Scouts this weekend, so I've been listening to that quite a bit on HF.
Kilo Charlie 4, Quebec Juliet Alpha. This is Golf 4, Golf Juliet Victor Return. Okay, Howard, nice to meet you for the first time. Over there in Birmingham. We've got a Birmingham here as well. That's another story. Nice to work here. So, how's things over there with you? Hope you're well and everything's going the way you want today. Kilo Charlie 4, Quebec Juliet Alpha, G4GJV.
Okay, G4GJV. This is KC4QJA, Birmingham. Appreciate that, Alan. Good talking to you this afternoon. And yes, I know about the Birmingham, England. I think they had a couple folks come over here to visit us for a while in Birmingham, Alabama. But yes, it's a kind of nice day here. Partly cloudy, but kind of dry. We had a drought here in Birmingham, so maybe we get some rain tonight. I hope. But it's kind of dry and wet, so kind of dry and not very much rain at all last couple of months. Alan, it's good talking to you over there in England. I'll say 73 on your final there. Kilo Germany 4, Golf Juliet Victor. This is Kilo Charlie 4, Quebec Juliet Alpha, 73 on your final.
Kilo Charlie 4, Quebec Juliet Alpha, G4GJV, in London, England. Okay, Howard. I'll say 73 studio over there in Birmingham, Alabama. And you all have a good day out there. G4GJV now clear.
Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima, Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima on frequency, standing by.
Yeah, you switched off one, please.
Code Chief there, come on.
Any something that
Up there. I'm down below here. Right now I have Orford, Havel Corners, Bradford is on their way up. And we get, what's your pleasure?
At this point, only ATVs should come up the trail. After leaving the cornfield into the woods, we took the left fork after a few hundred yards and have since not been able to continue. We have turned around and are going to take the right fork. If you send an ATV up, have them take the left fork and go in as far as they can.
Do you want additional manpower up there, or do you want them to stage until you get back to me?
Send ATV units up into the woods with men.
Okay, message received.
Well, damn. Fucking way behind at 4 o'clock in the morning. Fuck, I don't, sounds like you're way ahead. Shit, anytime I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm early for shit. So you either got a really late night or a really early morning, but that's what's up. I could definitely tell you were stoned. Hell yeah. I'm a little stoned myself. That's what's up. I love it. Also, you should think about singing a karaoke song. You know, that's the best way to start a morning right there. So, but we're not going to press you. Let us know. We'd love to hear you. All right. Shit, who sang last? Fox Mulder, right?
Me. Show me 10-4. Patrolling streets.
Grab deputy.
Go ahead, Bradford.
Will you please run from Pure Command?
There are 6 new warnings affecting Arkansas and Missouri. Attention. Tract locations appears to be affected by these new warnings. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Arkansas. This warning is potentially affecting the following tract locations. Location number 9, which is inside of the polygon for this warning. Here is the summary of this warning. At 3:13 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles north of Garland, or 8 miles northwest of Louisville, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. End of warning summary. New tornado warning issued for Arkansas. This warning is potentially affecting the following tract locations. Location number 9, which is near the warned area. Here is the summary of this warning. At 3:08 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Boerne, or 10 miles northeast of Prescott, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. End of warning summary. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Arkansas. This warning is potentially affecting the following tract locations. Location number 9, which is near the warned area. Here is the summary of this warning. At 3:03 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located near Boerne, or 8 miles northeast of Prescott, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. End of warning summary.
I'm Chief.
Line personnel on scene. Off one.
I'm on team 1636. I can't get that New Jersey plate back. Just wanting to confirm that you said Michael, Edward, David, Ida, Lincoln out of New Jersey.
Correct.
I've tried running it as easy as well, and I can't get it back.
Sorry, it's A as Adam. That's transit beaches on the
On command.
Stand transit beaches on the traffic information is a small fishing vessel proceeding eastbound using the sea reach. currently in the middle of the precautionary area. It's called the Budding Rose. It's in contact with BTS, proceeding out using the sea reach.
Personnel down here until you're ready to go.
Yeah, I used to listen to this health talk show for a long time ago. So I'm in tune to what not to eat and what to eat. You know, just every once in a while I get something like, like ice cream and stuff like that. I'd never used to always get it. I used to remember when we never got ice cream, and the only time we had ice cream was when the ice cream van used to drive by and get ice cream then. And that was, that was rare because when we asked our dad for money or something like that, and the ice cream van came by, that's when we'd get it. And that would be very few and far between. But yeah. Because we never bought ice cream, to be honest with you, when we were kids or anything. We never bought ice cream and had it in the house. Never had it in the house. So yeah. It was only when we got older and old enough to be for working for ourselves and be able to buy it, that's when we start to kind of go crazy, I think.
Nice down here for you guys, so everybody's not running around.
Received, sir. Thank you. Budding Rose, BTS number.
You're staging right now.
Information, Spur Transit just approaching the number 2 hill stand outbound via sea reach. Intentions passing to the north of you, outbound.
Yes, batch.
Two warnings, hands-free and expired license. Wait now.
OYMYO, good evening. Clean us out for the new Central.
VE4 WGZ test.
OYMYO, BTS number, good evening. Clean us, new Central, thank you. The sperm gauge 2.62. 262. Thank you.
Mike 7 Delta Sierra Quebec Mobile. Yeah, you're getting through, no problem at all. M7 DSQ. Can't hold it too long because I'm at work currently.
Dispatch to Piermont Command.
Thanks for reply. VE4 WGZ.
Piermont Command.
Piermont Command. Somehow we're hearing the landowner coming over the radio. I'm unsure if you're copying her, but she's saying that the fire is at the height of the land behind 217. Again, the landowner is saying that she has made contact with the fire and it's at the height of the land behind 217.
No problem, 7 trees.
We spoke with the landowner. She had not seen the fire at that time.
Received.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Transit feature number authority, thank you. Traffic information, Budding Rose altering more to the south to give you more statement. Sperm gauge 2.58 and no other reported traffic to affect you.
radio. I'm not sure how she's coming over the radio. I can hear her on one of our TAC channels, but I'm not sure how she's coming over. But again, that right at 1637, and that she has an ATV up there.
Well, I agree. I don't think that protests should get violent, but 9 times out of 10, not always, I will agree with that, 9 times out of 10, it's not the people who set up these protests because they want it to be peaceful. It's people taking advantage of the protests and coming in there to, get violent, and then sometimes it's, the authoritative figures, even if there's no violence yet, that
Right now.
You want me to send fire personnel to 217?
James, you said you said it's a good challenge for me, and I say that word. I challenge y'all to not even bring up anything, even inkling into that. Why bring that up? Because he was losing this morning, so he brought that up.
Timmy, shut the fuck up. We're not talking about pedophile shit. We're having a whole conversation. I apologize, Tinks. That was me. I was fucking in traffic, just holding it down. I tried to cancel it out in time. My bad for bumping you off.
On command. Car 1. Ryan is going to send up the drone, if that's going to be any help to you. That's what we need in order to locate the fire.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to tell the point here. Why is it that everybody thinks it's okay to tell me to shut the fuck up and everything? And I never even done those nasty things. I never did that nasty shit. I didn't do it. It's made up by somebody's head. But you got a judgment against me on that.
Yeah, 2 Echo 0, Sierra Golf Golf, listening. I'm not to read no more, am I? M8 SGG, listening for any calls.
Gilbert.
Warford Firefighter Gilbert.
Gilbert and Ordway are on scene.
Received 1640.
One from Huron Command.
Timmy, respectfully, he's telling you to shut the fuck up because that's not the topic of conversation right now.
Is he still crying? Are you still playing the victim, Timmy? You can't talk to the crown holder like that, dude. You're an idiot. That's not the first rendezvous that ICE has had with people. There's been many of incidents of that same thing. You're just opening your eyes now, Frags.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Arkansas and Missouri.
Two Echo 0 Golf Station, Mike 7 Romeo, Charlie Lima.
Bradford ATV. Yeah, sorry, it's Mike 8 Sierra Golf Golf. Mike 8 Sierra Golf Golf. Yeah, how you doing? Name's Steve. I'm in Chatham, Kent. Just going from my repeater. I've got a DMR radio somewhere, but I don't know what I've done with it. I did have it down here somewhere. I think one of the kids have had it. But yeah. M8 SGG.
Bradford ATV is low. They're on their way up now. I'm not sure whether we go right or left. Can you try and get a hold of him? At the port.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm completely aware of what's going on in the world, right? I get it. I understand. But if you're illegal, you have committed a crime. You don't belong here. I don't know why that's so hard.
Bradford ATV. So I'm not sure whether they said to take the right fork or the left fork. They changed. Try and get a hold of command to find the right one.
Yeah, Blaze don't belong here. They never even fucking come over here to do a test, a citizen's test, anything. Get the fuck back over the border. This is not your country. You know? You're not born here, or fucking have rights to be here, then get fuck up.
Man, once you drive into the woods, you take the right fork.
7 Romeo Charlie Lima returning. It must be difficult to get used to that. Seen lots of people giving their new call signs out. Congratulations on the M8. Yeah, to change from 2E0, I bet it takes a long time to remember to do that. Back to you.
Get off the fucking mic. Hi, Frags. How are you? I missed your face. Hello, everybody else.
Make me, you stupid fucking wretched bitch, tuber, bitch. Make me get off fucking mic, bitch.
Yeah, tell me about it, mate. It's a pain in the arse. I'm honest with you. Yeah, I've had a few beers tonight, so I'm nice and chilled. But yeah, it is a pain, mate, because I'm automatically, you know, used to saying it, and I find myself correcting because I've had it so long. I've had it about 16 years, so you know I'm used to saying it. But yeah, mate, I've had a day. I've had to sit there and send about 20 emails just to update my my registrations on various systems and stuff. You know, even Echolink. I haven't had an email back from them yet, but that's still in my 2E call. And my M6, my M6 call was I had a PDF saying that's been killed off within the next 30 days. So my M6 call, which is M6 SDG, that's going. So yeah, rest in peace, M6 SDG. Back to you, MASGG.
Listen, nigger. Nobody cares, dude. I'm trying to listen to a good conversation. Nobody gives a shit about this stupid fucking protest day.
Captain is with
Alright, let's not add to the mess here. Yeah, I'm Frag, so here's my thing. Why I'm calling you out on that is not because I think that you think it's okay that the cop shot anybody, right? But it's because you're focusing on more on the fault of the fucking victim. Like, it's the same thing, like when people came out and they clarified and they go, murder is wrong and Charlie Kirk shouldn't have been shot, but he was racist, fascist, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, just don't leave out the but. Why are you focusing on what the guy said after he got fucking murdered, right?
R1 from Piermont Command.
Sorry, thank you. Good watch safe passage. Speak to you in a couple of days.
But Dale, I'm not doing that. I'm not victim blaming. I don't think it's right what happened to her. I don't know why I have to say this so many times. What happened to her was wrong. In so many ways it was wrong. Some lady got fucked up real bad because she ran a vehicle into I don't know. I saw the video.
She ran a vehicle into an ice thing?
Yeah, or he ran into, I don't know. I saw the video, and what he did was wrong. He shot her for like...
Man. MASGG Mike 7 RCL. Yeah, I wondered how that worked. I was because I'm looking at QRZ now, and I'm thinking I'm going to be doing my intermediate in a couple of weeks' time, and I was wondering how that's going to work when it all changes. Eventually, when they reuse the call sign, I know it's not a minimum of 5 years. I'm going to lose all that data, or it's going to be credited to someone else. I don't know how they're going to sort that one out. I guess somehow or other they've got to change all your 2E0 stuff to M8. I feel for you, mate. I feel for you. Back to you.
That vehicle is unoccupied. It's going to be right across from 59 Ledsboro Road. Are you good with me?
I haven't.
Copy.
There you go, lying about it again. She did not run the vehicle into him, right? I mean, you're so slanted at this point. Yeah, you are trying so hard to not find ICE wrong with anything. The fucking ICE officer rammed her with his car, jumped out, said, "Do something, bitch," and then shot her 5 times.
Oh, well, were they interfering with a federal fucking operation? Would ICE even be involved in this? Have they not let illegal immigrants into this country as a fucking scheme to steal elections? Yeah, they all deserve to die, Dale. That's where I'm at. Kill them.
Dale, to be fair, I did say that. I got messed up on my words, and I did say that to him when I was explaining it, but you cut me off.
Man to Corinth.
Yeah, it's either going to be M9 or M8. Thingy call signs, what's it called? Foundation call signs are going to be M7 or M6. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm back to work next week, so I'm making most of being off. My last day's off tomorrow, and then I'm back to work. I've been off for 2 weeks. I was in Turkey, so I'm enjoying the last few days off work. So I've had loads of beers. I sat there and done me stuff for a day. Done me good deeds. So I put up and got take stuff down to tip tomorrow. So yeah, I've done me good deeds, so I'm happy. MASGG, yes. Back to you. No, Steve, by the way, I'm Chapman Kent.
Hanover Station 1. Still alarm. 11 South Park Street in Hanover. Visions for Creative Housing Solutions. Fire alarm activation. Hanover Station 1. Still alarm. 11 South Park Street in Hanover. Visions for Creative Housing Solutions. Fire alarm activation. Timeout 1644.
The ICE agent was probably paid by the cartel. They're dirty too, just like the government.
ICE, I don't like them. I don't like them. I think the government is actually doing the wrong step. That's what you do with martial law and Sharia law. You send out fucking soldiers and reinforcements to your place. That's it. That's against the Human Rights Convention.
No, you were like intentionally miswording that way. I listened. I watched you. I watched it. And, no, she wasn't interfering with the federal investigation. And we know, McBride, you think I should be able to shoot everybody in the head all the time, no matter what, even if you look at them wrong. We already know that. You want Trump to fucking take a 3rd term? We know.
Hey man, shut your bitch ass up, man. Bro, I tried to pull up on you in Oklahoma, man. You wouldn't even tell me where you was at in Oklahoma, bro. Like, what's up with that, bro?
MASGG M7RCL. Yeah, did you say you had COVID? I think that's what you said. Back to you.
Shut up. Stupid weak ass old black bitch. I know who you are. G shit bitch.
Say that again, I missed that. Did I say what, when, who, where, when, now, why? Go again, over.
Man, we're gonna have to start fucking deporting in this channel, securing the goddamn border.
No, Dale, this channel's for everyone, remember? Look, buddy, I love you, and I respect everything you say. I'm not trying to argue with you. I refuse to have arguments like this with my friends because then people get upset. I'm not that person, and I'm just not going to do it. My beliefs are my beliefs, and yours are yours. And that's okay, because I still love you for who you are and how we're friends. I love you.
Yeah, I said I didn't quite catch the beginning of your QSO there. Did you say you had COVID? That's why you were off for 2 weeks. Back to you.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
No, negative. I was in Turkey for 2 weeks. I was in Turkey for 10 days. So, yeah, I was, yeah, I enjoyed it. I've never been to Turkey. My mum lives out there. Never saw her because my wife and her don't get on. So, yeah, there was arguments and all that. So I thought, like, yeah. So, long story. Yeah, family crap over.
From here,
Hanover, engine 3.
Yes, I love you too and all that stuff. I'm not mad at you. I'm just fired up. I'm yelling because it's windy and I got a lot of truck noise and shit like that. And you came in a little bit hot, right? So fucking, you know, you mess with the bear, you're gonna get the claws or something like that. I forget how they say it. But yes, no, it's good conversation. We need to talk about these things. That's what it's all about.
Engine 3, call 1 respond. Call 1 from Vietnam. Call 1 from Vietnam Command.
7 OYMYO, Charlie Lima returning. That's Turkey is a little different to COVID, so I'm glad you didn't have that and that you had a good holiday. It's a shame about family sometimes they don't get on. We've got similar issues in my family, so but you know it is what it is, I suppose. At least we've got the radio to get away from it. Although yeah, I've had a couple of odd people this evening. Never mind. What do you do for work? Back to you.
It's called you fuck with the bull, you get the horns.
And you don't have to agree with me, you know. You can think that I, you know, should have executed those little black babies in Chicago and stuff like that, you know, because they were a little too brown, you know, or whatever. That's fine. That's the beauty of America.
Well, that's not fair because I don't believe that should happen. I don't believe that should happen. If those things happen, that's terrible. And there needs to be accountability. But I have not seen this anywhere on any news station, on any news platform that I've ever been on in the last 6 months.
Yeah, I'm a fibre engineer, mate. I'm BT engineer, so I install fibre optic for hence what this is going through at the moment. I've got fibre optic internet which I installed myself, pulled the cable through 2 boxes. Yeah. And you know what? I can't find the mayor. I've just got myself something. I can't find the mayor. Oh well, it's going to be. I'm going to have to buy some more mayo tomorrow, I think. Back to you, SGG.
No, we'll back up. Bill, you said there was fucking little brown kids murdered? Babies? In Chicago? I never heard about that.
Shut up, dummy. Just shut up and pay attention. It's not rocket science. Homeboy says, just kill all these illegals. Just be done with them.
No, it's a joke. They didn't kill any black babies that I've heard of yet. I'm sure they probably have, and they definitely will, but, and yes, same to you, Frags. I was joking. I know you're not, you know, in support of ICE murdering black babies. McBride might be, but, you know, I know that you're not. But what else? What else? Yeah, these things are out here. Did you ever look up that news station I sent to you and the link and shit like that? You need to start listening to that.
Mike 8 Sierra Golf Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima. That's a good thing. Not being able to find things like that. At least you don't have to do the job. I use that excuse with my sister sometimes. Okay, I'm going to let you go. I'll give you an opportunity to catch a few other people. It's been nice to talk to you, Steve, and hopefully I'll catch you again soon. Good luck going back to work on Monday, and I hope it's not too traumatic. Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima, back to you.
Waste all the wetbacks. Just kill them all on sight. If they're here illegally, well, then they get shot on point. Oh, fuck.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I look forward to it, climbing poles and all that, and pulling drop wires across. Yeah. I prefer UG work and sit there and pull the cables through, rather than, well, then again, it means I have to do A55s if the ducts are blocked. So it's not a win either way. Back to you.
We're Clint setting our forest unit up in back of 232 Route 10. There's a road going up. He's going to go check it out. There's a barn up there, and it's supposed to take you direct to the fire.
Can I share a news source as well? I mean, my news source.
No, silence Moonslave. I'm just kidding. Of course you can. But yes, Frags, look up that one I sent you the other day in your solo. You'll like it. Both sides are represented. You will find some of your ideas to challenge some of the time, but you will also hear, people that are on your side and believe the things you believe. It's good. You'll like it.
Mike 7 Romeo Charlie Lima returning. As long as you enjoy what you do, or is it a case of just having to do it? Yeah, it's better to have a job you like, I think. Thankfully, I've retired now, so I can sit on the radio most days, although I don't. I tend to get off and do other things. Yeah, back to you.
Patrol from two sides. We'll be investigating. Establishing South Park Street Command.
Arriving on scene, nothing showing, investigating, establishing South Park Street Command, 1649.
Waste all the wetbacks. I repeat, waste all the spics on site.
Yeah, bike. I was coming in. Stand by a sec. Yeah, no, I do enjoy. I enjoy technology, mate. I've done since I was 8 years old. Networking, geeky stuff and all that. I've been doing it for years. So yeah, repeaters and things like that is the only reason I've got my licence. I've had my licence, 16, 17 years, so nothing new to me, mate. I absolutely love it. Yeah, Brady, go ahead before this other station goes. Go ahead if you want to come in. M8SGG. Name's Steve Chapman Kent.
What's up, early ambulance 2?
I'll give it a look, Dale. I've been a little busy these past couple of days. Little man was sick, and it's just, yeah, I've been busy. I'm sorry. I'll give it a look.
Rebellion 2. We are proceeding to the cornfield stage with the other vehicles. Proceeding to the cornfield, staging with other vehicles, 1649.
Thank you very much. It's called Breaking Points. But yeah, here's what I think, here's my problem in a nutshell, is I think that it really comes down to two things, main things, is that I think Trump has given carte blanche edict to ICE, and the feds who are anybody involved with the border shit, right? He's given them an edict of like, go hard and we will have your back. Like, we will not scrutinize you, right? I think it appears to me that that's the kind of message that was put out behind the scenes. You know, and that's a problem. You know, cops will, they'll take that and they'll go a little crazy with it when you give them that kind of leash, right? And I think also, fuck, what was I gonna say? God damn it, hang on, give me a second.
Yes, I am. He can see an area about an acre and a half, he believes, of, it seems like it's burning itself out, but he can see it.
No, maybe not. Alright, back to you, mate.
Yeah, nothing heard here either. Mike 7, Romeo Charlie Lima, returning. Okay then, well, enjoy it, whatever you do. Yeah, you've been here in the radio longer than I have. I've only been here for 5 years, so I'm a newbie, relatively speaking. And I'm doing my intermediate in a couple of weeks' time, so hopefully I'll be less of a newbie, fingers crossed. Okay, have a good evening, enjoy your beers, enjoy going back to work on Monday, and I hope to catch you again, Steve. Take care, mate, 73.
Hold on.
Green line where you're standing now, or the stern line?
You know, oh yeah. Yeah, the other thing is, I think that they are purposefully doing these public displays, you know, where they're like pulling up on a school and they're whipping a mom out of her car, dropping her kid off at school and stuff like that. I think that they are, you know, some people might say, well, why would they do that? They're going to get bad publicity. No, it's like they actually want to be seen doing that. Like, I think it's a political thing. I think, you know, instead of going to the home and quietly, you know, arresting the person, like they do it in very public places, because I think Trump wants it to be seen that he's doing something about the border problem. You know, and herein lies, I think, the problem. We've got, you know, it's a big problem, and there's not accountability for it, right? There is somewhere in the middle that's reasonable, somewhere in between, like, let everybody in, no, they're great, give them asylum, give them EBT cards, and fucking between that and fucking, you know, roping in on a helicopter and zip tying a bunch of black babies and shooting fucking pepper spray in their face. Somewhere in the middle, there is a reasonable, moderate, like, we're going to enforce the border and our laws, and we're going to do it professionally and quietly.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Good luck with the intermediate. I've failed my full licence 12 times, so I'm going to go in for it again. I've just resubscribed to the ISGB. Go get the exam sequence book again and give it one last go. If not, then yeah, screw it. But yeah, okay, mate. Good luck with that anyway. SGG.
7 Romeo Charlie Lima. But thanks for that, and good luck with your final fall. I'm sure you'll get it this time. Take care. 73.
There is one new tornado warning for Arkansas.
Yeah, take it, mate. SGG.
Man, that was a long key up.
Get rid of all the niggers and spicks. We as Americans are superior, they're less as human. Shoot them on point.
I have new coordinates. They would like you to head toward Chester, Vermont, at 1652.
All right, settle down now. But yeah, that's in a nutshell. That's my problem with it, right there. Is like, yeah, it needs to be more professional, you know. And I'm not even going to talk about how I feel about immigration and shit like that on a whole. I'm just really honing in on, like, we could have a debate about who needs to be deported and why and where the priorities should be. Right, but not even arguing that. Just coming from the standpoint of, like, yeah, we do need to be deporting people. You know, just how they're going about it, fucking huge problem. Huge problem. I don't like the masks either. I don't like the masks. I don't like the running around in civilian clothes, you know.
South Park Street, command.
Park Street Command.
Victor Alpha 7 Tango Lima Sierra. Are there any Jamboree on the air contacts this afternoon?
Company's under control. Burn food.
Company's under control. Burn food at 1653.
Chief, go ahead, I'm on up to one.
KF580. Station calling for the radio on the Jamboree. Calling back to Nick, KF580.
I have to make dinner, Dale.
You're a bit spotty, but I can copy. This is Victor Tango Lima Sierra.
Well, yeah, that's what's up. See, Frags, you know, that's really where you belong, you know, is in the kitchen. But yeah, fuck, what else was I gonna say? Yeah, I got problems with it. Big problems.
Apologies, I was reaching for a pencil and my little notepad that I was going to use it for. Say your call sign again. This is KF580.
I don't know what else you were going to say, but it was probably something along the lines of, thank you, President Trump, for working so tirelessly to end the genocide in Palestine. I think that's what you were going to say. I'm not too sure, but...
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
Approaching the basin.
No, that's definitely not what I was going to say. Yeah, I like that Trump finally put an end to the bombing and the conflict and shit over there. I do like that. That is one good thing he did. Took him a while to do it, you know. Took him longer than I would have preferred, but I got to be honest. I think that no other politician on the left or the right would have had the balls to put their foot down and end the conflict.
Must be on digital mode. It sounds like you're on running digital, so you may not be making all the full connections. This is Nick, KF580, Cibolo, Texas. We're going to try it one more time. Try your transmission again, sir.
When we put the drone up, you can see it at the height of the land. We sent the last ATV up to go in to Brittany Hatch's grandfather or father to it's supposed to be a direct access into where the fire is.
He's about to end his 9th conflict. The 9th conflict that he is about to end is the Ukraine-Russian war. It's about to give a bunch of tomahawks to Ukraine.
Mr. Echo 7 Tango Yankee Sierra to the New West
I think that's fucking just noble of the president. How he makes foreign policy, you know, things that don't even affect America, more of a priority than getting in control of law enforcement and say, hey, you're going too far. You're embarrassing all of us.
Victor Alpha 7.
KF580 here. 7 Yankee is all I picked up out of that. Go ahead and try taking your call again, please.
Oh, what happens around the world absolutely has an effect on the United States.
I think there is some doubling, but this is Victor Echo 7 Tango Yankee Sierra.
But he's more concerned about Hamas than he's concerned about American people being given a hard time and locked up, illegally. What's so hard about asking somebody for their fucking ID?
On flight.
Victor Echo 7 Yankee, this is KF580. Are you the station that's with the Jamboree on the air, over?
Coordinates. They would like you to go further north to Chester, Vermont. Are you ready to copy coordinates?
What's so hard about not coming into the country illegally?
Negative, not that I know of, sir.
Why? Well, I'm not justifying that. There's a way to do it, and if you're caught here, you never get to come back. He's made that very clear. So leave on your own, and then one day when you do it right, you can come back.
Mira, beaches number
6315.54 072 35.12.
All right, no problem. Yeah, he came across. I thought he was a digital type station. Perhaps anything to whatever might be for him for his digital operations. But he came across saying that he was with the Jamboree on the air. I figured if he was just trying to make a contact with one of the Boy Scouts, I'd help him out a little bit. But nothing was heard after they went to the garble. So I'm going to go ahead and back out of here. And I'll say 7-3, thanks for coming back to me, though, and help me out a little bit. And you have a good day. This is Nick, KF5ADE, Cibolo, Texas. Clear on your final.
Mira, beaches number, so she said, thank you. Good watch, safe passage. Speak to you next time.
I'm on command. Ryan said it's closer to Route 10, not Fox.
Windsor County 19, 480.
And those are for the people that just want to work. That's all they want to do. They just want to work and take care of their families. Nobody should go to bed hungry. You might think that I endorse them coming across illegally because I'm Hispanic, and I don't. Believe it or not, I'm an American just like you. But the way they're treated less than human. And that's unacceptable.
Yeah, the Democrats want to keep them here because it's cheap fucking labor, and they look at them as if they're slaves. But hey, fuck me, right?
No, I'm not saying to keep them here. If they're here illegally, then they deserve to go back. We as Americans, do we get to go out there and break the laws without having to take the accountability that goes with it? Of course not. So why shouldn't an illegal?
Victor Echo 7 Tango Yankee Sierra, thank you.
Damn. Victor Echo 7 Tango Yankee Sierra Alpha 7 Tango Lima Sierra.
Male, they believe stroke.
Well, Frank, you do have that a little bit backwards. You see, the establishment class of the Republican Party, your Chamber of Commerce's, your country club type Republicans, they're the ones who want the illegals here for the cheap labor. The Democrats want the votes. What?
Tango Lima Sierra, Tango Yankee Sierra, go ahead.
And that's another one, fucking that I get mad with McBride and Frags about. Fucking Palestine and shit. Like McBride was like getting ready to think that Theo Vaughn had been like fucking co-opted by the compromised by the liberal intelligentsia or some crazy shit, just because he's like, yeah, it seems pretty crazy how bad they're genociding over there, Like, dude, no one is still in support of fucking Israel. McBride though, McBride's like, yeah, fucking kill them all. October fucking 7th. I don't even know. I shouldn't be bitching about this because we've known that McBride wants all the Browns to be executed for a long time. So, actually, I'm going to retract my statement. It's very on brand for McBride.
Who that be?
Are you copying me? Conversation with that last guy without much success.
Affirm, yeah, I can pick you up, no problem. It sounded like he was reaching out from Texas.
Yeah, Manischewitz to you too.
Okay, I just called to see if there was anybody doing Jamboree on the air here. I've been listening on HF and haven't managed to find anyone to talk to yet.
Oh, I didn't hear you, white boy. I couldn't. You had a finger up your in your mouth or something.
Yeah, good. Good afternoon to you, sir. Wishing you all the best and all that good stuff, and then some extra. What's cooking? You having a great day? Yeah, me too. I'm relaxing. I got into a good conversation about. Good Lord, the guy, caught me in talking about motorcycles and all that. I guess he's a big motorcycle enthusiast there. But he gave me some info I didn't know. I didn't know that a new company ended up buying a motorcycle called Indian. It used to be a really old motorcycle. And some company ended up buying them there and buying the intellectual rights and all that. So now American are making Indians now, which are nice. The Indian motorcycles. I knew a few people that had them back in the day, and they're supposed to be really good. But yeah, I never rode one, never saw one. So other than on TV, of course.
Affirm, I hadn't heard of the Jamboree on the air. I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a Luddite for that. I was just getting my radio set up.
Yeah, no problem there. The Boy Scouts and Girl Guides Worldwide Jamboree on the air. They get together as a group and use amateur radio to contact each other, and the public is invited to join in. And today I'm part of the public.
Listen, let's just get to the bottom of it. Let's ask Frags a question. Do you hate Mexicans, Frags?
Affirm, it's quite a large stretch for some of them coming in from Texas and other locations.
I'm serious. You're not obligated. But I hear a lot of resentment towards all Mexicans that are here illegally. That they should all be treated less than human. That's not the plan. That's not what Donald Trump said. He says he's going to get out the worst, and then we'll work down the line.
I've managed to hear today so far is in Souk, and that was on 40 meters, but I wasn't able to get through to them.
Affirm, I heard from Souk and was it on 40 meters and wasn't able to reach back. I'm just on a VHF UHF rig, and I haven't got my my HF rig set up right now.
Why are so many confused about this issue? Yes, the priority is on the worst. The criminals, the gang members. That's the priority. But at the end of the day, they're all here illegally.
Individual that knows where the fire is down here. If you send the ATV down, he'll go up and he'll show you where it is.
Okay, sir, thank you. Have a good watch, sir. Class is speak to you in a couple of days.
That means they all must go, to the extent that that is possible. Alright? No one's going to disagree that they should be treated humanely and with dignity. No one's going to disagree with that.
The Indians was the first American major motorcycle company. They were before Harley. They've been around for a while, but they fell off. I'm glad they got bought. What other details do you know? Are they are they going to be manufacturing? Because I think
I think, although they were American, I think they might have outsourced a little bit. I don't. Like I said, they've been out of the game for a while. They're still making them. But yeah, I've seen Indians. They're my favorite. So this is news to me.
Enemy, so maybe if I give it another try a little later on, I'll be lucky.
041.
Affirm, give it a rip. Let's see if you can reach up to them. 73.
Saturday, October 18, 2025. Time is 5 p.m.
I don't know, man. I don't know if it is the priority. It certainly doesn't look like it. You know, I heard stats the other day that like fucking, like drug smuggling and all that kind of shit is up. You know, trafficking's up, all this shit. But you know, I'm not gonna attribute that to Trump or the lack thereof. You know.
I'll say thanks, and 7-3, we'll catch you later. Victor Echo 7 Tango Yankee Sierra, Victor Alpha 7 Tango Lima Sierra.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate Mexicans. I don't hate any particular race of people. So that was a wild question to ask. I believe that if you commit a crime, you should pay for your crimes. It's really black and white.
Yeah, I was talking to the guy that had one. He had a Viper, I think he called it. It's a new variant of an Indian, basically. And he was talking about the discussion between Harleys and Indians, because Indians want to push, they want to modernize and all that, and of course Harleys they always want to be, push rod and air cooled and all that. I mean, granted, the one he had, he said that his new Indian, it also was air cooled, but it has different innovations in it that the Harleys don't, because and he said that he says he's never had to have his motorcycle serviced. It's always been reliable, whereas he can't say the same about Harleys. I'm like, well, I don't know. I do know my brother had always had a Harley at one point or other. He actually has the last time I remember him telling me, he bought a three-wheeler because my aunt, my sister-in-law ended up, cracking up on one, just falling over on one or whatever, and really got herself hurt. So after that, they got a little gun shy as far as riding on them. So he ended up buying different ones where they could both ride together, which was really nice because, I guess it's more stable now. But I was like, wow, really? So they always, I think it's just a regular bike. It probably has like a sidecar on it, but I'll have to look at it because I only seen it from the side. I didn't see it from the side that has a sidecar. So, which is what I'm thinking that they're talking about to make it more stable.
Yeah, but let's not get the ones that are here just working confused with the ones that are bringing poison to this country.
I don't think anyone's confusing them, but at the end of the day, they're both here illegally, so they must go.
Here's the other thing too is fucking like those Venezuelan boats and shit that Trump keeps fucking drone striking and shit like that. Like, the fuck is that? Like Venezuela, like 0% of the fentanyl coming into the country that's killing people is coming from Venezuela. Like it's all other countries. Like I think a little bit of coke comes in through Venezuela, but they're not really the fucking problem, right? No trial for these guys. They said like one dude was like a fisherman or some shit. Now I'm not saying you can't be a fisherman and a drug smuggler, but the super sketchy circumstances, you know, where we don't know that these people were traffickers, but there's no trial. They're just fucking blown up and shit like that. And you find out that we want, the establishment wants regime change in Venezuela right now. Like we've got all this fucking beef with Venezuela.
12 from Twin Call 1. Early call with arrest. Report to the follow.
Forestry to respond to the fire at 1701.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure both sides have wanted regime change in Venezuela because they view Maduro as illegitimate.
Yeah, and fucking, I don't know, I think dude's like a fucking, like a socialist or Marxist or some kind of crazy shit. I really don't know about it. But it's like, it's clear that the reason why they're getting, you know, because Trump declared war on fucking drug traffickers or what cartels labeled them, you know, terrorists and shit. A whole different set of laws with dealing with them.
Current forestry, brush fire, 217, Route 10 in Piermont, confirmed 3-acre brush fire. Current forestry, brush fire, 217, Route 10 in Piermont, confirmed 3-acre brush fire. Timeout 1702.
County 13 M48075.
I don't think so. If he said a three-wheeler, he's probably talking about the new, I think Honda and Yamaha make them. He probably would have said sidecar too, you know, because that's a big deal. They're hard to get, super expensive. As to opposed to them. I just saw a three-wheeler. Not the Can-Ams, because they're two wheels in the front. They're three-wheelers, but they're two wheels in the front, one in the back, where the three-wheeler would be, and they don't make dirt wheel three-wheelers anymore. So that would be the, yeah, I think it's Honda. But what's going on? Indian is not going to modernize their look, where Harley went woke. Do you know that? Did you hear that, dude? They lost millions. Just like Bud Light, bro. They got this German CEO who's a fruitcake, and he woke Harley, dude. People were burning their bikes, throwing them off cliffs. I'm not, you can watch it. Look it up. Look up Harley Davidson woke videos.
It's clear that, you know, solving the drug trafficking or really combating the cartels is not the reason why these boats are getting drone struck and fucking blown up and shit like that. It's like other political reasons. It's real sketchy, dude. It's like post 9/11 Patriot Act kind of shit that I think is setting a dangerous precedent.
County 13. 75.
Again, please.
Frank, Adam Frank, 718. Hartsville Road at the Children's Daycare.
Tracking well.
Yeah. Metro Bay Private.
You know what the government needs to do? It's to attack the fucking drug dealer's house, like they do those fucking damn fast boats out in the fucking ocean, where they're delivering all those drugs. We're gonna blow them up.
And radio, if you're still listening, by the way, it should go without saying. Unfortunately, it doesn't in this day and age, but it should go without saying. The fact that the people that are here illegally are Mexican has absolutely no effect on my opinion.
17 minutes out. The fire department is working on securing that LZ for you.
11. 11. It was just by the AI bombs. She's gone. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm just going to ask that what they saw. Kelly.
If they were Swedish supermodels, I'd say the exact same thing. You came here illegally, you gotta go. I don't care if you're Mother Teresa. You came here illegally, you gotta go.
Well, that's a valid point, and I agree with that. But I also believe that a human being is a fucking human being. And if they haven't committed any serious crime, once they get a hold of these illegals, just send them back without excessive force.
I will. I can't. I mean, that's. I know that because I heard something about it. Because and I'm sorry. Anytime I think of Harley, I always think of one thing, and that is like the American, the American standard thing with the, like from like Easy Rider, that kind of thing. Now that's my idea of a Harley, right? So anytime you say woke Harley, I'm like, yeah, God, that is like, it should like just take that and rip off the name, man. Because I'm sorry, that's not a Harley.
That's from Newbury Engine 1.
Not all human beings are human beings. There's also Jews. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean, and I don't know, man. I don't like the terror fucking drone strike shits and all that stuff. I don't like how ICE is conducting themselves. I think people do need to be deported. We do need a mass deportation mandate after Biden and fucking Kamala. I don't know how bad the situation is. We'd probably be fine if we just did regular border enforcement, not all this crazy stuff. But I also don't think that someone who's, been here their whole life and doesn't even speak Spanish, it should be a top priority to fucking, get them out of the country. I mean, especially not.
CPM on station for coverage.
Yeah.
Newbury Engine 1
Where's your away?
1704.
Quinn Forestry.
Quinn Forestry.
Hey, you're getting hit with all kinds of hardcore stuff going woke. You got your damn Klingons in your dresses. That's not even funny. And your Harley dude. Yeah, I think they fired their CEO and like put out an apology within the week, but it was like too late or something. So I think yeah. I don't remember. I saw it when it first happened, first couple days. They did a woke commercial and woke advertisement, and like you said, dude, it's all American. What the hell were they thinking? That's worse than Bud Light.
Especially not if we have to, like, raid a fucking, elementary school and rip, the mom out of the fucking minivan when it's a case like that. Like, there's different ways we could handle it. I think we need a better pathway to citizenship,
His Ford F-150 was parked there overnight, and a chainsaw was going through that.
We're pretty good path over the citizenship right now. Trump is going to be the best president we've had in a long time. The next one's going to fucking the world up bad.
Listen, all I want to say is that, yes, being here illegally is breaking the law. And it needs to be addressed. But do it accordingly. The crime doesn't fit the punishment. You don't need to be doing that to women and kids.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, and you saw what a whooping Bud Light took, man. Bud Light got, I mean, devastated. They couldn't give this stuff away. I remember them. They literally had events where they had people, you know, literally trying to give it away, and people wouldn't take it. That's how bad it got. And I'm like, oh, until like, oh, we are so sorry. They literally had to, and I still don't think they're back up to where they should have been. I mean, they got creamed, and now you got the backlash there. You got people, because now they have, now it's getting back to kind of normal because you got companies that are actually doing the opposite. Like the jeans commercial, right? Where you got the, pretty girl in the jeans walking around and stuff like that. You know, hey, it's about selling jeans, whatever works, right? And most people are like, hey, that's cool. Of course, you got all the pink-haired people going bananas over it. Oh, well, it's exploitation. Like, yeah, like, how many times haven't you ever seen a pretty girl on top of a Cadillac, right? It's just normal routine. It doesn't mean that every Cadillac comes with a woman on top. That is a nice thought, but it's not the fact of it. They take things way too far when they think of crazy stuff like that.
Hi, do you need an ambulance or the fire department? Yes, please.
I don't know what you're saying there, fucking 72. I kind of learned to figure it out.
33, my cell phone wasn't also copy.
Yeah, of course you don't, because you're your brain damaged from all those drugs you do.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I empathize with a lot of fucking illegal immigration, right? I think there's a lot of people that, like, if I was there and I had kids and I lived in fucking Mexico and everybody's, kids are getting their arms and heads chopped off by the cartel and shit like that, I'd break the law to go to another country. You know what I mean? And not all of them, some of them are legitimately claiming asylum, which isn't illegal, like, stuff like that. At the same time, yes, we still have to deport those people. Doesn't mean you don't deport or you don't enforce your borders and shit like that, but I don't know. I would be very proud of being in a country that is like, no, we understand, like, your area's war-torn by cartels and shit like that. Yes, you're here illegally. Let's figure out some way where you can stay here and, get on the books and, I don't know. I'd like to see more of that from this country.
Motor vehicle accident. Car versus cruiser. Northeast non-hydrant. 625. Dartmouth College Highway. Near 15 Westboro Road. In Lebanon. Motor vehicle accident. Car versus cruiser. Northeast non-hydrant. 625. Dartmouth College Highway. Near 15 Westboro Road. In Lebanon. Timeout. 1706.
Valid till May of 2026. You keep cutting out. Repeat. What is the RO's name? I have that 20 you gave me out of 2021 gray Toyota Sienna. Is that what it is? Because I have two ROs, Stephanie or Sean.
You contact Enfield, see if Abby is available to handle the AC, please.
Oh my God.
My partner's on the phone now.
Well, what was the commercial for them jeans? Was it a hot? I remember that like black people were flipping out. Speaking of black people, let me bitch a little bit. I'm eating a sandwich in a fast food joint, and this dude is on this black dude. Always, never mind. It's always the same damn loud as hell. I couldn't even hear myself think. It's like, what are you doing, dude? If you can't like have a hold of normal, stop doing that in public places, man. Good grief. For real, dude, I was thinking, damn, should I say something? If I do, we're gonna scrap. So I didn't. But it pissed me off.
Open, I assume you're all set. Should be.
County 13, Stephanie shows valid convictions on file.
10-4, thank you. Lime fire. Still alarm tree or wire down. River Road in Lime. Quarter-mile of north of Hanover Town Line. Tree on the wires. Lime fire. Still alarm tree or wire down. River Road in Lime. Quarter-mile of north of Hanover Town Line. Tree on the wires. Timeout 1708.
So why is it that it's cool with these people from war-torn countries to pass up like 6 or 7 other non-war-torn countries to come to the U.S.?
Because they're desperate until you walk in their shoes. Even I don't understand. There's got to be at some point some humanity. Once you round up these illegals, then just send them back with all this extra shit that's added to it. I think it's an excuse just to treat people like shit. I bet you they create more crimes than...
Okay, look, enough of this. Have you come here with your $15 for me?
Oh yeah. I mean, I hate when people make it a thing, right? Just like the video I saw with somebody literally going into like, what was it? I think it was like a Starbucks or something. And they're I think everybody saw the commercial there, or the interview there where a lady went in there and she put, where they're supposed to call everybody's name out on the cup, I guess, to let you know, hey, it's your coffee's ready or whatever. What did she do? She put Charlie Kirk on the cup, right? So like, it's like, oh well, no, and it turned into a thing. Well, you're supposed to call it out. Like, why would you do that? You know what? And the server lady was being really nice, but this other lady was just being outright belligerent. I guess wanted to start something, right? And that's the thing I don't understand. People are going out of their way to start stuff. Just like that's why I told my missus. She didn't mention it now. I don't know if she's actually going to do anything or whatever, but she went to go see, what was it? Hocus Pocus, I think, or one of those Halloween movies at the theater, and that's right around the corner from where the local protest is supposed to be. So I told my missus, I said, well, if you go, either just go and check it out or whatever, stay far away from it, don't get into any trouble, stuff like that, because I think, because if you get into trouble, I ain't coming to get you, no, but she won't do it, she's too lily-livered, she won't do it, but, that's the thing, when push comes to shove, she always, her brain defaults to the normal thing. Even though she thinks radical, at the end of the day, if she thinks she's going to get into trouble, she's like, no, I better not at the last minute. So hopefully she thinks better of it.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
Not for it right now. Copy.
Crazy shit up on this thing. You do a lot of crazy fucking work that shit.
Alarm engine 2. Engine 2, ambulance 1 on responding.
Well, they're not. Not all of them are doing that. A lot of them are from Mexico, right? Some of them are. Some come from other countries and skip a country, you know. Because America's fucking awesome, bro. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you want to be in America? You know, but that's the other thing is you're actually legally not allowed to claim asylum, you know, in America. I think this is a rule for other countries as well, is if you pass up another country to go to the one you preferred, like if there's a, let's say if Canada's in between Mexico and America, you know, and you pass up Canada as a Mexican immigrant and go to America and then claim asylum, you know, America's going to be like, well, if you were really in that just fleeing for your life in terror, why did you go the extra mile to skip this Canada place, right? So that's actually not a legal claim to asylum.
Oh, you really are a loony, aren't you? I thought maybe you were a fruitcake, but no, you're a loony. And that's actually worse.
2 ambulance 1, you're on respond. 1709.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas. Attention! One of your track locations appears to be affected by these new warnings. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Arkansas. This warning is potentially affecting the following track locations. Location number 9, which is near the warned area. Here is the summary of this warning. At 4:08 p.m. CDT, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 8 miles east of Gordon to near White Oak Lake State Park, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. End of warning summary.
I'm en route with 1.
Forestering, you're en route with 1 at 1709.
7. If you want to break off, so we still have 1 available. 33 an hour respond.
And that's my point. So the argument is a lot of people are coming from deep in South America to come to the U.S. because they supposedly live in war-torn countries, right?
All 1 is deputy.
Yeah, I'd rather not know. It's probably something like eating your own shit.
So the goal there is supposedly to try to escape the war. But they're passing through countries that are safe because they'd rather come to the U.S. That's not how it should work.
You want all forestry to go to 232, or you want them to come at the staging area? I want to switch radios because their radio is not getting through.
Some of them are, yeah. Some do. You know, but like I said, it doesn't work that way. That's illegal. You know, like you will get denied asylum if that's your case and that's what you're doing. Also, it's not so called. These countries are fucking war-torn, right? Like Mexico is an insanely fucking dangerous, insanely corrupt country. You know.
Training towards Enfield. 11 units, copy.
51. I'm just going to grab some barriers and head down there.
Alright, received. I'll hang out here. If you need anything, send me a message.
And radio, you don't have to argue that these people should be treated humanely. I already believe that, you know. I'm already convinced on that. you know.
She one of them. She kind of puts her head down and keeps walking, but when she gets home, you're gonna hear it. That's when she'll. One of them people, huh? Yeah, I try not to get in trouble anymore. You know, like that. I don't know if I was younger would I have said something. Maybe. I might have. But yeah, I just don't. Bro, these people, man. They're just like, what are you gonna do about it? And then they just do whatever the hell they want. Just no respect, man. These woke people got no respect. But they want respect for them. Yeah, okay.
We're at 217 now with the rest of the units here. So you don't want to go up to 232 then, right?
But yeah, I just think that I think America should be a place where it's like, yeah, you can come here. Like, you're in fear for your life. You know, you're fleeing your homeland or whatnot. Like, we have an awesome society because we're effective and competent. So we have this abundance of resource. We're willing to share that abundance of resource and kind of have open arms to take the downtrodden, right? Like, that's how I want my family to be. That's how I want me to be in regards to other people and people less fortunate. I think the country should also be that way. You know, like I said, to an extent. Like, you can't be fucking unreasonable, right? You can't let people bullshit you either and take advantage of you. Like, all that stuff still has to be in place, but...
You're responding to the road POV at 1711. Caller advised, it's right when you're Lime Road from Lime where the pavement turns into dirt. You'll be able to see it.
Well, I like I said the other day, what was it? People be suffering from that mental derangement, right, man? It's just, they really do, man. It's like they actually go out looking for trouble, which is what I don't get, right? I mean, okay, you think differently than me, fine, all right, live and let live, no problem, cool deal. You do your thing, let me do mine, um, but when they come in, no, you have to, like that. There was that old man there that some lady was literally ran up to him and started being belligerent to him because he had a Trump hat on, right? And it's like, what did I do to you, woman? Just well, obviously was mentally ill because the old man called the park security over, and they were trying to reason with her, and she wouldn't have it. She was going out of her way to get arrested. It seemed like, I ain't doing nothing. And like, well, come on over here and let's talk about it. No, and she just keeps walking the other way. You know what I mean? Like act reasonable, right? But especially when people wanna be defiant. You don't do that to law enforcement. It's like you just answer the questions and show them that you don't mean no harm, or you're having a disagreement or whatever, and it all work out all right. But all of these people, they be going, and then it's like, well, we're videotaping. Yeah, you're showing yourself to be idiots is what you're doing.
God, you really... You're boring, but you just talk to yourself, don't you? You just ramble to yourself.
Citizen's test. It only has it has 250 questions. 250 questions. But yet you still have to make it at least a 25% to get into the United States. 25%. That's not much.
So I would say then, Dale, to what extent? Because I have a lot of sympathy, let's say, for dogs or for cats. I hate the idea that there are dogs or cats out there suffering. Yet, if I bring everyone that I come across into my home, not only is my quality of life going to diminish, but so is the dogs and cats that I rescued.
Well, yeah, that's why I said, like, within reason, right? Within reason, but we're just talking about, like, a general attitude of the country, and what it should be, not necessarily, like, how that practically applies, right? Like, what the numbers are, I don't know. I think that, or where the line should be drawn, I don't know. But I think, I think citizenship is probably a little bit too hard in this country to get citizenship.
Enfield 6, I'm out.
The right way, like through the proper channels and whatnot, I think it's too difficult.
I think that, you know what it is, Dale, is that time is against them. And they're dying of starvation, dude. I mean, it's bad. So many of them have died just crossing the desert trying to walk here. I just think it's all about time.
Arriving engine 2 with command. Engine 2, you're arriving in 1740.
I think what it is most people don't think that they, that these cops are serious or whatever. Especially a lot of the kids, they don't think that they're serious until the cops start, like, handcuffing them and, hog timing and putting them in the back of the patrol car, and then they start crying like, oh, like, I told you, man, I told you just to be reasonable, and you didn't want to be reasonable, so now you're paying the price for, and you got kids trying to kick the doors, and it's crazy. It's like, what, like I don't know, man. I just ain't got that spirit in me to do that. I'm just like, just leave me alone, let me have a good day, and I'll try to do something good for somebody rather than be a bit of a pissant, because it seems like people just want to be pissants or whatever. Granted that, hey, I'm not saying cops are perfect. You get some that are dicks, but if yeah, just like everybody, but you don't have to go out of your way to make it worse. That's why they get like that, because people be giving them all kinds of lip.
The radio 72s, and you're telling people to go ahead and murder some people. He's Mexican. He's a smoke all the space and go to die. Your family's what are you going to do about it?
So most people agree that this current generation coming up is objectively going to have it worse than their parents did. For the first time in U.S. history, that is the case. Don't you think that we should fix that problem? Can we at least agree we should fix that problem before we start being charitable to people of other countries?
1133. With the engine partially blocking the road, can you handle traffic right here so that no one gets in a collision there?
Well, that also applies to other countries throughout the world, too, then, if that's the case. You can't be humane to Israel, kiss their ass, and provide them with everything that they need, and then turn around and treat Mexico like it's trash.
I'm taking a call at the Hanover Co-op at 45 South Park Street for a dumping complaint.
Oh, shut up.
Okay.
I'm not Mexican, Timmy. I'm Hispanic. Mexicans come across the border. I was born here, just like you. My father, his father, and so forth.
Yeah, right, dude. Well, no, they're cool as ever. I've seen so many cop shows over the past 10 years, and they've just gotten cooler and cooler. They put up with so much, dude. Getting spit at, screamed at, and they don't do anything. They keep their cool. I don't know how they do it. I'd be leveling people. Yeah. But it's funny you mentioned that because I saw this one a couple months ago. Where is it at? Virginia, Florida? I don't know. It was this white boy, little ass skinny white boy, getting in the face of this big ass. Oh fuck you! Oh well, fuck you! You know, you ain't gonna do shit in front of all his friends, getting all hard. And he bumped the cop, and the cop just sat there. He's like, "Look, son, you know, look, dude, calm down, calm down." And the kid, "Fuck you, you know, all up in his face. You ain't gonna do nothing. I ain't do nothing." Trying to act black, you know, homie, whatever. He bumped the officer's chest just a little bit. What did that do? That gave the officer the right to detain him. Man, dude, he did this suplex, dog. He picked up the kid and boom! Just slammed this kid, bro. He was like, knocked the wind out of him, everything. Handcuffed him, and the kid started crying in the back of the cop car. It was hilarious.
Still 5 minutes out, research in order to be set.
Roger that, good copy. 5 minutes out, 17:15.
Well, to take every situation or problem or an issue in the country, you must first have to do the steps in order to get a hold of it. If you need to get the problem fixed.
So this is one area that I've always kind of sort of agreed with the Trump doctrine in spirit, but disagreed with it in practicality, right? We're not just giving shit to Israel to be charitable. Oh, we feel bad for you, Israel. Here you go. And it's the same with, you know, you can use any country that we give shit to or do shit for, right? We're doing it because we get something out of the deal.
I'm 12, Harper. Off at 70 Campbell Flats Road for follow-up. I need to check.
Oh, stupid.
We lean heavily on Israel for things like intelligence and support in our efforts in the Mideast, right? If we send a bunch of rice to Africa, that's to keep it's not because we're just nice people. It's to keep the region stable, so we don't have to deal with an outflux of, you know, people fleeing.
Can you do the unit with traffic and have them back in front of the first Lebanon police car? So you continue the west side ambulance with traffic and have them back in front of the first Lebanon police car. West side ambulance copy? Able copy direct.
Yeah, I think it's a little one-sided though. I think Israel gets a hell of a lot more out of us than we get out of them. Yeah, and I don't see the two issues as being related though. Like in theory, yes, you should focus on your own problems for helping other people, you know, but you know, are we fixing the problem? Arguably, there's always going to be a problem at home.
You know, that's the crazy thing about it, you know. It's like, you know, as long as, you know, and these people are making it. You know, a lot of this is planned. People don't believe me, but I'm telling you, a lot of this is planned. It's not like this is just randomly happening. There's rich people paying this stuff, you know, paying these kids to do this stuff. You know, trucking them over there and giving them money and all that. Where do you think they get all the equipment from and the mask and the black clothes and all that. These people, they be paying these kids to do it. And they pick them up from one place and then take them someplace else. And there they are, same people in another protest, Because all you have to do, especially with this latest thing with this whole ICE business, right? All they would have to do is these kids just don't have to show up there, right? The reason that they get into trouble is because they're right there. They get right at the facility and they threaten these officers, right? So what are the officers going to do? They have to protect themselves, and they're on government property technically. So yeah, they have every right to protect themselves, right? So all these kids would have to do to keep out from trouble is just not go there, right? But they intentionally go there to make a scene, and all that. That's what I'm thinking, because there's no way that this could just be randomly happening. Because all these kids be showing up at all these places, one after another, So it's some kind of crazy planned attack to try to rattle people, So I ain't playing that game. I'll be like, oh, there it is, they're another planned attack, Some money person says, hey, we want to make these people look bad, so let's get a whole bunch of people over there to give them trouble, It's always the same people too, and it's annoying.
And the two things are unrelated, right? Like, it's not like that problem generationally in decline is not because we're letting people claim asylum,
Had a Navy ATV come down 232, and he said he couldn't find nothing up there.
Oh, I didn't make that argument, yeah. I didn't say it's because we're letting people claim asylum, but we have to help the people that are already here and get them, on a good track before we can reach out our hand and help other people en masse. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Listen, we have a set of coordinates we can give him. He's on his way back.
Well, yeah, I wasn't saying that's the argument you're making. I mean, that was my argument, is like, because these two things aren't unrelated, I don't think that, I don't think you should, shut down immigration or asylum and shit like that, because you've got, A, B, or C problem, or even, I don't know, maybe slow it down, but arguably.
Grantham 4.
4.
Can you call in the dispatch?
In my opinion, a country's immigration system should always be tied to the welfare of the people that are already here legally. So if we have an underclass of low-skill, no-skill... Let me give you an example. We have an underclass of low-skill, no-skill laborers. They're already not making enough wages, right, to survive. Fight for 15 and all that good stuff. And then you bring in a whole other class of low-skill, no-skill laborers to compete with them. It's not gonna end well.
We'll see if Americans take those jobs. Us prideful Americans. Could you really find yourself working in a field picking fruit?
That's what violence. And I put here some big shit right now. If you order to deal with the problem, you have to go to the source. The source where the problem came up. to get anything solved.
You're right. Some of it is planned, bro. Some of it is planned. That's what your boy, that damn, um, oh, jeez, that evil Jew. Well, he's not a Jew. He's a disgrace to Jews. But people, he pays the buses, the welfare people getting a couple extra bucks, and then they go to the protests or the rallies and throw bricks at them and try, and beat them up. Can't think of his name. You probably know.
Well, those jobs are going to be taken over by automation soon enough. So that's a whole nother Megillah. But also, Americans would do those jobs. They're just not going to do it for peanuts. They're not going to get out there for $7, $8 an hour and pick strawberries all day.
Just past me and head to 232.
Yeah, that's what some people say. That I've heard that argument that Americans don't want those jobs. I've heard people also argue that, like, well, yeah, like, Americans actually don't want, those jobs to be done by documented workers because, how our whole economy, is kind of propped up by this underground work, farming, agriculture.
Well, like that. Well, like one of them dudes, like Chuck Schumer or someone, one of them guys. One of them big money guys.
Oh, he was no, dude. No, he wasn't congressman.
Field 6, clear for 20.
You don't want to see the world where, and what that'll do to your grocery prices and shit. If all of a sudden you've got to give health care to the fucking guy who's, picking the grapes or whatever. I've heard those arguments. I don't really like it. I mean, because I think it comes down to, like, look, you got to do things the right way, and arguing doing them the wrong way is actually helping the country. It's just not. We're going to have to deal with that problem. You're kicking the can down the road. Do it the right fucking way.
Go ahead with it. New Hampshire 559-5342.
Well, I do know that they captured the guy that was trying to go to Spain. What was it, the main guy for Antifa. They stopped him right at the airport. He was trying to flee to Spain, and they caught him. I think they caught him on on the plane or something. He's just about ready to get off, go, and they caught him. So probably that dude, because all them people, and and it's kind of weird because we're actually helping to fund that stuff. Because a lot of the money that are supposed to go to for a lot of these health services and stuff like that is being funneled to what they call the NGOs, the the non-governmental organizations or whatever, and that's where a lot of the money goes from the budget for, I don't know, some crazy homeless thing or for food or whatever, and they take the money instead. They put it in these crazy little companies and these side companies, and then they funnel it through there to go to all these protesting people and bail out things where somebody gets caught, and gets put in jail for a couple of hours, and gets all of a sudden gets bailed out. That's where they're getting the money from, and it's disgusting because it's ultimately it's coming out of the taxpayers' pocket.
Field 6, has this been a call on Redsboro Road? MBA.
I get it, man. I fucking get it, but I don't see Americans lined up. Americans are too spoiled to do that kind of work. I just say, man, humanely, just treat the people a little bit better, even if they're illegal. Send them back. They're already caught.
I'm going to have them to go to 232 on Route 10.
And you'd like the forestry to go to 232 in Piermont. Dispatch to current.
Current forestry copy.
Received.
They're abusing their authority. And you've seen it. We were talking about that earlier. That's how this whole conversation got started. They're abusing their authority. They don't need to do all that. This country is more divided now than ever.
Try to Grantham 4.
4.
Grantham 4, New London is going to send someone your way to assist you.
This is the source department to go to the source. So, we just jump out of the bucket.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Arkansas and Louisiana.
Shut up, you stuttering retard. So the whole Democratic and Republican conflict, they just need to come to terms and find a solution.
Hanover and Field 6, I attached that to the call, but it comes back to last of Creighton, first of Adeline, out of Claremont, valid through 2026.
Received.
So it's like I can imagine going back to, let's say 1860, going down into the South, right? I'm betting there were people who were like, yeah, we know slavery is wrong. We agree. But if we abolish it, who will pick our cotton? It's the same thing, man. Same argument you're making right now.
This is going to be Indian tanks and hand tools, hot spots, but everything's contained. It's just going to all be on foot.
I know, man. That's the crazy part.
I don't know if we're more divided than ever. As Whipper was just referencing, we did fight a civil war, so you could say that was pretty divided.
And that's not even conspiracy theory. That's plain out fact, man. It's crazy. So you're getting money to do something illegal. That's what blows my mind, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with protesting if there's something you don't like, but they go to way too far because they damage public and government buildings. They burn things and they do all that stuff. Now that once it crosses the line of being vandalism, that crosses the line there. You know what I mean? You can state your displeasure. That's why they say you're allowed to. What is the thing for assembly? You're allowed to carry assembly in an ethical and peaceful manner, something like that, right? As soon as it passes that, though, you're breaking the law, right? Nobody ever states it, but it's actually written that way. So it's like, oh, we have the right to protest. Yeah, peacefully, but there you have a car right across the street that's burning away just because somebody decided to throw a Molotov cocktail right at it. That's not peaceful.
That wasn't me, that was radio.
No, I don't think the protesting and all that's turning out, in their favor. I don't know. I just see a civil war. Like you said, I see another civil war happening in our lifetime.
Rescue to units at the fire scene. Come in. Go ahead to the fire scene. What is the exact route you took to get there? Side or from the Route 10 side?
Now that's gone. Do you still want me here? Let him go.
There's some super shit going on in this country. I don't think it's right, but the president needs to start listening to the people.
I know that was radio. I was talking to radio.
It's all right. It just bothers me to see some of these people mistreated. To me, they're still human beings. Yeah, they're criminals. They don't belong here. I get it. But once you catch them, that's all you need. I mean, what else do you need after that? You don't need to abuse them. Just send them the fuck back.
Well, maybe you mistakenly said my name. You said that Whipper was making that argument. It's alright. Either way.
Ever notice something about the snowflakes? They always gotta do it. With groups. They can't do it themselves. Oh no. Nope. Hell no, they can't do it themselves. They're please.
No. I said as Whipper was referencing, we fought a civil war before, because he was basically just talking about civil war, like marching, people marching down, down south or whatnot. So I was just bringing up the fact that you were talking about the Civil War.
Yeah, and well, here's the thing, because I had somebody that actually would tell me that, tell me different things. Like, you notice they're all wearing black, right? Black with masks and stuff like that. The reason they do that, there's a very good reason why, because they get taken into jail, and when they're sitting there in front of the judge, whatever, it's like, well, is that the person that, and the cop can't, identify them, because they're all, they all wearing the same thing and they look the same, so, well, I guess it's him, 'cause it's, what I mean? That's why they do that. It's kind of like the protection of anonymity, because they can't positively identify with somebody if they all look the same, right? So they know exactly what they're doing, and they're trying to be slick. See, that's things like that they do.
Well, let me make a tiny little point. Radio, I've heard you verbally abuse people multiple times over the years. Now, granted, I don't have any problem with you, because I verbally abuse people too. But again, those are humans as well, and do they deserve that? Do they deserve to be treated that way? Just an example, something to think about.
Can you call next on the list for the cruiser, and also next on the list for the other vehicle?
That depends. Were they Jews?
I see. Never mind. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. just wasn't clear.
9 Yankee 5 Tango Hotel Alpha 1 Bulldog 5008.
I understand, Frags. History has a way of repeating itself. But I would like to think that I'm a work in progress and that I could speak on treating people with decency and respect, no matter who they are. I'm working on it. I think I've come a long ways.
5008, go ahead.
Good afternoon to you, man. Tell me something. With the weather conditions from your neck of the woods, right? How does it look for later on?
You could start with Timmy. I mean, trust me, I'm not defending Timmy. Don't like the dude whatsoever. Can't stand the guy. But he's not really doing anything to deserve to be berated. Alright?
River Road Command.
Lime River Road Command.
We do have a fairly small couple of wires. No emergency at this point. The number is 229.
They all do look alike, don't they, B?
Yeah. Yeah, like, and that's, I mean, it does, it drives me, drives me spare, you know, drives me nuts when, especially like my missus, you know, she'll, you know, just to show her independence, she'll do something like that, like, you know, sometimes she'll go and because she has done, you know, usually she'll paint her hair brown because that's her natural color. But every once in a while, like for Halloween, she'll do purple, or she'll do you know, like every once in a while she'll do really red. You know, which, yeah, I mean, red looks alright, but she'll do some really wacky ones. She'll do like stripe this and like, oh no, don't do that. You know, yeah, I don't know. So I mean, I let people do what they want, but still, it don't look good.
Well, I can appreciate that, but in most cases, he's the one that opens his mouth, like he did today, a few hours ago. Obviously, you weren't here. He brings it on himself, I would say, most of the time. Not that I walk, you know, flawless and blameless.
What's up, girl? Hello?
Sorry about that, Bulldog. Stand by one. I'll get back to you shortly. I just about checking the weather there. Over.
What's that, please?
I will call the power company and let them know.
Received. No emergency, no action taken.
Received.
Well, he's a human. Does he deserve to be treated that way?
Send that. Standing right.
Well, you could make an argument, right? No, I get you. I see where you're coming from. I see where both of you are coming from.
That depends. Is he a Jew?
It depends. Does he bring it on himself? You don't just speak to me about it. There's a lot of people that treat him a lot worse than me. I'm actually pretty nice to the guy in comparison to other people. But yeah, do I talk shit to him all the time?
That's it. They don't care. And these people are like my age and your age sometimes. It's not just young kids. That's what's crazy. It's disgusting, man.
So then the people that came into this country illegally knowing that they were committing a crime, do they deserve it because they brought it on themselves? See what I'm saying?
Bulldog 400. And I know I'm a native. I'm a native there. Whippersnapper. Yep. I'm half Irish and half Indian.
Yeah, you kidding? My wife is over. Yeah, she's over 70. So she ain't, but she, at least I will give her this bit of credit, she's, with me, she knows she can, she's safe, so she'll jump up and down and she'll do all that stuff and all that, but yeah, you get her outside and she's pretty tame, but she definitely does have she definitely does have the signals like that, the pink hair and all the wackiness. She definitely, you know, but and sometimes she'll say something, and I'll hit her with something. Well, where's all that love you keep talking about, or something? Ooh, she doesn't like when I do that. When I point when I point out an inconsistency like that, Joe, she don't like that. Because she is most of the time, except when she gets riled, most of the time she's always talking about, trying to get along with people and be loving and all that stuff, which I give her tons of credit for that, right? But when she gets riled and she starts, all that crazy talk, whatever, I'll tell her, hey, what about all that love you keep talking about? And she'll just kind of either she'll say something and walk away. She doesn't like when I parrot her. She really doesn't. But it's like, hey, I'm just giving you what you tell me. I'm just telling you, like you don't like hearing your own words, do you? She don't like that. Hey, it's your words. It's not my words. I didn't say it. You did.
Yeah, 40, you're right.
From ambulance 1. En route to Dartmouth, starting Mars 0.
Yeah, just took a glimpse there. So we are expecting some overcast conditions with some light showers later on, probably in the next hour or two. Very light indeed there. Over.
I get what you're saying, Frags, and I don't make no excuses for people that are here illegally. Yes, it's a problem. And they should be sent back, without a doubt. Just because I'm Hispanic, I'm not defending that. I'm just saying.
Retirement 1728.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Louisiana.
Midnight's coming for the cruiser. They should be there momentarily. And Monchar is coming for the Corolla. Copy. Midnight's on scene.
Rather than that, taking into consideration that my knee ain't too good, it's not a wide move to go to the Panorama then.
Oh, I couldn't have cut you off there. Politics is exhausting, huh? So it sounds like we can all at least agree on the fact that Trump is ushering in a fascist totalitarian regime and that ICE is literal Nazis. It sounds like we can at least, agree there.
The only thing we don't stop is cricket, man. You will enjoy that Panorama better. Over. I just wanted to get that update as to what the weather looks like now. Thank you so much, my brother. Roger, over and out. Good evening to all on the channel.
Nah. No, I think you were joking. Listen, I have no problem with criticizing Trump. But I don't agree with that, no.
We are going to be temporarily shutting the road down for midnight to remove the cruiser.
Yes, I was joking. not that I do, like, I was like, there was a little bit of truth in there, right? Like, obviously they're not Nazis or anything like that. I do think some of the things that Trump is doing is fascistic, though. And I do think it's inching towards, like, kind of totalitarian regime type shit. I don't like the fucking military in the U.S. cities either.
Oh, yeah, that's another issue. All that's doing is just throwing wood into the fire. Well, Trump has done a terrific job. I know you may be surprised to hear that from me, but he's done a great job.
Oh, she's driving? Even better. That she can't really, like, stop you from pulling her tits out then. Just, like, pull down on her shirt and take the picture. What's she gonna do, take her hands off the wheel?
I'm sold. With Dr. Phil's testimony on trying other apps, I'd like to try it and view this live stream.
Piermont Rescue.
Well, the whole reason why the military was sent in, because the police couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle the thousands and thousands of people going at them, just keep on going and riding. Now, I see why they need to bring in the government and the military.
Data has drove in from where you are en route and made it fire.
That is funny, dude. Yeah, people. That's funny, dude. Oh, you're not too holy now, are you? What the fuck fudge did you say? Get some. That's even worse.
But the only units that have to the fire from the cornfield, that's the way to go.
Well, they're not the military. They are the National Guard. It's right there in the name, yeah. They have and do deploy with the military, but their purpose is guarding the nation. And it's interesting that you don't like that because you can find several videos of the people of Memphis who love it. Not only people, but black people. They're like, you can go find these videos. They're like, we can walk down the street with our kids for the first time in decades and not have to.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's her. That's the knee jerk reaction. Yeah. She'll go. Yeah. She'll say, "F you." Like, I'm like. No, I'm supposed to do that to you. Come here. You know? I always have a good response when she says something like that. You know, 'cause, you know. So yeah, she you know. But see, because I'm unflappable. She tries her best to get me upset, but she knows she can't. So that usually irritates her more.
I would say most people are against it. And no, he was pushing to put the Marines in like Chicago or something like that. I don't know if he was actually able to do that. I think in some instances he was, but he certainly was trying. And yeah, I mean, he wasn't even arguing they couldn't handle it.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Louisiana.
It's hilarious, and you know it too. But yeah, I mean, shit. Yeah, dude. They deserve it sometimes. We all need to be humbled a little bit, right? They just don't like getting humbled.
That's really not the thing. I mean, I think Trump cited like an uptick, like he made his statement was kind of like there's an uptick in crime in these cities, so we need to bring in the military.
Yeah, no, and then of course later on she says, you know, she'll kind of come back and she'll say, I'm like, hey honey, like yeah, and she'd just look at me and smile and say, "Yeah, you were right." Just quietly, "Yeah, you were right, man. Yeah, I know." You know, but I won't say that much other than that. But I'll say, "Yeah, okay, I know." But more like, "Yeah, I know you screwed up," or "Yeah, I screwed up," or whatever. Yeah, you know. But I'll just say it like that. But yeah, but it usually takes a while. Takes like maybe an hour or 2 hours after she thinks about it for a while, and she'll come out. Because I've gotten to the point with her sometimes that I said, she gets.
Well, to the extent that he does try to use the Marines or some other actual military, no, that's against the law. Posse comitatus. That should not be allowed to happen. But you can find the videos of the people who live. I'm sure you can find videos of people that don't like it too. But there are literally people who are like, thanks to the National Guard, shit's quieting down. We can actually go outside. We can actually let our kids play in the yard.
Okay, just know, Midnight is taking the Cruiser and Monshire is coming for the Toyota. Affirmative.
What? I got Brother Smack Southern Smackdown. Sound like somebody smacking down on something, eating supper or something. Brother Smack Southern Smackdown, Hebrews 4:13. Neither is there any creature that is not manifest in his sight, but all things are naked and open unto the eyes of him with whom we have to do. Brother Smack says, nothing is hidden from God. He is with us every step of the way. He sees all we do and knows all we think, even when we don't think he is around. No secrets with the Lord. Although he knows everything about us and what we do, he still loves us. The Bible says in Romans 5:8, God commendeth his love toward us in that, let's see, wow, that's different, ain't it? But God commendeth his love toward us in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. Today, let's get prayed up and confessed up, going into God's house tomorrow with a clean heart, and watch the Lord move in the service. Pray one for another always. Amen. So there were some words left out of that verse, but I didn't catch it. That's Brother Smack, Southern Smackdown, for this 18th day of October, 2025, the year of our Lord. I would like to hear, like, the gunshots on the street stop. And even in the small town of Oklahoma where I live at, man, you hear fucking gunfire everywhere. But gang violence is everywhere.
Enter the woods from where you are. That message.
Yeah, I would look at it less through the lens of like technically what's legal, like the technicalities of it, right? Like the letter of the law, and just kind of look at the spirit of the law, right? Posse comitatus and shit like that. The spirit of the law is like we don't want guys in body armor and rifles and, camouflage fatigues. We don't want soldiers, like doing the police work in the country, roaming the streets and interacting with the public like in that way. We want that to be cops, and it's dangerous if it's the military doing it, right?
Hello. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Saturday evening. Just eat my supper.
Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. Yeah, I hope you're having a good one too. Basically, to cut off my last transmission there, Matthew, she gets way out of hand. I just point to the room. I'll say, "Get in there. I don't want to see your face until later." And she just usually, she's like, "Huh? I don't have to take this. I'll go to my room." And I go, "That's what I just told you." It's funny.
Report confirming you'll be out.
480 Windsor County 13.
5 with King, Charlie, 893, Heartland, Brownsville Road, by the Skunk Hollow Tavern.
Oh, sorry for cutting you off there, Frank. When I came on there was no one keyed up, so sorry about that. Next time I come on there, I'll make sure I turn the channel off and on. Didn't mean to cut you off. And one to your dog picture. You got a picture up there of one of your dogs. What happened to it?
So like to me, it's like even if it's technically legal to do with the National Guard, like it's just not good. It's not good. It's not moving things in a good direction. And like if the cops did their job in these places, or like, whatever they got to do, maybe they got to increase the police force. In some instances, they actually just need to fight crime, like these liberal policies in these cities, and unhandcuff the police and let them do their job,
14 and 5.
Okay, 5.
14 and 5, I just took a call for car versus deer, no injury, no airbags on Route 118 and Stevens Road.
You did not. Jesse, bro, I love you. All that stuff. Love your beard. Would love to rub my fingers through it. Well, that was a little weird, but you know what I'm saying. You cut him off exactly at a minute. Exactly, sir. You don't come in the room, right? And no one's talking, and then me. All right. It's no big deal. That's not. Did you say a dog? Oh dear.
They should have fucking pulled off the reins of the police officers a long time ago. Because, the police officers have to go through a bunch of shit too. It's a war out there on the streets with police officers, but it's war for our soldiers. When they go off to Iraq and get deployed there. Cops at the middle of war too.
Daughters of Darkness, what's up?
I was in here, there was no one keyed up. No one was keyed up. It's like, channel must be quiet. So I keyed up, and then I unkeyed after I was done saying what I was saying. Then Frankie keyed out because I didn't know he was keyed out because I just came from a different channel that was busy. So next time I come in here, I'll remember to turn the channel off and on.
Well, wouldn't that lead to more unrest? Because people already hate cops. So, like, if you were to say, yeah, absolutely, unleash them and give them more power, like, don't you think that would be bad? I'm failing to understand the logic.
You're failing to understand the straw man that you turned my argument into. No. Are you understanding what I mean when I say unbridle the cops? You know what I mean? Like, in other words, if you have a liberal city and they're, like, telling people not to, like, in other words, like with homeless people, there's places where cops are told, like, you are not allowed to interact with the homeless people. Like, you can't kick them out from under the bridge. Like, don't do anything to them. Just avoid them, right? Like, any call.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. That's cool. No worries. No worries. We're good. Good. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. No, that's our new cat. It's not a dog. It's a cat. It's our new cat. That's Ginger. Well, depending what mood she's in. Sometimes we'll call her Ginger Peach because she's a sweetheart, and sometimes we'll call her Ginger Spice when she gets to be a little bit ornery. 'Cause she She's a spicy little kitty, but yeah, she's a good cat. She's a good cat. So yeah, that's our new cat. That's Ginger.
Oh, sorry. Here, take it back.
Oh, I just went back here to say, but all the fucking police departments nationwide do about the same thing. The cops in Florida, the sheriff in Florida, we got him sitting there saying that if you see him, we will actually enforce him. We actually encourage you to shoot the fucking enemy, or shoot the criminal breaking into your house. They want you to shoot.
Oh, okay, because I seen you change your profile picture. It's not a picture of your dog. I see you change the profile picture. Oh, okay, so you just got a new cat? That's a nice name for a cat. It's actually, well, Matthews is long hair. That's a short haired cat. That's not quite, but almost close to what Matthew used to have for a cat.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas. Attention! One of your track locations appears to be affected by these new warnings. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Arkansas. This warning is potentially affecting the following track locations. Location number 9, which is near the warned area. Here is the summary of this warning. At 4:34 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located 10 miles south of Sparkman, or 14 miles north of Camden, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. End of warning summary.
Webster County 13. 27 on the RO, please. That's 28 again, because all I copied was King Charles 893.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there's liberal cities where the cops are told they're not allowed to police. They're not allowed to do their job, right? Or in other, like, maybe it's not even that they're not allowed to do their job. It could be like a weak DA where dude stabs his girlfriend and he bonds out. He's out of jail, within 7 days and back on the street. And, like, there's a lot of failures like that in the country.
Out on the middle letter. Just give me the middle letter.
Okay, guess it just happened to happen at the same time. Nobody had been talking on here, and I was trying to figure out where, in history at the bottom, it shows who's talking. I was just trying to figure out why did that bar go from black, being black to being white, because I have a black background because it shows up better, and the white doesn't, so I was then I saw that little thing light up the microphone, and I went, because that's how I usually test to see if it's on, and I guess it was on.
Charles.
Good clear from the roadway. The roadway's back open for the time being.
Yeah, Ginger's pretty cool. She is short hair, which is why I don't mind her very much, because she doesn't seem to mess with my allergies, or anything. So that's cool. Long-haired cats tend to mess with my allergies quite bad. But so far, Ginger hasn't done that with me there. I actually got her a whole little bag full of treats. Chicken, those chicken nugget treats. And she likes it, so she'll come over and she'll, and she's a talker. She'll actually knock on my window to like, hey, feed me, she use her paw and kind of like tap on the window. And she's cute. She's a cute kitty.
So actually doing police work and actually convicting people and, making them serve real sentences, that's not going to fucking make people revolt in violence or fucking, go cuckoo and start protesting?
480 Windsor County 13. As I said, you keep cutting out. If it is King Charles 893, it is a 2022 brown Ford Bronco. Blue Ford Bronco. Registered to an Andrew Costu of Heartland. Is that what it is? 10-4.
That was an awesome birthday party. My daughter had a great time. She's richer than me.
Yes, it absolutely would. They already want to defund the police. That's already a talking point. It would just be a bunch of blue-haired, purple-haired, bumping pussies, trans men, women, whatever, out there crying about ACAB, right? No.
Oh yeah, cool verses in the SmackDown.
Private ambulance one.
On scene, 21 Anderson Pond Road in Grantham.
Private ambulance one on scene at 12:11.
Yeah.
Andrew shows valid. No convictions.
Thank you.
10-4. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yes, but that doesn't matter because one weird fuck with, purple hair says defund the police on Twitter doesn't mean like unrest and tumult in the streets and the nation falling apart. Like, no, that's just one retard with a fucking Obama phone making tweets, But listen, all I'm saying is very simple. You don't need the military to police cities. That's just a fact.
Or you, baby boy, oh my God. So what you been up to, Jesse? We're having a lovely conversation about how much we love you.
10-4. Yeah, I'm sitting here at the computer, running some CDs and making labels.
Yeah, glad to hear you in there, Jesse. Yeah, what's going on with you, buddy? How you doing? Everything going good for you?
Are these ones going to be about the Bible versions? Yeah, I was wondering.
I mean, that's a hell of a lot easier said than done. These cities are run by liberals, right? The police departments are accountable to police chiefs, which are appointed by liberal politicians who tell them, this is what you got to do, this is what you have to do. So it's not like we can just say, hey, start actually doing your jobs.
Doing good, just eat my supper. Just eating some chicken drumsticks and buttered chicken and rice from a food truck. And the name of the food truck is Avatar. So yeah, these drumsticks and buttered chicken is so good, Jack. These drumsticks and buttered chicken and rice is so good, Jack.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Michigan.
Well, I'm making one about the eagle. I hadn't put those out in a long time. The eagle message I was talking about the other day. I got one on Halloween from James Knox. And what else have I got? Claude McClary, Vietnam veteran, testimony. It's really good too. And a message by Charles Lawson. The most important message you will ever hear, by Charles Lawson. And it is a message about hell. keeping people out of hell. That's when I sing title the most important message you'll ever hear. No, they've been hired. They've been hired by the U.S. citizens. Cops, police departments are paid for by the actual community. The community pays them to uphold the law. You know, they're supposed to be there to protect it. They're sworn in for it. So if a dude's coming up to you with a fucking fully automatic firearm, I mean the cops don't have no fucking.
I get it, but why are you calling me Jack again?
I'm not calling you Jack, Matthew. Pay attention to what I'm saying. That's the phrase that I use when I'm eating when I'm eating something that's good. That's the phrase that I use. Pay attention when I'm keyed up. And don't forget to take your blood pressure pills.
More status check.
See, here's the thing that trips me out, though. Like, Whipper, if you told me, or someone told me 5 years ago, or, 7 years ago, that one day I would hear you arguing on behalf of, militant forces policing our cities, I would bet most of my money against it. You know what I mean? Like,
More status check.
Oh, okay. And thank you. Yeah, well, my bad.
You make it where you are.
Frankie, don't be jumping to another channel. Jedi says hi, Jesse and Frankie. Jedi, say hi. Say hi. Say hi, baby. Give me a kissy. Thank you.
Yeah, I like James Knox, and yes, I like Charles Lawson too. They're both very good. Very good information these guys have.
would you feel the same way? Or, try to find the better part of that argument if it was some other politician doing it? Certainly not if it was Biden doing it, or,
Meow. Meow, meow. And, the cat that, we miss having him around on Zero. We miss having him around. He was a good cat to Matthew. We miss having Jasper around. He was a good kitty. He was a good Zero cat.
I mean, what I'm saying, though, is like, people have fucking so much hassle with the cops doing their job, but we hired them to do their job. We hired them to protect the law. So whenever a fucking stupid gang member or some stupid-ass retard comes up to them with a fully automatic firearm, how come the police don't have a fully automatic firearm to protect them? They should have the same thing, too. The street people got it. Hey, niggers got it, so why the fuck is the cops don't have it? Now, the cops should have a... Yeah, I'm tweaking the eagle message. I put a picture on it of the eagle with a mountain background and the white clouds above the mountain. I put Evangelist Bobby Thompson. The eagle message. And so I think it's going to work out alright, but my first run of them, I print 30 labels at a time because that's what's on the sheet. The writing was too little, so I had to rearrange so it can be seen better. Left something out, enlarged the picture a little bit. Yeah, it's a process. I think the next one I'm getting ready to print, but I gotta put a ink cartridge in.
The ink cartridge color went out. So my mountain was kind of blue mountain, the outline of the mountain, it was blue. And about halfway through it turned pink because the ink cartridge is low.
So, if Biden would have said, listen, the crime in Chicago is out of control and that city is not doing its job, well, the first thing I'd do is probably shit my pants. And the second thing I would do would be like, hell yes. Hell yes. Bring in the National Guard in a law enforcement assistance role. Yes, I would.
That was nice of you, Jesse. Yeah, that was, you know. Yep, Jasper and Griffin. I always remember Griffin there, 'cause that was Matthew's main squeeze there. That, and of course, you know, I've always had a thing for the Zoe monster. Yeah, yeah, we all remember Matthew's kitties. Yeah, they ain't gone. We used to always say they're never gone until while you remember them there. So that's a good thing.
Now, if you said they're bringing in the National Guard because Republicans are protesting in the park, then no, I would not. I would not support that.
I support the fucking the thing is the cops. They need more guns. Not just a fucking 9mm single shot, like a semi-automatic firearm on their side. So a guy that's got a fucking AK-47 fully automatic jumping out of the fucking car and being a drug dealer. I mean, the cop needs protection.
Yep. Yep, and Matthew probably still has pictures of them up around his house to remember them by. Yep. And I don't know if it's true or not, but I believe.
Okay, so now we're getting to the root of what your argument is here. So basically what you're saying is that Trump is bringing in the National Guard to police these cities because of the fact that these cities are not policing themselves, and it's the only way to have these cities effectively policed, and that's why Trump is doing this.
Well, when you lose a loved one, a cat, like an animal, or a person, when we lose our loved one, we know we're gonna see that loved one again, that person. Some people say when you lose a dog, you will never see it again, or a cat, or any other kind of animal. But God made the creatures, made the animals, and I believe that the pets that God made are in heaven, waiting for you to come home. So Matthew will get to see Jasper again, and you will get to see Izzy. What that dog name was that you got put down. We will get to see our pets sometime when it's our time to go, because I believe animals go to heaven also.
I mean, that's my take on it. He said that, well, crime in D.C. is down 86%. I got to look into that stat, but I did hear that. Apparently, even the mayor of D.C., big Democrat, says crime is way down. That's crazy, first of all.
Ambulance 2249 Cedar Drive in Windsor, room 15A is an Adam. 83-year-old male, they're needing transported, was unresponsive at one point, having some issues with his breathing and respiration. Repeating for Windsor Ambulance, responding Cedar Hill Drive, 49 Cedar Hill Drive. Room 15A is an Adam, 83-year-old male, High respirations, was unresponsive at 1 point. 10 to 1741.
But yes. Now, if he said, well, we're just going to have the National Guard, patrolling these cities permanently, then I would have an issue. Then there would be a problem. But yes, it's because the crime is still out of control in these cities and the police have been ordered to stand down that Trump has brought these people in. I'll bet you the law enforcement, if you took a silent poll, would be like, yeah, we're grateful they're here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would be more inclined to agree with that if he was, like, focused on just one specific particular city, right? But when he couldn't do it in Chicago, he decided to send them somewhere else or some shit. Like, there was something like that happened, like, so it's like, well, was Chicago the problem, or that he was really focused on the uptick, or is he just trying to put forces in any city?
You know that series from James Knox about Bible versions? That's the one I got several of those. I'm not sure. It skips some numbers, so I don't know if I have all of them. But do you know, because these are about at least 10 years old. I think you're about 10 years old. But do you know if he's done any more of those, or has he just done it that once, or has he done it like every couple of years or something? The teachings.
Yep, I'm right there with you there, Jesse. Yeah. We agree on a lot of the same things, yes, sir. And that was Cleopatra, yeah. Her birthday is, wow, her birthday's coming up already. Yeah, later this month. Yeah, 28th of October. And that was her birthday. So, yep. So, yeah, it didn't quite make it, but it is what it is. But yeah, it's still, and never forget, as long as we have them in our hearts, that that's where they'll stay. I carry around. I still have Izzy, of course, um, and Cleo. Cleo's still. I mean, it's weird because Cleo still feels like she's around. Because especially now with the cat. Now the cat's starting to do the same thing that Cleo used to do, always following my missus out into the yard and watching her play in the yard and all that. It's a comfort. You can never replace them, but it's a comfort to have. Something that'll take in the space there. That's a good thing. So yeah, but yeah, we'll always have them with us. Here and whatever's to come, we'll have them there too. And I believe that. Thanks, Jesse. That's very sweet of you. And it's true.
Or it's some kind of like political move or something like that. I don't know. And I would say arguing that crime going down, I got two things. Arguing that crime's down so it's good, it's kind of like, well, I hit the kid and now he's not, making his room dirty because I hit him. See, it worked. Like, it's like, no, is the thing good though? Not, we can't just focus on the result.
Cornfield staging area.
And sorry, the other thing I want to say, the second thing is, crime's not that out of control. It's actually been on a downtick, like from the 70s, with a little spike in COVID, but like nationwide, like crime's been on the decline. I don't think that we have like this insane, crazy like crime problem.
I don't know. Hadn't looked in a while.
In the cornfield.
Ambulance 1. This one. At Dartmouth, ending mileage 7.7.
Well, I mean, I don't even know. Is he even still around? Is he still doing okay?
1742.
Yeah, he's still around. Sure is. I gotta change both of my ink cartridges. Well, he had cancer. And I don't know how he's doing, but he's still around, I think. But he had his associate pastor to take over. Not take over, but they voted to make him the senior pastor. So I think James Knox they kind of reversed roles. So his assistant moved up to the main preacher. So he wanted to get that done before he passed away, if anything happens, But I don't know, I hadn't heard no update or anything about him lately.
So it's actually been on the decline since 93. It peaked in 93. You're correct. In general, crime is way down. From a broad view, but to turn your analogy back on you, that's like saying, oh, my kid isn't drinking arsenic, he's drinking whiskey. That's less harmful than if he were to drink arsenic, so we're cool with that.
And we're going to be shutting down the road again for a minute.
I don't get your analogy.
Well, my analogy is you're using the fact that crime is down in general to sort of excuse the crime that still exists. You know what I mean? Like, no, yeah, there's less crime than in 93, but these cities are still plagued by crime, and that's still very much a problem.
Good ATVs you have up there to ferry materials and people back and forth, or should we get another one coming?
You're welcome.
Right, yeah, that was nice, and amen, Jesse. Cleo will always be with Frankie and his wife. Here's the thing. Again, I was talking to my mom. Here's the thing. I was talking to my mom about death, because my brother's wife just lost her dad. And so she called my mom because we've lost a lot of people, especially my mom. And anyway, so she called for advice and to thank my mom because she gave her a fruit basket or something. But she called and asked for advice, and my mom said, a really great thing to lift her up, and it did, which was, I see him, I hear him, I think about him every day. Whether it's the wind blowing in my hair, a commercial I saw that, whatever. And I thought that was pretty cool. She said, I never stopped. What did she say? I forget the exact words, but it was really cool. Great. You know how it's hard to give advice to people that, even though you've lost someone, it's still hard to get that comfort to them. Anyway, so she comforted her, and we started talking about how, and I came out and told her, I said, I don't really believe in this separate heaven thing anymore. I'm not trying to upset anybody, so just bear with me. It's just where I'm at now. I believe in oneness, right? So God is one with us, so he's in and all around. I just don't feel like there is this separate pearly gates with, golden sidewalks and roads or whatever, where you're going to see the person again. It's a tough pill to swallow. So again, I'm not trying to upset anybody. So that's what we're taught and brainwashed with our whole lives, basically, most of us. So I'm done with that. I think we're spirit. He's spirit. It's all spirit. We're here temporarily. Life is but a vapor, and it's beautiful. But you don't. Anyway, so I think we just go back, home to where we came from, not this separate heaven. Like I said, I hope that made sense. Sorry for the long kid.
I mean, what I'm doing is I'm pointing out, like, that, and yes, it's in general. It's not, like, for this one specific city or anything like that. But I'm just saying, like, when you look at stats and stuff like that, there's nothing to suggest, like, as a nation, we have this, like, crazy, insane crime problem that would justify crazy, insane measures, right? But
The two ATVs that came up from the cornfield side at the fire scene now.
Head over to Grantham 4, status check.
Well, I guess if anybody wanted them, I could load up the ones I have and post them about, I mean, oh gosh, the titles of them are fantastic. This one's all about Tischendorf and St. Catherine's Monastery and the whole works, why those manuscripts are not the best. It had just a lot of different titles right there from him.
I mean, even if we looked at, like, these cities, like, is there a crime spike from, now to, let's say, 8 years ago? Like, in Chicago, is there this, like, because Chicago's always had, like, quite a bit of crime. You know what I mean? Is there this huge spike?
Grantham 4, status check. Code 7.
But does there need to be a spike in order to justify trying to tamp down the crime that already exists? Like, basically what you're saying is, okay, I'm cool with this baseline level of crime that we're now experiencing. I'm cool with that crime. We don't really need to take extraordinary measures to tamp that down.
Hello, old friends and foes. How are you? I hope everyone's well. I surely do.
I've got a complaint, 747 Hope Avenue. Caller would not provide any additional information. How's on Home Dispatch? States that there's some sort of fight going on the third floor. He said room 302.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I got an issue with that, right? Because it's using the military, right, which the National Guard is. It is a form of military, right? It's using the military, it's using soldiers to police our cities. It's not good. There's a reason why, our forefathers had a big problem with that, right? Like it's fascistic. It's not great.
11:33. Can you stop traffic on your end so we can let traffic go here?
Absolutely.
Good evening, everyone. Hope all is well this evening.
So I think that you do need a radical justification to do that. Like, I'm not saying it should never, ever, ever be done, but I'm saying things are cruising along pretty normal about how they always have been, and all of a sudden we got this guy flooding our streets with military,
Alright, but I'm sure the people who didn't get murdered in Washington, D.C., in D.C.'s first murder-free week in decades, are probably happy that they didn't get murdered. You know what I'm saying?
There is one new special marine warning.
I just pulled it up, series on the King James Bible by James Knox on YouTube. So he's got 12, 12 videos, and it says 2 unavailable videos are hidden. What are the worst errors in the modern versions? Why we believe the King James Bible, final authority, common agreement versus the King James, KJV English basics, KJV errors, superior glory, 2 Corinthians 11, lesson 7. I don't know how that got in there. Superior glory. Yeah, all of these I don't think King James. The King James Bible is a more sure word. James Knox teaches KJV English. No final authority by James Knox defending the AV 1611. Yeah, this is just something that somebody's put those videos together. Let me go back and see if I can find anything else. There's some shorts. 11 years ago. The worst errors is 5 years ago. The History of the King James, a series. The originals are not necessary, that's part 1. That one was 4 years ago. He's got one on the New King James. Speaking in tongues. No final authority. The originals are not necessary. That's that one again. There's a bunch of them on here, but they're not all together. Let me click on this one. It says a series. Together in your name? The History of the King James podcast. 10 episodes. That's not James Knox. Let's see, the History of the King James part 8. So they're in parts. I don't see one where they're all together. You just have to search for them. I see part 1. Okay, the originals are not necessary. The History of the King James is part 4. And then there's part 10 in that same series. So I don't know how you would get them all together.
Yeah, maybe some of them, maybe some of them, but that just doesn't justify it. And I don't know, I'd have to look into it. Was there really a murder-free week? Was there really, how bad of a problem really was this, Or is it all like just political rhetoric?
Well, I would agree. The point is, it don't matter, right? It don't matter where. But wherever it is, we all go to the same thing. We all breathe, we all turn into the breath. We all, we're all, it's all the same, so, So, and that's what counts. Is that, but it helps us psychologically, and to know this kind of helps too. Because people are in different places. You have to, if it helps somebody to think that, hey, I'm used to seeing that person that way. Because I mean, like I said, my dad came to me when I was hurting. Now, do I think that? It helped. It helped deal with that. So whatever works, right? But do I literally think that? I don't know. But it doesn't. The point is, just like we said about the whole Earth thing, it don't matter. That that's the thing about it. As long as you had love and you have love for them, that's what counts. That the idea that the love still remains. Nothing can destroy that, right? And that's the important thing about it.
Oh, please do look into it. Let me know what you find, because if I'm wrong, I want to know, obviously. But also, I want to go back to something you said. Trump is still trying to go into Chicago. Federal courts blocked that, and he's now appealed to the Supreme Court to try to go into Chicago.
32, I'm 23. 29 and I are clear from the crash. And we do believe the caller was Gifford McCollum per the phone number that we have.
No, I think they need to go in Chicago. I mean, it's all right. I mean, the fucking people in the streets are fucking illegal immigrants. They have an automatic firearms, fully automatic, against the police department that has almost semi-automatic firearms. So, I think we need to beef up the guns.
469 1120.
No. Here's the thing: is the framework is not. There's no framework needed to like convince other people. These people, there is that too. There are going to be some other people you're going to have to explain it to genocide the world, but it's not just that.
Now, you brought up founders. Yes, the founders were very much opposed to standing armies, particularly in times of peace. Obviously, the world has changed. Every country has a standing army now. But the fact is, because they were opposed to standing armies, they created something called the militia, which is now called the National Guard.
7 IIG,
Corey, Windsor County 13.
2410.
And they specifically said that these, the militia, which is what it was referred to back then, would be deployed in order to quell rebellion or unrest, things like that. So I would make the argument that Trump is actually using them exactly how they were intended to be used, as long as he keeps it the National Guard and not the Marines.
You need to take that one back to Whippersnapper. The militia is not the National Guard. The militia is an anti-government symbolism group. Anti-government. They can't be a part of the government. So militia cannot be a part of the army.
Right. I agree. That is the important. So, just so we're going home. So when people say, "Yeah, we're going home, going to heaven," and I just try to say, "Amen," even though it's not. I don't think it's a literal. Look, here's the thing: we're not our body minds. You have to let go of that. Your body and your brain and your skin and your shoes are not going into heaven. They Sheol. They go back. We go back into the ground, but we're not this body. We are spirit, soul. So we go back home. And people hold on to this body mind so much that they think that we're gonna be in heaven, hold it, and that's fine, whatever. But that's not reality to me, I don't think.
What a beautiful day. I'm back from the party. Oh, yay, yay, yay.
You're wrong, Timmy. I would encourage you to go read the Federalist Papers, particularly go read Federalist 48, where Alexander Hamilton talks explicitly about the militia. John Jay talks about the militia. George Mason talked about the militia. When asked who the militia were, he said, all of us. We're all the militia.
She had fun. She had fun. Heck yeah. I need movies to watch. I've watched every single movie. There's nothing else to watch.
No, because it's not a rebellion. It's not a revolution. It's not a revolt or a rebellion against the government or whatnot. It's just like, hey, this city has kind of a high crime rate. You know what I mean? But I want to narrow down to what we're talking about. So we're gonna hone in on DC here. It sounds like DC is kind of your main example of.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Louisiana.
A city that is so crime-ridden that it justifies bringing in soldiers to police it. So what years are we talking about? When is this huge spike of crime that happened? How much did it spike? These are the questions we need to start getting into.
I mean, people will come up with all kinds of high-minded moral justifications for the bad actions they take. But in the end, it does come down to, we just don't want you to exist anymore.
Well, the 5-2 world, definitely.
How could you not see God in every little thing, every little moment? How could you not see God? I killed the daggone channel. Come on now.
Can we agree that any instance of crime is too much crime? Look, I can already anticipate your argument about, if you had one crime in a town, does that justify bringing in the National Guard? We can talk about that, but my question to you is any instance of crime too much crime?
Yes, but you can show 11 and 9, 10 and 24.
Montshire has the vehicle, and all units are clear.
No, I wouldn't say that. Am I against crime? Yes, right? Because what we're talking about is an ends justifies the means scenario here, right? Every city is going to have some element of crime. A counter question I could ask you is any means of tamping down crime justifiable? Right? It's just we're talking about the means here.
I don't think you should be dressed as Santa.
Why not?
It's confusing to children who think you're Santa. You're mixing politics.
What about a man who dressed like...
I don't care.
Wait, what?
You're confusing to kids.
So, people dressing up as a fictional character is confusing to kids, but men dressing up as women isn't confusing to kids? Got it.
The guy was dressed as a Santa, and he says he had a sign saying trans women are men. And the lady came out and said all that.
I mean, I'm just saying, so if we wanted to talk about a threshold of crime that would justify bringing in the National Guard, and where we would put that threshold, I think that's a legitimate debate. It's a valid argument. However, so we can argue about whether Trump bringing the Guard into D.C. was justified. That's a whole separate argument. However, what I am saying is, if what I saw is true, that crime in D.C. is down 86%, and it's experienced its first murder-free week in forever, if those two things are true, that's excellent.
Yeah, it sounds a little like too good to be true. Like 86%, right? Yeah, I don't know. And there's a lot of fucking propaganda with the media and shit. You know, you never know what to believe. You know, it's like that's the story that Trump would want printed in the headlines. You know, that's kind of why I'm skeptical towards it.
Damn, y'all. Right in the middle of talking a deep conversation about death and heaven. Damn, just leaves me there, man. I don't know if that's right, yeah.
But, I mean, here's the thing is, like, a high crime rate, even asking the question, like, what's the justifiable threshold for, you know, to justify the military being used for crime, like how high should crime have to be before it's justified? That's almost carrying it with it the assumption that there is such a line of crime. Like this idea of using soldiers to bring crime rates down is a new idea. You know what I mean?
I love Jesus, but I cuss a little. I got a phone call. I'll be right back.
Like, it's not even a given that there's any amount of, like, crime that soldiers should be brought in to handle. Like, really the question is, like, what other means are there for handling that problem other than the military? Like, you know, do we need to increase the police force? Do we need to change laws so police are a little less inhibited? Like, there's many ways of solving this problem without going right to military.
Alright, man. Thanks a lot. Love you. Long time.
I got 4 on board, 1 hour, and 20 minutes of fuel heading over your way, so in 4 minutes out, 1, 2.
Copy that. 4 souls, 1 hour, 20 minutes of fuel, and headed back.
I agree with you, but in order to employ those measures, you'd have to have buy-in from local officials, which control the police force. And you don't have that buy-in, right? They don't seem all that interested in trying to do what Trump is doing. So Trump's like, I want to do something about it, so I'm going to use the only means available to me to do something about it.
23, guys.
Just running 1041, please.
Okay.
Well, how are you going to do that buy-in when the cops have funded themselves and they're to the left? The actual police departments in some cities have actually turned in their badges, turned in their suits, and they don't even have to do it no more. They don't have a police station.
So very thankful, incredibly grateful, unbelievably blessed. I can do all things through Christ, who strengthens me. That's Philippians 4:10. That's not talking about just believing in Jesus, like picturing him in your head, so then you can, you know, win a marathon. Come on. We know what that means, right? I think. Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get an amen?
So in other words, Dale, if the absolute shill potted plant, who is currently the mayor of Chicago, was like, yeah, I'm actually serious about tamping down this crime, and I want to do measures within my city and within my power to tamp it down, then I would totally agree that Trump had no business bringing in the National Guard. But you just, like I said, you don't have that buy-in.
South Rally. Man, go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's, but even that, like, you know, even that, like, assuming that is the case, that, you know, and there's a lot of givens in there, assuming it is the case that, you know, these cities are completely derelict of their duty of policing, and there's nothing that can be done, and that's exactly why, and for no other reason, Trump is intervening in this. If I were to just grant you all of that as being on point, I still think there's a big problem with it. You know what I mean? Like with the president superseding local jurisdictions and their authority over their state to do things in different ways, and just using the raw power of the federal government to enforce his will. You know.
Why does the government issue a fucking police officer a fucking 9mm and it's only semi-automatic? Only semi-automatic. He's not allowed to have a fucking fully automatic firearm. But the gang member that's coming after him, that's doing drugs down the street, has a fully automatic firearm. How come he can't have a fully automatic firearm to protect himself?
So it sounds like your objection is philosophical and not practical. Not like you're not like objectifying to the, or you're not objecting to the facts on the ground. You're objecting on a philosophical basis, and I can respect that. I can respect that. I mean, I really don't have anything to add to that.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
For Darcom.
10-12, perfect.
12.
10-8.
That, Dart 2, go ahead.
Hey, Dart 2 is switching over to talk to the ED. We're about 8 minutes out.
Copy that. 8 minutes out.
I think I answered my question when I was looking asking you, man. So you're still gonna like move around me?
Well, I found it's not the whole series on one page. Let's see what I got. Not in order. Part 10, 8, 9, and 10's right there. 7, 6, 5, 3. Okay, part 4's down there. 2, 1. Yeah, they're all there. 10 of them. But what I would do is find it on my phone. I looked it up on the big computer. I don't have Zello on it. But I can go to that site, and what it is Antioch Baptist Church, and that's where he preached it at the school. So you got some sermons from the church, but you'll have to scroll down through a good bit of the videos. I mean, a good long ways. Just keep scrolling. Scrolling. Keep on scrolling. But I'll put the link in there. Do you want that? And you'll have to scroll down to find James Knox. And all 10 lessons are there.
I'm trying not to be rude to you, Timmy. I don't want to be rude to you. I want to change that aspect of myself. I don't want to just attack you. So I'm just talking around you. That's the best way I can show respect towards you. But I will answer your question. It's because we don't want cops out there with automatic weaponry. The police are militarized enough as it is.
It's not that it's philosophical or not philosophical, right? It's like, I feel like what you're picking up on there is that, like, I'm not being pragmatic, meaning that, like, pragmatism is basically like, hey, do whatever works. As long as it works, then that's good, right? Results, only results. That is not where I'm coming from. Right, so you're right in that sense. I'm like, no, there's right and wrong outside of, just because you do a thing and that thing produces measurable good results in one area or another, or from one aspect or another, does not therefore mean that that thing is good to do, right? And there's all kinds of places where you can find examples of this, right? So
I think, in my opinion, if I ran police departments, I would tell all my fucking police officers to fucking carry fully automatic firearms. Because gangbangers on the streets got it, fucking stupid ass nigger on the corners got it, fucking both kids have even got trigger bouncers on their fucking 9mm. I mean, come on now. They need heavier guns.
Yeah, there's really not much crime committed with quote-unquote fully automatic weaponry. You gotta go look at the stats, man. It's a very small problem, actually. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, your objections are philosophical. So that there's nothing really that I can do to change your mind on that because they're philosophical.
I think I've done that before. Are they in those 10 lessons? Oh, I don't know if your finger's still on it or not, but 10 lessons. I think there's about 10. Yeah. Are any numbers missing? Are they in order or not? Because I think maybe sometimes he maybe took a break of it for one region or the other, and it might be missing some numbers.
Well, I don't like the way you're putting that, right? Because it's arguably any idea or argument of ideas is philosophical. Like, it's all philosophical, right? But, aside from that, it's like you're either going to do whatever works because it works, because it produces good results, or, you're recognizing, like, things are more complicated than that, right? And there's, like, just because a thing works.
Upper Valley 2.
You wasn't paying attention to me. Why? Yeah, I said they're all there, there are 10 of them. Alright, I'm back to it now. They're not in order. So you got, when you scroll down to it, you got the History of the King James Bible, the Modern Versions by James Knox. Part 9, then you got Part 10, then you got Part 8, then you got Part 7, 6, 5, and the only ones out of order, the next one should be Part 4, but it's Part 3. So then it goes Part 3, back to Part 4, and then you got Part 1, and then Part 2. So in the earlier numbers, they're a little bit out of order, but there is 10 lessons there, all 10 of them. They're just not exactly in order.
Upper Valley 2. Ambulance 2, just inquiring if you still need us here.
Doesn't make that thing good. Also, Timmy, that's kind of retarded because, as Whipper said, yes, very few, gangs and criminals actually are operating with fully automatic weapons. Also, there's no rule that says cops can't use fully automatic weapons. SWAT teams use fully automatics fucking all the time, you know what I mean? Why a regular cop doesn't have one is because you really don't need it. It's kind of stupid to use from a standing position anyways. They've got plenty of firepower.
Open 12. Yeah. I have Mr. Porter on line, returning the call.
One ambulance here or two?
Top one. I do not have great service right now. Let them know I can get my 21 in 5 or 10 minutes. Thanks.
Don't mind hanging out? That would be great. We've got a lot of guys up there still. Appreciate it.
You know, the thugs and the niggers and the fucking gangbangers all over the streets. The fucking drug dealers have better firearms than the fucking police. I'm telling you, the cops need heavier guns. Why the fuck are they going to go up and stand up against somebody that's got a fucking fully automatic AK-47 when they got a pistol, a pussy pistol, and a 9mm Glock? Just throw them a little bit.
Saturday, October 18, 2025. Time is 6 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly what I remember. And oh yeah, my daughter walked in at the same time, but no, I could listen. Okay, so does it say what year they're from? It feels like it was like 2015, 24, somewhere around there.
Right, but yeah, Whipper, to put it better is like kind of the example I used earlier is like, the reason why I'm not a pragmatist, right? Like where results aren't the only thing that matters when you're thinking about what the right thing to do is like I said, if your kids are noisy and you want them to be less noisy, if you hit them, they'll be less noisy. It does work, right? But it's wrong. You shouldn't hit the kids,
It's 3 p.m. Arizona time, and this is 50,000 unstoppable watts.
4 years ago, when they were posted. 4 years ago, so that would have been 2021.
Is it pro-American or hate America? I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. No King's protest against President Trump bring a street party vibe to cities across the U.S. today, as Republicans call them hate America rallies. Democratic Senator Adam Schiff took part in the one in D.C.
We are gathered on this great mall to defend our democracy, to say hell no to kings. We are not going back.
Republicans argue the protests are an effort to distract from the government shutdown, but No Kings organizers say they're rallying against the abuse of power, such as deploying U.S. military to U.S. soil. One protester compared the marches to that of the Boston Tea Party protest against King George in 1773. And this as the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to allow it to deploy National Guard troops to the Chicago area after a lower court put a hold on that.
Justice Department lawyers suggest federal troops and federal buildings are at risk from violent mobs without support from the National Guard. The Chicago-based 7th Circuit Court of Appeals, in its ruling Thursday, says in part the facts do not justify the president's actions in Illinois. The High Court is asking for opposition's response to the administration's filing by 5 p.m. on Monday.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Forecasters are warning tornadoes are possible in the Mississippi Valley today.
The risk of severe weather actually increases as it moves a little further east. Big cities like Memphis and Little Rock could all see some of this severe weather And the biggest threat in that severe weather outlook could be tornadoes. You're looking at spots like Little Rock over towards Memphis, but really up and down the entire Mississippi Delta here, especially as you get late in this afternoon into the early evening hours. This will really be an event that's fueled by daytime heating.
Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz. And President Trump confirms the U.S. is sending those survivors from those smuggling boat strikes back to Ecuador and Colombia. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, it's your mobile hotspot. I can handle a lot, but the other night with everyone live streaming Uncle Miguel at your karaoke party? So many devices, I had trouble keeping up. But Cox Home Internet can keep up with all of it. Plus, get one unlimited Cox mobile line free for a whole year when you bundle with Cox Internet. Just $55 a month for 300 megabits per second. Switch today. Mobile speeds reduced to max 1.5 megabits per second after 20 gigabits per month use. Limited time offer, new customers. Actual speeds may vary. Other restrictions may apply.
The Marine Corps is celebrating its 250th birthday this weekend.
There's going to be an amphibious drill as well as a live fire demonstration. The Marines basically showing off everything they have at their disposal through land, air, and sea. But it is that live firing of artillery that is becoming a bit of a controversy. There was some confusion about how the live fire demonstrations would impact the surrounding area, namely Interstate 5. At the time, California Governor Gavin Newsom said he's going to shut down the highway. Then the Marine Corps stipulated that, it's going to be fine. They're going to have safety precautions in place. But then we are learning a section of Interstate 5 will, in fact, be closed. Governor Newsom says organizers haven't been clearly sharing their specific plans with state officials. He says President Trump is putting ego over responsibility and is using the military to intimidate people who don't agree with him.
Fox's Matt Finn at Camp Pendleton, California. As the government shutdown continues, GOP Congressman Mike Rogers says layoffs may be coming to the National Nuclear Security Administration.
They will have to lay off 80% of their employees. These are not employees that you want to go home. They're managing and handling a very important strategic asset for us. They need to be at work and being paid.
Democrats won't support a spending bill unless it extends health care benefits. And in New York City mayor's race, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo tells Fox News one of his opponents, socialist Zohran Mamdani, is wrong on so many points.
This anti-police, anti-public safety, anti-criminal justice, no jails, no prison, deconstruct the carceral state, whatever that means. They are rigid in their beliefs. It's codified, and that's who he is. Among the things
Mamdani supports is giving residents free buses and childcare. Republican Curtis Sliwa significantly trails Cuomo and Mamdani. I'm Carmen Roberts. This is Fox News.
It's Will Tane Country. Watch it live at noon Eastern Monday through Thursday at foxnews.com or on the Fox News YouTube channel. And don't miss the show. Listen and follow the podcast 5 days a week at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
No, I totally agree with you. It'd be like saying, well, we should ban all guns because if we banned guns, there'd probably be less gun crime. You're right. The means would lead to a good end, but I'm not cool with the means. So you're basically saying the same thing by, except apply it to the National Guard on the street.
Oh, yeah, okay, good. So that is a newer one, because I kind of had the old ones, but yeah. Oh, thanks, awesome. Yeah. Because, with these people, everywhere I see, the people are just losing the truth, losing the strong doctrine of the word, so, my gosh, Okay, well, great. I'm going to look at that clip, okay? Not clip, but, link, yeah.
Grantham 4 status check.
I get it. I respect it. I think it's valid to object sort of the National Guard on the street. Right? I'm not even saying that I'm necessarily cool with it. But I don't like the way you frame it. You frame it as in like there are these soldiers out there beating people over the head with billy clubs. I haven't seen evidence of that.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Louisiana.
Over to Grantham 4, status check.
All set on check.
Received.
Alright, well, give me a minute to find it on my phone. And, so I guess I will share the link for lesson 1, and then you can click on, once you go to lesson 1, it may have it listed, I don't know, but you will have to go to the website. If not, you have to click on that website for the link, and that's going to take you to Antioch Baptist Bible Institute. So I guess they have a school, and you tell that to the students. So that's the best I can do for you, is send you a link to part 1 that was 4 years ago. And then you can find the other ones from there. You should be able to. Get your daughter to help you. You can't see it, that girl.
You ever seen evidence of that? You haven't seen evidence of the fucking ICE officers sitting there fucking dragging people down the middle of the street, throwing them in the cars and shit? You haven't seen it? I have.
Don't you dare walk my living phone right now.
It's not that serious. Just drive when I'm done.
I promise you, you better not step on these living room floors.
Or what?
We are here at the scene where a woman killed her husband because he stepped on the floor while she was mopping. Has the woman already been arrested?
Not yet. We're waiting for the floor to dry.
Don't you dare walk.
You're talking about ICE officers. You're not talking about National Guard.
Yeah, I'm not even framing it that way. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying they're out there beating the shit out of people. ICE is, definitely. I would frame my ICE argument in that way. But no, that's not the problem I have with it. The problem I have with it is, even if they are of the utmost professional character and, you know, in how they're operating and everything like that, the message that an armed dude, you know, a uniformed camouflage fatigue with a plate carrier and a rifle and a combat helmet patrolling the street of the city sends, like, just that message, what it sends.
Moogle.
What's up, bro?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just got home from my daughter's party. Relaxing.
Yeah, my problem is my eyes aren't that great, but I am the computer technician for the family, so that's a bad mix, huh? But anyway, no, I'll be able to do that. I'll be fine with that. That's awesome. I didn't realize he had a newer one like that, and now I do know. So it's cool.
Hey, Light, you got it on, Light?
You know, MRAPs and Humvees driving down the road. You know what I mean? Working with law enforcement and stuff like that. Like, it is, I'm fundamentally against that. I think our forefathers were against that. And there's better ways to get it done. Also, I want to call upon Tinks, my Jamie researcher. Tinks, I need you to start Googling crime stats in D.C. so we can start bringing some numbers up.
You got a daughter? You sound young to have a daughter.
200 South.
Oh yeah, I'm 34. Yeah, you still sound young. I was actually just wondering about that. Do I still sound young? Yay. I don't sound old yet. I feel old.
Roger that. 2 minutes out.
I totally agree with you. You know, it is bad optics. I agree with that. But also, I'd like to go and talk to the people, the good people, hell, even the bad people that live in these areas, and see what their views on it are. I really would, because I know there are people out there who are enjoying the increased presence, who are glad that it is happening.
When I get your age, I'll probably feel like that too.
You're younger than me, and you're like very respectful, and like you talk like a very like, how do you put it? A rich, respectful, well-raised person. I would have expected you to be well older than me.
Yeah, I just put somebody new in your channel today too, so I have to go see what she was calling herself. Yeah.
Landing assured.
I'm telling you, the guns that fucking police officers have, there's a same chance to what fucking some of the kids on the streets, the kid drug dealers, they're packing around. They're packing around fully automatic fucking ARs that fucking pit and right so they cope. Miniature ARs. They're carrying around Dracos now. Miniature AK-47.
No, significantly younger. That's kind that you said, yes, a lot of people do pick up on that, and they say that. Yeah, I guess. I study a lot. I've always tried to work hard and do as much as I can for myself, and it's worked out okay. I'll put it that way. But no, I don't have any children. I don't think I would want to. I mean, it's... You know, what legacy will I leave behind? That's a big question, but, and everything that I amass, which is, compared to the average person, very substantial. Anyway, that's not for me to worry about.
Timmy, with due respect, you don't know what you're talking about. A semi-automatic AR-15 is more effective than a fully automatic AK-47. When you're talking about like urban warfare and shit like that. Perfectly capable of gunfighting. The only time you'd have an argument that AK-47 is better is fixed on a bipod from the prone position.
I love God, but some of his children get on my nerves.
You know, with the drum mag, you know, and then even still, you've got problems. It's kind of a shit gun. It doesn't have really long range or anything like that. Trust me, the cops are doing fine. They got plenty of guns. Yeah, there's just better ways to do it, Whipper. We don't need the military to do these things. You know, and those people might be happy, but would they be happier if the cops just started doing a better job and had the same result?
You know, why should I have to worry about being the tail end to provide for someone else for the next, you know? It's not my thing to worry about.
Maybe one day. Until then, yeah, I understand. I think I should have thought the same way. Should have lived my life before jumping right into the family.
Do a better job and get better firearms. And them, and every police, they should be protected and fucking, you know, the community should want to buy them heavier guns. So they can deal with heavier fucking felons, heavier fucking crime wars and shit, you know? That's the only got fucking over the shoulder fucking fired RPGs.
Alright, there you go. The History of the King James Bible by Pastor James Knox, Part 1. So you may have to click on the church site if you know how to do that. You know, so you can see all their videos. Let me click on it and see what happens. Let me get off of that one. Click on the link. Alright, and it's Antioch Baptist Church. Okay, part 2 comes up. So maybe after you watch part 2, part 3 may come up. If not, click on the church website and find the next part.
Well, are you still with your partner, I guess, yeah? Or your wife or whatever?
Quite frankly, you're listening to 50,000 Unstoppable Watts.
Yep. I think we're going on either. We're finally at 12 years. We're going on. No, we hit 10 years. We're going on 11 years. 2014.
Absolutely, police could get the job done. But again, you run into the problem of no buy-in from from the Democrats who run these cities, who have told police, stand down. So could police do the job? Absolutely. If you tell them that they can actually go ahead and be police officers.
Well, that's good then. You don't have anything to regret. And you shouldn't, because it seems like it's worked out good for you.
The only regret was not meeting her family. No, I'm joking. Yeah. No, we had our ups and downs. We worked through them. We just don't give up. I notice that's one thing we stand highly. These newer people, these newer relationships, they'd rather throw it away because of political views or something like that instead of working together. Or, they get into an argument where...
Yeah, I mean, and I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's that bad, and it's that derelict where it's justifying such an extreme measure. In my opinion, it is an extreme measure. And here's another question is, are there other ways to twist the arm of these cities to get them to actually start policing, right? Can you threaten to pull funding if they don't, blah, 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 and all that shit?
Okay, well, I got that. Yeah, I can do that. Sure enough. All right, that's great. And maybe you'll show me that history also back in the back. But that's great. I mean, I'm happy to have an updated one.
Probably. Now, I have some numbers for you. Please, nobody interrupt. This will only take a second. All right? Response to federal surge. Following a surge of federal law enforcement agents in August 2025, Bowser, who is the mayor of D.C., credited the intervention with contributing to the drop in crime rates, including an 87% reduction in carjackings within a 20-day period, a 45% decrease in violent crime, and a 15% drop in overall crime during the same period, along with fewer gun crimes and homicides. All right. Recent data, October 2025. As of mid-October 2025, official data shows homicides are down 25% compared to the previous year. All other major crime categories, including property crime, also saw declines.
Yeah. It's a throwaway culture. That's what it is. I mean, same with food. People throw away food all the time. Clothes. People wear clothes and they throw them away. You go back in time, people would, keep clothes, for decades. You know what I mean? They wouldn't throw away old stuff, and they would keep a phone, and they would keep that for as long as they could. They wouldn't get a new iPhone every few months. So it's not just with people, but it's with materials as well. It's a throwaway society. Everyone throws away stuff. Everything's temporary, disposable. I wrote a song called Disposable Love, and it's a bit like that. Makes me think of that again.
Well, I can play a little bit of this. Of course, I'm interested in all this stuff too. I can play it in the channel, because I'm going to be sitting here for a little while. And you might can hear the humming of the CD duplicator running. But once I start the audio, it'll drown it out.
Wednesday TV is heading your way to 232, Blue 10.
Well, it doesn't look like there's too much else happening right now, so that would be cool.
Throwaway culture, I like that. Is that an actual thing, or is that just like a word you made up on the spot?
No, it's just a word, a phrase that I came up with myself. A throwaway culture. I like it is, with clothes and shoes and, let's say a girl, she'll wear a jumper. Oh, that's it, I'm bored of this, I want another jumper. Oh, I can't wear the same jumper 3 times, the girls at school will think I'm poor, so throw it away when it's perfectly good. I'm not like that. I mean, I've got trousers here I've worn for maybe 10 years. They've got holes in them. I've got shoes which have got holes in them and they're cracked at the side, and I've had them for about 8-9 years. And I'm someone who, I've got a property, no mortgage, I paid it all off, and my net assets are in the millions. But I dress like I've got nothing because I don't care. I don't care what I look like, and I keep on to stuff. But I see other people who have infinitely less money than I do, yet they throw everything away. That's probably why they have less than me, because their expenditure is through the roof, It's stupid. Oh, I've got to get the new iPhone, I can't use this one. This phone I'm speaking to you on now, it's about 7 years old, and it works fine for me. Why do I need a new phone? It's got a few scratches on it, but who cares,
So that's the very Democrat black mayor of D.C. Those are numbers that she testified to at a House Oversight Committee. Even she's not like a big fan of Trump, but even she's got to admit, hey, I mean, it is working, regardless if you agree with it or not.
And so you brought a new lady in. I don't see her in the channel. I think Mississippi James got somebody in too. Seemed like there were two new females, and one of them keyed up. I think the one James brought in keyed up, and maybe the one you brought in. I heard her say, "Okay, I'm here. I'm in the channel," or maybe that was Judith. I think Judith got one in too. I don't know. But anyway, we'll be on the lookout for them. Try to make them feel welcome.
Yeah, I just think there's, I think, she may not have even been in support of it, right? She may have just copped to the statistics, but it doesn't mean she's supporting the action. She may still say, yeah, but I disagree with, using the military for this and blah, 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 blah. What is the period that we're talking about here? What's the period of time?
13M40, 75.
Well, the one I gave you was compared to a year ago, so that's within 1 year, right? And hold on, I thought I heard something. Sorry. Anyway, you're right. She probably doesn't support the surge in National Guard being in her city. That's what gives it credibility. She doesn't support it, but even she has to admit it's working.
Yeah, well, I can get you the name. She isn't, she's trying to look through the history, and she said, I don't have the history you do. I said, but that's because you weren't on the thing. So anyway, I'm trying to find it myself, because I have to remember what she put as her name.
County 13M480, 75. M480, Windsor County 13.
Yeah, I still want to dig in and get numbers here, right? Like I said, stats are stats. If someone asks her and goes, has there been a, so much percent drop in this kind of crime, and she goes, yes, there has, but I don't know if that's, it's working or it's good or,
75 Vermont Pleasure, King, Victor, Boy, 621, Heartland Brownsville Road by the Skunk Hollow Tavern.
But people put that psychology, that philosophy, into relationships, into people. They get bored of people quickly. They want to change. They want to move on. They don't. Yeah. So, when your psyche does that materialistically, it starts to do it with people as well, without you even thinking.
Again, you cut out on the first part of that plate. I got King Boy 621. King, Victor, Boy. Square.
But, Kinks, are you in there? Are you listening? I'm seeing if I've got, if I can have you start Googling stuff for me so we can pull up. Just get a real broad picture of DC. Please let me know what you find. Because if I'm wrong, I want to know. Most people don't care if they're wrong. But I do. Because I don't want to be putting misinformation out there. Here's another thing that I just found for you. I'd like to read that. Give me just a second. Yes, D.C. experienced a 12-day period without a homicide in late August 2025, which ended on August 25th with a deadly shooting. Before this incident, the city had celebrated nearly 2 weeks without any murders, following a federal law enforcement surge and a declaration of a crime emergency by President Trump.
All right, I'll start the audio. Might be a little things in the background, but hopefully it won't pick it up too bad. I think all I'm going to get done is 120 CDs for today. What to call it.
Yeah, this is not the one Judy did. Yes, she did one from where she's at. So this is different.
Shit, what was I going to say? Damn it. Oh, yeah. No, I was just going to say that, it's not even that I'm looking for any one thing in particular, right? It's just that I want to see, where crime has been at. It's not even to prove a point or anything. I just want, a bird's eye view of, where crime has been at in D.C., where it's at now, how that compares to other similar cities in the country, all that kind of shit, just to put my eyes on it and kind of see what it is we're working with here.
10 sessions together here over 5 nights. We will, these will be varying lengths. Some of these lessons work out to be a good deal longer than others. But our purpose is to help you to understand that there is a faith basis for believing that we have a perfect inerrant Bible, but there's also a historical basis for believing that we have a perfect and inerrant Bible. I'm going to start with an illustration, and then I'll explain to you the need of the hour. If the representatives of your nation violate the laws of the land, your Congress, your Senate violates the laws of the land, there is an appeal that can be made to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not to act independently, they're not to act arbitrarily. They're supposed to make certain that nothing is placed upon you and nothing is done to you or for you that violates the Constitution of the United States of America. Everything rises or falls on that Constitution. If you reach a place in a nation where there is no absolute and final appeal to a written Constitution that is held by all parties to be the final authority, then lawlessness ensues and there's nothing you can do about it. People understand that in a political realm. The purpose of Satan is not to deny a belief in God. It's not to do away with ministers. It's not to do away with churches. In fact, if you read the New Testament epistles, you will find that after the resurrection of Christ, you don't read too much about people being possessed with devils, cutting themselves, running about in tombs, and so forth. You read about ministers of righteousness. You read about doctrines of devils. The purpose of Satan today is the very same as it was in the garden. Yea, hath God said. Because you see, if we can make a denominational priesthood our final authority, then everyone can do as they please. If we make the pastor the final authority, the deacon board the final authority, then people can do as they please. Your pastor, some of you have been you are retired pastors or ministers. I've been a minister for a long, long time. There's nothing you can do with someone whose final authority is God spoke to me. I have peace about it. And people do the most incredibly wrong things because you point them to the Bible, so the Bible says, and they say, well, I just know how the Lord led me. So without a final authority that we have all agreed upon, we cannot function as individuals or families or churches in a way that's pleasing to the Lord. Now here's the problem. If you were to go off to a Bible college or a Bible school, conservative or liberal, fundamental or extreme modernist, the approach to the Bible is almost identical. They may have a different set of principles they deny. They may have more things that they deny in a liberal school than in a conservative school, but in the classroom, you will be told that, well, there are errors in the Bible, there are mistakes in the Bible, there are problems with the translation of the Bible, and we really don't know for certain what the Bible should say because we don't have, and here we go, the originals. But then the graduate stands in the pulpit and criticizes the Bible the church members have and say, well, this verse isn't translated correctly because it doesn't match the original. Right. So he's taught in school that there are no originals, which is correct. Right. Therefore, he can't believe what he has, which is incorrect. But then when he gets his diploma and stands in the pulpit, he says, you can't believe the Bible you have in your lap because it doesn't match the original. And he knows when he says that he's lying because he knows he doesn't have the original, his professors didn't have the original, and so forth. So here's what we're going to do in the first session for the week. I want to show you that it is not necessary to have or to possess the originals. But am I not on? Am I on now? Now that one wasn't that one was not my fault. That was somebody else's fault. Yeah, we're going to fall on you eventually anyways. All right, so let's consider what the Bible says about the original manuscripts. Anybody ever heard of the original manuscripts? Anybody ever seen the original manuscripts? Anybody ever been told what museum the original manuscripts are housed in? All right, come with me to Exodus chapter 24. A lot of scripture in our first session, and then a lot of historical material in the second tonight. Exodus chapter 24. I don't want to speak this week as though I am talking down to you by speaking to you of things that all of you know, and I should know that you know them, but at the same time, if I assume that you know some of these things and I don't cover them, then I've failed to do my job properly. So the Bible says here in Exodus 24:9, then went Moses and Aaron and Nadab and Abihu and 70 of the elders of Israel, and they saw the God of Israel. And there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were, the body of heaven in his clearness. Don't you wish someone could paint that for you? I'd like to see that. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he laid not his hand. Also they saw God, and did eat and drink. And the Lord said unto Moses, come up to me into the mount and be there. I like that. Come up and be there. Sometimes we come to church, but we don't be there. I want you to come, I want you to be there. And I will give thee tables of stone, and a law and commandments which I have written, that thou mayest teach them. Doesn't that sound exciting? God is going to write upon tables of stone his commandments and give them to Moses, and then he'll pass them on to the nation. Exodus 31. Exodus chapter 31. And let's start at verse 18. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of God. Now, if you are ever going to make an argument that any part of Scripture was scripted, not by man but by God, this would be the place. This is not Moses taking dictation and writing on the tables of stone. This is Moses communing and fellowshipping with God. At the end of that time of fellowship, God says, here, I wrote this. And God gives Moses these tables of stone written with the very finger of God. Would you not agree those are original manuscripts? And those original manuscripts, if you believe anything at all in the Bible, you have to acknowledge those original manuscripts are the Word of God. They are actually written by God himself. All right, so Exodus 32, you know the story. When the people saw that Moses delayed to come down of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron and said unto him, up, make us gods which should go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what has become of him. And this is why, to this day, pastors don't take long vacations, because you just don't know what the youth pastor will do while he's gone. And they got this whole golden calf thing going. They brought in some contemporary music and got to dancing about, and down comes Moses from off the mountain. And the Bible says, in verse 15, and Moses turned and went down to the mount, and the 2 tables of the testimony were in his hand. The tables were written on both their sides. On the one side and on the other were they written, which kind of messes up all the pictures that you've seen of Moses holding the 10 Commandments and so forth. And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God graven upon the tables. Pretty clear. Pretty clear. Wouldn't you say? Yeah. All right, verse number 20. So he comes down, Moses comes down, he sees this golden calf, people dancing around the golden calf, and says in verse 17, when Joshua heard the voice of the people as they shouted and said unto Moses, there was a noise of war in the camp. And he said, it is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, nor the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the voice of them that sing do I hear. So all he could hear from the car next to him was the bass, and it sounded like artillery fire, but it was really music when they got closer. They found out people were singing. It came to pass, as soon as he came nigh to the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moses' anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands and brake them beneath the mount. The original manuscripts never made it to the first meeting of the congregation. Moses destroys the originals before he gets down off the mountain. Now, I'm not finding fault with Moses because God doesn't with what he did in the passage, but you can understand if the preservation of the Word of God was left up to man. The very first time God wrote anything and gave it to man, look at the job man did preserving and protecting it. Moses isn't going into apostasy. Moses isn't going liberal. Moses hasn't decided he doesn't believe some of the doctrines. He just lost his temper. and smash the table. What do you think? Smash the golden calf, smash Aaron, smash the people playing the music. But he smashes the tables that God wrote on with his finger. Which would be a great sermon to preach someday about anger, gentlemen. You just lose your mind. And you do things if you're thinking you wouldn't do them, but you can't get off and go there right. So, there's your originals. They're gone. And there's no effort made whatsoever to piece them back together. Come to chapter 34. Exodus 34 and verse number 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, Hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables which thou breakest. Now here's some really, really good news. And this is why I choose to be a Bible believer. I choose to believe in the preservation of an inerrant Scripture. Here's why. I have no confidence in man. I have no confidence in man. But I believe God remembers what he said. I mean, what the law rests upon is that the God who wrote the original manuscripts, which Moses destroyed, when Moses gets back up on the mountain, God doesn't have to call a council together and say, anybody remember what that 5th commandment was? Anybody, I kind of remember the front side, but when I get over the back side, I get a little foggy. Anybody remember what I wrote on the back of that table? Like, sitting here tonight, if you believe at all in a mighty God, the creator of heaven and earth, it's not a stretch for you to believe that he remembers what he wrote on the first set of the tables of stone, and that he could reproduce it if he had to use Moses or Aaron or the band director or one of the people that had been dancing around the calf. It's not dependent upon their scholarship, their skill, their fidelity. It depends on God wanting man to have what he said. So the Bible says in chapter 34, verse 27, And the Lord said to Moses, Write now these words. After the tenor of these words, I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. And he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the tables the words of the covenant, the 10 Commandments. Now this time, God doesn't write on the tables with his finger. This time, Moses is left to engrave upon those stones the words that God gave for him to write. Deuteronomy chapter 10. Deuteronomy chapter number 10. And verse number 1. Deuteronomy chapter 10 and verse number 1. This is the recall of the history that you were just reading. At that time the Lord said unto me, Hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and come up unto me into the mount, and make thee an ark of wood. And I will write on the tables the words that were in the first tables, which thou breakest, and thou shalt put them in the ark. You see what you got in Deuteronomy 10, verse 2, that you didn't get in Exodus? Look at verse 2, go again again. And I will write on the tables of stone, and I'll write on the tables the words that were in the first tables which thou breakest. This is a copy, not an original. In fact, it's a copy not from the original. It is a copy given by God that matches what was in the original manuscript that was destroyed. Now, look, here's all I'm going to say to you at the start of our week. You cannot read that and then dismiss the idea that God could preserve the very words that were in the original, and that you could trust that you have the words of God even if you don't have the original to compare them to. Now, I've read probably somewhere between 80 and 100 books on the King James Bible, for and against, mostly for, but some against. And my two favorites, they're not easiest to read, they're not even the most enjoyable to read, but a man named Edward Hills, who was an Ivy League professor, wrote two books, and in those books, and all I do summarize is just read it. He said, the logic of faith requires that a God who would preserve the nation of Israel and a God who would preserve a saved sinner would certainly preserve something far more valuable, his words. And he said, you could travel the world. You couldn't visit all the libraries. If you did visit all the libraries, they wouldn't let you view all the manuscripts. If you did view all the manuscripts, you couldn't read them. At some point, you have to have a basis of faith upon which to stand. Now, our basis of faith is not, it's good for Paul and Silas, is good enough for me. It's not that. We have a record in the Scripture of the destruction of the original manuscripts, and those manuscripts being rewritten by a man under the direction of God himself, and the words match. The words in the copy are the same words that were in the original. So you have a biblical basis for your faith in the preservation of the words of God as they go from one document to another. Keep reading verse number 3. And I made an ark of shittim wood, and hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and went up into the mount, having the 2 tables in mine hand. And he wrote in tables according to the first writing, the 10 commandments which the Lord spake unto you in the mount of the midst, out of the midst of fire, in the day of the assembly, and the Lord gave them unto me. And I turned myself and came down to the mount, and put the tables in the ark which I had made, and there they be, as the Lord commanded me. And from that day forward, the people referred to those documents as the word of the Lord. They referred to those documents as the word of God. When they had a controversy, the judges took the matter to the word of the Lord. The high priest took the matter to the word of the Lord. The husbands and the wives took the family matters to the word of the Lord. Not one time do you read in the history of Numbers and Deuteronomy, in the history of Joshua and Judges, in the history of Samuel, Kings, Chronicles, all the way up to the very end of the Old Testament record, not one time does anyone say, well, we don't know what the original said, or it's not really the Word of God, or there's errors in it. You understand, when a prophet rebuked the king for violating the Word of God, Manasseh and all his wickedness, Ahab and all his sin, all of those evil kings that did all those terrible things, not one of them ever said that the Scriptures aren't true. Right. It was never an issue. Right. When Jesus Christ walked this earth, you think that there was an error in the text that he unrolled in the synagogue? Don't you think he'd have pointed that out? He never rebuked the scribes for not correctly rendering their copies of the Scripture. He rebuked them for not obeying what those Scriptures said. He didn't rebuke the Sadducees. He didn't say, well, I understand you don't believe in a resurrection because you got some bad manuscripts. It was never an issue. It was understood by God when he walked this earth hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years after he gave these documents to Moses, that what the people had in their hands in their synagogues in Nazareth and Bethany and Jerusalem matched what God gave Moses on the mountain. Now, I'm certain when the Lord pointed out the problems with the temple worship and the nation and the families and his disciples, don't you think if there was a problem with their text, he would have been all over it? But he never one time suggested. In fact, how many times did Jesus say, it is written, as it is written? He never one time said, better rendering would be. This word in the original actually means, he was the original. He's the Word, made flesh and dwelt among us. All right, come to Jeremiah chapter 36. Jeremiah 36 will be the head of the days of the prophets. That's the law. The law and the prophets were until John. So in the law we have support for inerrant Scripture without the necessity of the originals. Jeremiah 36, verse number 1. It came to pass in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, son of Josiah, king of Judah, that this word came unto Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, take thee a roll of a book, and write therein all the words that I have spoken unto thee against Israel, and against Judah, and against all the nations, from the day that I spake unto thee from the days of Josiah, even unto this day. It may be that the house of Judah will hear all the evil which I purpose to do unto them, that they may return every man from his evil way, that I may forgive their iniquity and their sin. Then Jeremiah called Baruch, the son of Neriah, and Baruch wrote from the mouth of Jeremiah all the words of the Lord which he had spoken unto him upon a roll of a book. So God speaks to Jeremiah, Jeremiah speaks to Baruch, and Baruch writes it down. Now, is it the word of Baruch? No. Is it the word of Jeremiah? No. Is it the word of the Lord? We believe that it is. Paul and Timotheus, the servants of God, right? Unto. So, and here's where preachers don't help us. Paul says in Philippians, it goes higher than that. It goes higher than that. The gospel according to John, no. The gospel recorded by John. See, these men are receiving God's words, and in the case of Jeremiah, and it looks like in some of the letters in the case of Paul, they are dictating them to someone who holds the pen and writes them down. But look what the Bible says. In verse number 5, Jeremiah commanded Baruch, saying, shut up, I cannot go into the house of the Lord, therefore go thou, and read in the roll which thou hast written from my mouth the words of the Lord in the ears of the people in the Lord's house. And he says, hopefully they'll receive it and respond to it and do the right thing. And so Baruch goes in, we will not read the whole chapter, and he reads it. And they say, man, the king's got to hear this, we've got to get this word to the king. It scared them, it frightened them. So come to verse number 20. And they went into the king, into the court, but they laid up the roll in the chamber of Elishama the scribe, and told all the words in the ears of the king. So the king sent Jehudi to fetch the roll, and he took it out of Elishama the scribe's chamber, and Jehudi read it in the ears of the king, and in the ears of all the princes which stood beside the king. Now the king sat in the winter house in the 9th month, and there was a fire on the hearth burning before him. It came to pass that when Jehudi had read 3 or 4 leaves, he cut it with a penknife and cast it into the fire. It was on the hearth until the roll was consumed in the fire that was on the hearth. Yet they were not afraid, and they rent their garments. Now the king ordered his servants that heard all these words. How about that? So, he hears the word of God. So I don't like that. Cut that page out, throw it in the fire. Cut the page out, throw it in the fire. I don't like that. Cut that page out, throw it. And before he's done, they burn the whole thing in the fire. There's nothing left. And they weren't afraid to do it. This king is like, I don't know, some chancellor of a seminary. He's like some president of a denomination. He's like some 23-year-old kid with a diploma standing in a pulpit and saying, well, this verse doesn't belong in there, and this word doesn't belong in there, this part of the Bible doesn't belong in there, and they're not afraid to do it. Bad response. All right, verse 27. Verse 27, same chapter. Then the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah after that the king had burned the roll, and the words which Baruch wrote at the mouth of Jeremiah, saying, Take thee again another roll, and write in it all the former words that were in the first roll, which Jehoiakim the king of Judah hath burned. I'm going to ask you, because you had a head start, so you're probably going to do pretty well on this. Do you think that God, listen, it's a long time from Moses to Jeremiah. You think God is like me, and he's slipping a little bit? Or do you think God is still able to remember what he said? Now wait, he's not asking Jeremiah to go sift through the ashes and see if there's fragments of the manuscript that remain that we can piece them back together. He doesn't have the original. The original is burned, it's gone. And the Lord said, get another roll, and we're going to write the same words in this roll that we wrote in the last roll. Now, I don't think Baruch could do that. I don't think Jeremiah could do that. But I think God could direct those men, and those men could do that under God's direction. Anybody believe that? So, and this is what you hear. Well, I just believe God preserved His word. Well, are you telling me that men could translate the Bible for thousands of years and men wouldn't mess it up? Oh, men would mess it up. But if God had promised to preserve His word, and if God doesn't lie but keeps His promises, then He could use, I don't know, Peter, a cussing man, Paul, a man who went to Jerusalem after every attempt God could make to tell him not to go. When you look at the men that God used to write the Scripture, you find out they were like every other man. They were sinners. Our faith that does not reside in the man God used to record His words. Our faith resides in the God who promised to give us His words and to keep them. So let's see what happened. Verse 29, And thou shalt say to Jehoiakim, king of Judah, Thus saith the Lord, Thou hast burned this roll, saying, Why hast thou written therein, saying, The king of Babylon shall certainly come and destroy this land, and shall cause to cease from thence man and beast. You know why I tried to get rid of that part of the Bible? It was against him. He didn't agree with it. He wanted God to say something different. We thought if he burned up the Word of God, somehow that would change God. And you're seeing that increasingly. What our churches struggle with, listen, your pastor, all of our pastors, Bible pastors, what we struggled with 30 years ago, was a saved person coming in our church wanting to get people speaking tongues. A saved person coming into our church with some verses about losing your salvation. What we struggle with now? People who say what the Bible says about sodomites isn't true because my nephew's one. What the Bible says about marriage isn't true because I've got a girlfriend that's not my wife. You understand? We're not dealing with saved people arguing doctrine anymore. We're dealing with people who claim to be saved arguing that that part of the Bible needs to be removed because it goes against me. And if you as a pastor, and if you men as deacons, and if you ladies as the backbone of your man, if you've already adopted the position that the Bible's probably not true anyway, well, 1 John 5:7 shouldn't be in the Bible, then why should that verse about adultery be in the Bible? understand what we're saying? Once you say one word isn't right, one verse isn't right, one passage isn't translated correctly, it doesn't matter if you go to the Supreme Court. The Constitution doesn't count. See, it doesn't matter if you go to the Bible doesn't count. So this is what in practically important stuff that we're looking at here. So Bible says in verse number 30, let's keep going. Therefore thus saith the Lord of Jehoiakim king of Judah, he shall have none to sit upon the throne of David, and his dead body shall be cast out in the day to the heat, and in the night to the frost. And Lord pretty serious. He doesn't like what this man's done to the word. So verse 32, then took Jeremiah another roll, and gave it to Baruch the scribe, the son of Neriah, who wrote therein from the mouth of Jeremiah all the words of the book which Jehoiakim king of Judah had burned in the fire, and there were added besides unto them many like words. So look what you got. The original message God gave to Jeremiah to give to the king and to the nation is burned. God is going to rewrite that very message identically, and now he's going to add to it what he's going to do to that king for burning his originals. See that? So you can have the copy of the law, and then God can add to the copy of the law Ruth, Samuel, Kings, Chronicles, Psalms, Proverbs, and then Jeremiah can pronounce this judgment, and the king can throw it in the fire and burn it up, and the Lord can not only reproduce it accurately, but he can add to it Micah and Haggai and Zephaniah. See? So what you have under the law and under the prophets, the absolute destruction of the original manuscripts, and the absolute replacement of their identical words by God, because it's the Word of God, and the replacement is to be viewed as the Word of the Lord, to which men are to be subject with the same respect and obedience as the lost and missing originals. So when the poor kid goes off to school and he's told, well, we don't have the originals, who cares? We don't need the originals. We have the author. We have the author. Now, here's something real interesting. Come to Jeremiah 51. Jeremiah chapter 51. So much of these we're just going to do the best we can. Jeremiah 51 and verse 63. Jeremiah 51, 52 are long prophecies about the eventual destruction of the entire Babylonian system. Great chapter. Look at chapter 51, verse 63. And it shall be, when thou hast made an end of reading this book, that thou shalt bind a stone to it, and cast it into the midst of Euphrates. And thou shalt say, thus shall Babylon sink, and shall not rise from the evil that I will bring upon her, and they shall be weary. Thus far are the words of Jeremiah. Now, do you have the book of Jeremiah? Read the book of Jeremiah, right? Well, what did he do with the copy of the original that God gave him? He bound it up, tied a rock to it, and threw it in the river. Which means whatever was first read and kept by the nation of Israel was at least a third generation manuscript. First original's in the fire, the first copy of the original's in the Euphrates River, and yet, when the nation of Israel read the book of Jeremiah, it was thus saith the Lord, and when Jesus Christ quoted Jeremiah, he quoted as being the Word of God. Now here's something really cool, and we'll take a break. Fast forward. Rapture's tonight. That'd be neat. Saturday morning. Let's finish the meeting. So rapture's tonight, 7 years tribulation, and then that tribulation, here's what the nations of the world say. Let's get together an army in the East of several million men, and let's march on Jerusalem, help the Antichrist exterminate the Jew, and that'll prove once and for all and finally and forever that God's a liar. Satan wins, God loses. So they're marching from the east to get to Jerusalem, but they got a problem. This great Euphrates River is standing in the way. No, it's no problem, no problem. And he dries up the Euphrates River. You know what that means? For Babylon to be destroyed in Revelation 17 and 18, they have to literally walk over the prophecy of their destruction. Jeremiah threw it in the Euphrates River, and it sank to the bottom of the Euphrates River. And they're going to cross the Euphrates on their way to Jerusalem, they think, on their way to Armageddon. You know something, when anybody wakes up in hell, they'll have to walk over the road of God to get there. You know what their king's problem was? He didn't believe it's the Word of God. You know what the problem's going to be with those armies in the last days? They don't believe it's the Word of God. You know what the problem is with people today, inside and outside of church? They don't believe it's the Word of God. So they just walk over it. Throw it in the fire. That's against me. Cut it out. I don't want that part. Just give me a little calendar with a verse for the month. All right, so, session 1. God authored, or God gave by inspiration, the original manuscripts. If they are destroyed, God can replace them identically. And the Lord who gave those replacements holds the people to account to those scriptures in the same way that he would if they had the originals. So we believe that the original writings were inerrant. And that's what most doctrinal statements say. We believe that Scripture, Old Testament, New Testament, were inerrant, given us this down, and are inerrant in the original writings. Which, that's a good claim since you never saw them. Right. But it stops there. We believe they were inerrant in the original writings, and the author preserved the inerrant scriptures in the copies of those originals, and we have scripture in the law and in the prophets to support that belief. Amen. All right, Father, thank you for putting this in the Bible. Give us some standing and some foundation upon which to rest our faith and our hope, and we thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I think we can disagree on the means. We can disagree that whether or not we should ever have National Guard on the streets, or if we do consider there is a time when that time should be. We can disagree on that, but I don't think that we can disagree on is that it is having a positive effect.
County 13 M480 27. 480 Windsor County 13. 27 on ERO, please.
Well, a positive effect, yes, right? But does that mean it's positive? Is it overall positive, right? Is there ways in which it's going to bite us in the ass or have negative downstream effects, you know, a lot of which is kind of maybe unmeasurable, right? Setting a precedent for this and that thing that leads to another thing in the future that's really bad, potentially, right?
Hunter County 13, Isaac is valid. No priors.
10-4, thank you.
Might sound a little airy-fairy, but it's really not. It's not mental gymnastics. I mean, that is the way things work. You know, they do have, everything has downstream effects. And this is why people have problems with stuff like militarized police, is like some unmeasurable potential future that might be worse than the one we're in now.
I hear you. And if Trump said, oh, I'm going to have the National Guard on every street from now until whenever I leave office, I'd have a big problem with that. Like, they're effectively going to become the de facto police force? No, that's wrong.
Yeah, but then why do it temporarily, right? And like, you know, arguably if they're not going to do that, then crime's just going to go back, right back to where it was, you know, without having a sustained positive effect. It's like, well then why, what is it exactly that you're doing and why, you know?
4-8 Windsor County 13.
Cat 13.
Just to advise, he's had 2 warnings for a vehicle not inspected. One July 31st and the other August 7th.
10-4, thank you.
Well, there's a couple things that could come out of it that I think are positive. For one, you're giving the police force a little bit of a break. They got a chance to catch their breath. They've got a chance to see what works and how it will work. Also, the residents of the city are getting a chance to see, hey, effective policing does actually work. Maybe we should start voting our interests.
Exit 1 northbound with Vermont, Kilo Whiskey 281, so white Toyota Sienna.
In other words, you know, they're used to this level of crime that they've lived under for however long they've lived there. They're getting a chance to see what it looks like if the police actually are able to do their jobs. You know, we can argue whether that's, you know, positive or negative or whatever, but
potentially, you know, but you know, it's not, yeah, who knows? It could be one way or the other, you know, and it could be, you know, there's a difference between police and military, you know, and the effect that they have, you know. It's not really coming in and showing them, hey, this is what, I'm trying to make my train of thought make more sense, but, you know, it'd be one thing to come in and be like, we're going to take control of the police department and do it our way for a month, you know, and then, so it's like, okay, well, we can see that the police work better this way, but having military come in, they're like, well, yeah, that just worked because it's the military. We can't do that all the time. But anyways, we're getting a little lost in the weeds, but
100%. Now, I think where you're at with it is that you're opposed to, not use the words philosophical, okay? You're opposed to the idea of people dressed in camo standing on the sidewalks patrolling. And there's nothing really that I can say to get you to come off of that disapproval, right? I'm not even sure that I approve of it. So, I don't think it's illegal. Again, I think that's what the National Guard was for. Should Trump have done it? We can argue about that.
No, because it's not a rebellion, right? Like, the National Guard was never meant to be used as a police force, you know, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's illegal. But, you know, my problem with it and my arguments with it is not one of a legal nature. But, yeah, I mean, I'm just not buying this.
G7HMV Mobile, calling and listening. Bye for any calls.
This crime emergency, you know, like, the country seems normal. You know, I don't think there was a crazy flare-up of crime relative to this time, like, say, the past 2 years or something like that, to warrant this. I think it's the country doing business as usual with a slightly overall declining crime rate, and then all of a sudden there's military in the streets, or National Guard, or when I say military, I just mean soldiers.
So, none of these soldiers are 18 years old. They're out of school and shit like that and everything. We take these fresh 18, fresh 19-year-old motherfuckers and go throw them off in a fucking country where they fucking have a fully automatic fire, gunfire happen on, and they fucking get shot every day for our country. But they can't come home and fucking police the streets the same way. I think it's wrong.
So the National Guard or the militia was developed for a lot of things. You know, they assist in natural disasters. It's been ruled in court that they're permitted to assist law. That's the word. You got to use keywords. Assist law enforcement in domestic related issues. But again,
7 HMV Golf 7 Hotel, Mike Victor, Stroke Mobile, calling and listening, Freestar. Bye for any calls.
I want to drill down on this idea that things are fine the way they are. Right? Like, I don't want to be like, you know, try to use too crazy of an example, but let's just say you have 20 murders in a city in any given month, and it's been that way for years. But it's still not acceptable just because it didn't flare up to 30. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not, but, you know, again, this is an argument about the means. You know what I mean? Like, something does need to be done about it, you know, and then there's also questions, can anything be done about it permanently? How much could it be done, you know? And then also, you know, it's complicated. It's not just military or no military. There's many, many in-betweens here.
Oh, that I agree with. But Trump said, you know what, this is what I can do about it, and so this is what I'm going to do about it. Just kind of jump to the most extreme answer. I agree. But, yeah, I mean, I agree. That's what he did.
Whatever.
23
Be clear for the written warning.
7 HMV Golf 7 Hotel, Mike Victor Mobile, calling and listening, Freestar, and bye for any calls.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think Trump, I think where Trump is at right now is he's like, there's that basically the Democratic Party is like the enemy within. They're radicals. They hate the country. You know what I mean? They'll use violent and corrupt means in carrying out their objectives, you know. And he's very open about, like, we're gonna use the same means to fight back and go up against this enemy. Right? That's what I think that is genuinely how Trump feels and what he believes, and it's also what he says, you know. And though I'm inclined to agree with him on some of the points there, you know, it's more like, God, that mentality is really dangerous in a leader, you know, and this could go really bad to bad places.
Yeah, he just let me know everyone is just doing a final sweep. We're going to meet you on the western side of this operation and head out.
really could.
You know, and he's showing he's not afraid to fucking weaponize the armed forces. You know what I'm saying? And make moves in regards to that. You know, so yeah, I don't know. I think he's unhinged, dude. Like, you know, old people, they round the corner when they just become real fucking stubborn with things, you know? They stop giving a shit and stop, you know, kind of, like, what would you call it?
Start walking back to the ATV.
They stop sugarcoating their rhetoric or trying to be in the middle at all, right? They get very radical. You know, like my stepdad, like, you know, if you bring up Palestine to him, he's like, oh, fuck them. Kill them all. Fucking burn the whole fucking goddamn city, you know, place to the ground. You know, and like 20 years ago, he would have like had a more articulate, kind of nuanced answer to that, right? But he's old. He's an old guy. And I think Trump has that effect going on real bad right now. And he's the leader of the country. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Western County 13.
2410 from that stop.
But they are all doing it. I will use both sides, right? Neither side is hiding their rhetoric anymore. Don Lemon, I don't know if you knew who that is, former CNN host, just encouraged people.
Dear, I'm getting like freedom just posting like all these Facebook links.
Sorry, my signal was bad there. Just encouraged, to use his words, black and brown people to go out and get a gun in case ICE shows up at their door. This sounds like something radical. You're like, that could never happen. Yeah, it did. Go watch the video. He literally did that.
Dispatch.
So both sides are like, I don't give a fuck anymore. We're just gonna say what we actually believe. And, you know, I've made allusions to the fact that I'm trying to change certain aspects about myself because I see where the hate leads. The hate leads you to be an uncaring, heartless bastard that doesn't care about people that disagree with you. I don't want to be that, but that is what's happening to the whole country.
When you're advising that the fire has been contained to the perimeter and knocked down, all units are going back down to staging at 1823.
Yeah, I didn't know Don Lemon said that shit. Not terribly surprised either. I do know who Don Lemon is. I don't know a ton about him, but I know he's enough to know he's a fucking nut job. But yeah, no, it is on both sides. And, you know, I mean, and here's the thing is, like, it may even be more on the side of the left, right? Certainly, I think the violence is. Fuck was it?
Sup, homies.
But basically, like, my problem with Trump's positioning on that is, like, number one, it's not all of them, right? How I laid out what I think his sentiment is. It's not all of them, right? And it's bad to generalize and lump everyone in together with the extremes, right? And it's like, you know, that's the number one thing. Number two thing is, damn, I'm losing my train of thought. Number two thing is, you can't say that to the country. You can't just declare that half the country, your political adversaries, are the enemy within, right? And the third thing that leads to dangerous places. Third thing is you're using fighting fire with fire fucking makes the whole world burn down, right? We can't stoop to their level.
Totally agree. I totally agree. You know, it's like, it's harder to be compassionate towards someone that you despise. It's easy to just throw out hateful comments, you know, or try to degrade them. It's weaker, it's easier. I agree. And listen, as far as the shit Trump says, I've never said, oh, I think this guy is a great leader, that he's fit to lead. Never. And most of my support for him is not because I like him. It's because of my revulsion to the other side.
Yeah, that's how most people feel about him. You know, that on the right, like he doesn't. Most people, they really don't like him. You know, but it's this you know, lesser of two evils kind of thing. You know. And I felt that way very strongly for a long time, still kind of do, but now I'm getting more to the point of feeling like, they might be equally fucking bad, you know what I mean? Like, and something really needs to be done.
7HMV, Golf 7 Hotel, Mike Victor, calling and listening, Freestar, by for any calls.
Some force.
You're still out.
You're clear.
Like, we really need cooler heads to prevail in this country, and we need, like, reasonable, moderate people at the fucking helm here. But reasonable and moderate don't win elections. You know, it seems like everybody wants that, but then at the same time, everybody doesn't want that.
That was the most beautiful thing I ever heard.
G7HMV to E1HWE.
So my thoughts on that are, I think you're right, we need cooler heads to prevail. Unfortunately, there are fewer cooler heads than there are nut jobs. I really do believe that. And you basically admitted it. You believe it too, because as you said, cooler heads do not win elections. And elections are a direct mirror reflection of the society that decides them. That's my opinion.
Oscar, how are you? Quiet night tonight. So there you go. Got a few calls out anyway, all the same. I wonder what you've been up to, how your day's been. To E1HWE, G7HMV.
I want to sing. That'll be even better. Sing with that in the background.
Yeah, you could win 100 Grammy Awards with that.
Yeah, to E1HWE. Yeah, been at work. As usual, every Saturday. And I can't say much was going on. It was pretty dull and uneventful, which is annoying because Saturday should be a productive selling day for me, but nothing really went on. So there we go. And then I was supposed to go out tonight to see some friends for a meal and for an evening of drinking, which I was really looking forward to, and that didn't happen in the end because one of them blew out for all of the right reasons. A family member is unfortunately about to depart, so they're at the hospital side of the bed, so they obviously didn't want to go out, which is understandable. So that stopped that evening. So, yeah, there we go. I've had a very dull day, unfortunately, Matt. Hopefully your one's been more eventful. Over.
Click R1 to up here, Mark, command.
Probably went like 102/3 of one, for sure.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah, it's like every nation has the leaders it deserves, you know. But it's, you know, I think what it is that, you know, we actually do want a moderate person, and people are kind of more moderate. I think people are going more towards the middle, right?
Do you want to keep Upper Valley here or dismiss them?
Oh, no doubt. For sure.
For sure, Nick! Down, Cody, Penny. What's up, Chris?
So, man, can you believe this? I forgot to find jalapeno poppers. Yeah, I was just at the store. Don't you hate that? Like, you go to the store for something, and then you forgot about it, and you're like, shit, I gotta go back.
It's kind of crazy to think, but I think we have more nuance maybe now than ever before because of the internet, but it just doesn't show, you know, because the extremes are have the volume on them turned up, you know, and it's just like, it's way more boring to have a nuanced, balanced perspective than it is to come out and be like, fucking, life's a dog face, they're terrorists, they're bad, we're good, you know, like, it's what's more interesting to look at and listen to.
Bro, I do that every time. Every time I go, stop. Every time I go to the store, I do that. Every time. Like right now, I forgot brownies. I don't know, this damn bakery sucks, right? At my grocery store, for the most part, it sucks. Like, it's not even, they can't even, anyway. But they had these freaking brownies. They were called freaking brownies. So I said, man, let me try them. There's only like 6 of them, real small, little slices. I said, let me try them. It was like $2.99. I got, you know, whatever, 8, had something. I said, damn, I want something sweet. So I grabbed, bro, they were like better than my grandmom's. And I went there today, I couldn't find them, I was pissed. But yeah, I forgot sweets.
Yeah, I can't say a lot more eventful. Just been doing some, doing a bit of housework and went out and did a bit of shopping. That's about it really. Anyway, there we are. Yeah, not really much else doing really, to be honest. Had a listen this morning while we're tidying up. It's first time actually. My wife's paid any interest at all to the radio. There's obviously some Jamboree on the Air stuff on, so we got chatting about that a bit. She's a scout leader as well, or a club leader, and obviously knows about Jamboree on the Air very well. But yeah, so there was some kids on Freestar chatting. I think Greg was on chatting to them for a bit. So that was that, and then who was it? JBUR, Andrew was having a chat to Craig, and they were talking about the reintroduction of grey foxes, or reintroduction of foxes or wolves or something, or the potential, reintroduction, and saying that they weren't that very excited about it. And first time she's ever kind of admitted that it was almost an interesting conversation. But there you go. If you wouldn't want to be too far. So there we go. Anyway, yes, indeed. So yeah, I wonder. Well, presumably you're gateways connecting. I'm not sure whether Matt fessed up to you exactly what was going on there, but I think it might have been a network problem. G7HMV.
That's the problem we're in. But I don't know if that's necessarily a representation of our values inside. You know, I think everyone's kind of like, fucking, I'm reasonable and I'm moderate and I have mixed opinions, and I wish our leaders were that as well, but it's not really in the cards. We have to pick left or right extreme, and so, you know what, it's inevitable, and I'm just going to choose the extreme that I agree with more and kind of be resigned to my fate.
Gonna walk up to the manager and be like, "Where's your freaking brownies?"
Yeah. But it's like I said, it's like you said, there's no market for reasonable, cool-headed people. People would rather listen to Trump call Ted Cruz's wife a dog-faced whore or whatever. People would rather listen to that, and people would rather vote for that. So that's what we have.
Dude, that sucks, man. I want to live right back. Nope, I'm getting those brownies. Watch, they ain't even gonna have any jalapeno poppers, dude. Now I'm gonna have to think of something else.
That sucks, especially if you were in the mood for jalapeno poppers. Them shits is good. You gotta get the ones with the cream cheese in the middle, not the yellow cheese sauce. They're both good, but the cream cheese ones is banging.
If people truly yearn for cooler heads, we'd have a lot better choices in our politics, because that's what would sell.
Oh, I only do the ones with the cream cheese, man. I can't do it any other way. Nah, dude, when I get home, I'll show you. I got these things, dude, they're better. I don't care. I know you, dude, don't get me wrong. Man, back in the day, man, had I had an air fryer, if that was a thing when we were, like, growing up, teenagers, whatever, dude, I love them, Totitos pizza things, but I found something even better, man.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's more complex than that, right? It's like, I believe porn is bad, and I really do believe that, and that really is a real value of mine. But I find myself watching porn from time to time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. G7HMV to E1HWE returning. Yeah, I saw there'd been a lot of stuff about scouts today, and there was, I'll tell you what, to be fair, it was busy earlier, about 8:30, it was rammed, 8 to 9 o'clock it was rammed on here, for an hour. There was loads of people, Americans, Canadians, there's people, GB3KX has been quite busy tonight as well, quite a few people called through that. So there was some activity, but obviously it's died off now. And I'll tell you what the hot potato is at the moment. It's this new M8 and M9 call sign business that's going on. Oh, I can't believe how many people have took it up. I didn't think anyone would be that bothered about it, but everyone seems to be jumping ship, and I nearly fell off the chair. Even Steve, who is no longer 2E0SGG, even he's gone for the M8 call sign. I couldn't believe it. I heard him call through earlier, and I nearly fell off the chair, Matt. And even he couldn't quite take it all in saying it. So, yeah, I don't see what the attraction is, to be fair, but if people are happy and they want it, then why not, I suppose. It's not something I'll be doing soon, but there we go. Yeah, that seems to be big news, doesn't it? Everyone's talking about that, the call signs. So, yeah, it's funny what makes people happy, isn't it? I'm happy being 2E1. But there we go. I can't be bothered to change all my stuff. It's too much grief. Anyway, what was I going to say? There There was something I was going to say and it slipped my mind. I'll hand it back to you. From 2E1HWE.
Oh, I can relate to that. I'm in exactly the same boat. I do believe that porn is bad. Not even based on any kind of morality. Just based on the science of what it does to your brain. Yet I still watch it.
But sadly, I don't think they sell them everywhere in every market. But when I get home, I'll show you. They're like they're called hot honey pepperoni. They're kind of like it's hard to describe actually. So I have to show you when I get home. They're pretty good, delicious.
Yeah, yeah, exactly that. So one could say, well, you must not really believe that porn is bad because look at your actions, right? So I think that that's the situation the country is in, is like, no, we are more moderate. We really do want a more moderate leader. Like, we really do think porn is bad, but man, we're still jacking off. You know what I mean?
I'm mad with Tostitos, that company that makes all the pizza products, because they freaking changed the recipe. Oh, that's what these companies do, and they think we don't know. I've been eating your product for damn years. You change something in the ingredients, we gonna notice. So now I pretty much stopped buying pizza. It's all right, Jedi. I stopped buying pizza rolls. They were on sale, $2 off today too. I almost got a big bag, but I said no, man. Screw you guys, because the outside of the roll, the breading part, it had a pastry, like a buttery, doughy taste to it, flaky. For the whole time, that's what made them so damn good. Plus, they changed the sauce, the spaghetti sauce or whatever the shit stuff that is. No, man, I'm mad at that company. But their pizzas are pretty good though.
It's still like we can't help the fact that a hardline stance sells better in media, and it gains more power through attention than other means, Or I'm fucking wrong, and we actually are more divided and more radical than we have been ever before, and there's actually an extreme deficit of true nuanced moderate thinking. Like, that may also be the case. I'm just talking about my intuition, what I think is possibly true.
Yo, do you remember those mofos used to be filled? I feel like they're not even filled anymore. You freaking crisp those bad boys up now, and it's like air and a little bit of filling.
That too. That's the biggest thing. I didn't even mention it. Yep. Man, that's what I'm saying. It's like another example would be a Tasty Cake did it. I don't know if you have Tasty Cake up in New England area. We ain't got them down here, but they're a huge sweet company like Little Debbie, but they were of the cream of the crop. The best, sweet, sweet freaking items you could get at a gas station. You got your Tasty Cakes. I mean your Little Debbie's, your Hostess, but Tasty Cake was the shit, and they had different like items. Peanut butter candy cakes are called, right? Anyway, this company Bimbo out of Mexico bought them, and they changed all the recipes. Kept all the titles, all the packaging the same, changed all the recipes. Now Tasty Cake sucks. And lost a lot of company business.
A lot to take in. It is the fact that there's 3 grandkids, and she depends on you to be there to help her with the grandkids, and you're not even 4 months into the relationship.
I know I got cussed out because I wouldn't go to Walmart with her. Oh, I see how you are. I guess I can't rely on you, huh?
Well,
she said that. Well, I guess I can't rely on you. So I'm like, what? What? She said, you told me last night you were going with me to Walmart. And I said, well, I really don't feel good. Well, I see I can't rely on you.
Yeah, she was wanting someone to help her. She had the kids with her, didn't she?
Yeah,
Yeah. She was looking for someone to help her.
I know it.
That's Grandpa's job. You stepped into the role of Grandpa.
You know, carrying sex.
So as it relates to politics, like you said, I think we are, I don't know if I'd say we're more modern. I'd say in times past we used to be. And here's how I have made sense of that. Republicans don't know Democrats. Democrats don't know Republicans. We're not forced to spend time with people we disagree with and see their humanity and see, hey, they disagree with me, but they actually are coming from a sincere, genuine place. We don't have that anymore.
No problem. 2E1 HWE G7HMV. Well, of course, you don't have to lose your call sign or give it up. You can keep your 2E1 forever. I don't think they're taking them away from people, but obviously you can switch for your equivalent M call sign, 8 or 9. I think it's 9, isn't it, for a 1? But what I didn't realise was that you could completely change your call sign. And it seems to be you can completely change your call sign as much as you want. So long as you go to another new call sign, you can't go back to your old call sign. Because I was winding up Lee last night, M0LLC. He put a post on Facebook on his group, because I'm on his CQ Cumbria group, whatever, saying, I've changed my call sign to G5LEE. Should I keep it? What do you think? And then, I popped up on, had a little chat on here or whatever, and about 12:30 or whatever, I popped over onto CQ Cumbria, and he was chatting away. And at the end of this conversation, I said, they've been chatting away about how he changed his call sign. He's not sure. I think I'm going to have a word with Ofcom and get my old one back. And he'd had a few beers like he does on a few sherbets on a Friday, or whatever it was. Anyway, so all went quiet. So I said, G5LEE from M0LLC. I said, right, Lee, how you doing? I see you change your call sign. Do you like my new call sign, M0LLC? And he was like, what? What, really? You've got my call sign? Yeah, I said, you can't have it back now. And he's like, really? What? What's going on? I said, I had a look, it was available. I didn't know whether I was being serious or not. So, I was winding him up. And I said, no, your call sign's quite safe. I said, I don't think anyone can have it for 2 years. And, there you go. But it was funny, because I think he was wondering what was going on after he'd been slightly slurring with his sherbets. But there we go. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's bonkers, isn't it? Everyone's changing full calls and whatever. But there you go. Each their own, I guess. But, I suppose I can kind of understand it. Some people have had call signs they've hated for many years and never been able to change it. And here's their opportunity. So, if people want to do it, then crack on. G7HMV.
Dollar Ambulance 1. This one? Clear DH in service. Clear in service at 1833.
We used to, right? We didn't all used to be so connected with the internet. And so you would go out and you would be forced to spend time with people and hear their views and try to wrestle with them within yourself, right? We don't have that anymore. Now it's, I hate Democrats. I don't want any friends that are Democrats. I'm not going to date Democrats. And I'm going to go home and I'm going to get on my phone and I'm going to spend time in the groups that constantly reaffirm my position while at the same time becoming ever more radical in my views.
No, sounds like you need to leave that one. She sounds like bad news.
I don't know if I ever heard of them. I'll have to keep my eye out. Not that I don't know if I'd try it, but that sucks. I hate when companies do that. You gotta remain consistent. Can't change up shit. But, yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think even worse than that, I think that we are It's algorithms, man. It's algorithms. You know, fucking, like I said, like, me and Frag's arguing about this with the ICE stuff. And I'm going, dude, you're locked into, you're only consuming conservative media. You know what I mean? And she's going, no, I'm on Twitter. That's like the best source of news, and you get all the news. But she hadn't even heard like some of these major cases of misdoings by ICE.
Fresh Arrows. I believe I located the vehicle.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
And this is like the hottest story in the country right now, right? And so to her, she's going, no, I'm getting like all of the news. I'm getting all the sides through Twitter, but it's like in reality, she's not. You know, she's got a Republicanized algorithm, right? And we all do, or whatever our particular leaning is.
That annoying, I didn't mean to be that annoying, but anyway, that annoying clip I played of the, it was for ADHD, they said, and see how long you could last. And then it turned into Solfeggio tunes. I wasn't trying to annoy anybody. I mean, maybe a little bit, but I was trying to see how long you guys could last. Did you last long, or were you like, turn that?
There are 5 new warnings affecting Arkansas and Louisiana. Attention! One of your tracked locations appears to be affected by these new warnings. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Arkansas. This warning is potentially affecting the following tracked locations. Location number 10, which is inside of the polygon for this warning. Here is the summary of this warning. At 5:33 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located over Hampton, moving east at 35 miles per hour. End of warning summary. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Arkansas. This warning is potentially affecting the following tracked locations. Location number 10, which is near the warned area. Here is the summary of this warning. At 4:55 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located near Thornton, or near Fordyce, moving east at 40 miles per hour. End of warning summary.
And so it's literally a situation where we are literally existing in different reality bubbles, right? And I would agree with what you said, like Republicans don't know Democrats, Democrats don't know Republicans. We are so inundated and fed this one reality tunnel that anything outside of it, or anyone who sees things in a different way, we almost automatically demonize them. We go, well, that makes so little sense that you could only believe that if you were either retarded or malicious, like you actually mean to do harm with your bad ideas, right?
Yeah, to Ebon HW, yeah, let them crack up. Doesn't affect me. If they're happy, I'm happy. But I think what would really, really annoy me and upset me is if they, you know, the thing is that online there's a lot of rubbish being written. And I've as soon as you renew your license, then they're going to issue a new call sign. You won't be able to keep your old one. And I'm thinking, well, I don't think that's true. And then someone was writing, and these are all passing comments. I've just kind of like flicked through it. 1 minute, some bloke was on the call, a one call sign, and in 5 minutes he comes back with another one, and he changed it. You can just keep changing it, and I don't agree with that. And I'll tell you why. They're revoking people's multiple call signs. They're saying, look, if you were like an M7 and now you're a 2E1, you can't hold both because that's greedy, we need to recycle, we run out of call signs. But at the moment, if you go on the website, apparently, again, I don't know if this is true, this is second-hand information, you can change your call sign every 5 minutes, but then surely they can't reallocate that for another 2 years. So if someone once a week or once a day, unless they put a cap on it, maybe they've got a cap on it, wanted to keep change from MA, ABC, MA, AB, D, MA, you just went through the whole blooming alphabet every day, then that means all them call signs are avoided for 2 years, which then means that people who want them can't have them. So, for me, it's a bit hypocritical. Or am I seeing it from the wrong perspective, Matt?
Hey, Steele, I don't know if you're there, but if you are, I wanted to ask you, do you ever, or anybody, do you ever massage your babies, your fur babies? Whether it's a cat or a dog, you ever massage them, dude? They actually really like it. I probably think dogs would like it more, but like right now, Jedi's just on me, and I'm just massaging his neck, and he's in seventh heaven. Then he massages his legs. Yeah, man.
Trump is doing a good job. He's doing a lot better job than the last fucking guy in president for the past 20 years. 30 years.
Yeah, and I've been checked out of following the news for about 6 months. Like, I used to, have it on all the time, shit like that. I've been checked out of that, but recently I started doing it again, right? And I'm watching it in clips. So I'm getting an appetite, or I'm getting fed stuff from both sides, watching shit from MSNBC, Fox, CNN, all that good stuff. And when you watch it like that, you can see just how geared toward outrage that it is.
Yeah, massaging your animals. I do that with this. Well, I have to because she's getting old. Yeah, sometimes I'll grab a hold of her, and I'll massage her back legs and her rump, all that. Because it feels good and, yeah, she's getting old and rather lumpy, so I know she appreciates it. And every once in a while, just like with me, I'll put some CBD oil on her. That helps, make her feel a little comfortable. And I'm back.
Like, no matter what happens, they want to keep you outraged, because that will keep you coming back. It's a psyop on both sides. I can remember the week after Trump won the election, and I was watching Fox News, right?
Units, I have a caller on Park 1 inquiring of a welfare check on his 2 children. The address in the call may not be correct. It's what's showing for the female party, but it does not yield this. I don't think it is correct.
32, I'll take it if you want to send it to my work cell.
Take over this.
And I'm like, even in victory, these people are so angry. Like, take a week to be happy that your side won. But no, because happiness and contentment doesn't sell. It's a huge psyop. That's what's going on.
So, dude, I went to go check out your video, and I'm glad anyway, you could I'll put the link up, because you never do it. But yeah, I forgot that quick, bro. We hung up, and I clicked on YouTube to go watch it, and I forgot that quick, because the video, how you get sucked up in the videos.
Yeah, I agree. Fucking, I think that it's, it's the same problem that it's been in this country for the longest time, right? Is like, it's amoral. It's like whatever whatever, fuck, how do I put it? Whatever produces the results, right?
Yeah, no, I just put the audio file on your phone there, on your message there. It's just the MP3 version of it. I haven't posted it yet.
D7HMV, no, you're absolutely right. If anyone takes a call sign, then that's it. You can't do it. Like, obviously, like I couldn't just nip in and get Lee's call sign, for example. You know, that's how it is. So yeah, you can't do that. And then there's a cooling off period of 2 years every time a call sign's you know, whatever, rescinded or whatever the word is. But yeah, I noticed that if anyone does do a switch on their 2E0, then they got an email back. Will's changed his. He had 2E10WM because he couldn't find anything, so he just took the next available, and he never really liked OWM, especially seeing he'd had a chat to an American the other week, and kept calling his middle letter Willie, which to start with he found funny, but then after a while he's like, I'm not sure I like that. Anyway, he's gone for MOV, Mike Oscar Victor, which is the beginning of his surname. So he's M8 MOV, I think. M9 MOV, I don't know. Well, yeah, not M9 MOV. So, yeah, so he's gone for that. But, I mean, you know, each their own, really, I guess. And it's up to the individual, as I say. But yeah, I did think there was going to be a thing you can only do one change every 5 years. But I think there may be that may not be written into the website software yet. And that would make sense, really, if it's one change every 5 years. Particularly if they bring it in after someone's messing around with the call signs and they can't change it. That'd be quite funny. But anyway, there we go. Anyway, I'm quite happy with my call sign, and I believe that's the way I shall be leaving it. And sticking with G7HMV. I've had it it's been alright for the first 34 years, so I think it can stay that way. So there we go. Anyway, but yeah, so I think that's the thing. But yeah, there's yeah, I mean, it's just, there's lots of junk going around at the moment, but you know, it is what it is. But it does seem to be that you can change your call sign every minute if you want. Just keep changing it and keep changing it. I don't think there's any limits or anything, but you're right. Obviously, all those call signs are then going to be, you know, messed up, if you like, or not available. So you know, you're kind of messing it up for others who, you know, have got the benefit now of the whole pool to go for call signs. Because that's obviously what it was trying to do. So presumably a new M7 now can go for an M9 or an M8 call sign, and there'll obviously be lots of new ones going back into the pool. Or old ones, whatever you want to say. G7HMV.
You know, so social media companies, it's not even like a nefarious, like, ooh, we're going to psyop and intentionally make people angry to, like, pull off some master plan. What it is it's, hey, posts that make people angry get more views, therefore we make more money. Right, so push this, push that, and so it's this amoral, just profit-seeking, right, with zero regard for like what's actually good for the country or what's ethical.
Oh, that's the second time you've done that to me. I think you post the. Is this a good one? Yeah, I think that's a good one. I think you post the actual video, and I'm like, oh yeah. Whoops, my bad. Yeah, I'll check it out then.
Okie dokie. Yeah, that's pretty good. Anyway, yeah, just gonna cooling out here. Yeah. Speaking of which, there's Izzy's been drinking like crazy, boy. She just my goodness. You want me to get you a funnel? I would say it's a mix. I think what you're describing is a big part of it. But I also believe that there are people and organizations out there that push, you know, divisive content for a larger purpose other than just profit. I really do believe it's a mix.
Good afternoon to the channel.
I'd imagine massaging Izzy's, she probably loves it. But yeah, Jedi just I started massaging my kitty cats a long time ago, but some like it. Some kind of look at you like, dude, what are you doing? You're supposed to pet me, not massage me. And then others just eat it up. Jedi absolutely eats it up. But yeah, I bet Izzy does too. She probably got arthritis and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'd be open to that, like George Soros type shit, paid fucking agitators and protesters and movements and stuff like that. I do think there's a lot of that going on, but I think the majority of the problem is, is just profit seeking, feeding people what they want to see, what they want to hear. And, it's just locking everybody into their own little propaganda tunnel, their own little world views, and getting more and more pissed at the other side.
Yeah, I got one that well, all of them, they got a certain way they like to be touched, so to speak. But, shit. Let's go see what she tore up. She hit a deer with her Jeep, so it's pretty sturdy, though. I guarantee it didn't hurt the bumper. Nope, bumper's good. Yep, there it is. So, looks like it got into the headlight a little bit, and some of the front things. But anyway, there's one cat that I swear that's why she likes me better than anybody else, is because I know where she likes to be rubbed. Yeah, crap. There's another piece that's bent, but that's metal, so I can bend that back. Yep, looks like I'll be ordering a new LED headlight kit. Yeah, I think I can beat that out. That's that steel piece. Steel piece that goes over the bumper. Got a little bend to it. I can get that out though.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Well, early good morning from my side.
100%, yeah. I think it's both. I think it's both.
I should have said good day.
Someone was saying on a podcast I was listening to earlier, like on the Charlie Kirk thing, you have two conservatives, Charlie Kirk is this fucking good Christian, family man, conservative kind of dude, you know what I mean? To liberals, he is a, fascist, right-wing fucking, what would you put it?
That's all right. Yeah, it's just past midnight here. It's almost, I guess, close to 1 o'clock a.m.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas. Attention! One of your track locations appears to be affected by these new warnings. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Arkansas. This warning is potentially affecting the following track locations. Location number 10, which is near the warned area. Here is the summary of this warning. At 5:39 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located over Mt. Elba, or 10 miles south of Rison, moving east at 45 miles per hour. End of warning summary.
Urban 1017, en route to the PD.
Received 11017, en route to the PD.
Yeah, so all goes your way.
Nah, I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Oh, just watching these people protesting against they don't want a king. And apparently none of them have read. And I have yet to understand one lick of what they're trying to achieve. the same old stupid chants. You know, back in the 50s and the 60s, they had people that knew how to chant, write music, organize together, and this shit, you know, hey, hey, ho, ho kind of shit. It's like, really?
Good bed, 5 to Tank 1. G8, there you are.
You know, kind of like guys spreading divisive, rage baiting, you know, and kind of bigoted dude who's spreading his message, right? And so, when you get shot and people are celebrating, conservatives are like, why are you celebrating this, the death of like this good Christian family man? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. And then the liberals are going like, why are you, you know, defending this bigot, rage baiting, like spreader of fucking racist ideas and shit like that? I don't understand.
Hello, Steele. Nice to see you, buddy. Yeah, you know, I kind of get into that there. I'd be watching these, you know, do-it-yourself guys a lot. You know, either restoration or build-it-yourself kind of guys, you know. And, I mean, they go from, I have all kinds, you know. I have the ones that are really super modern that's got, like, 3D printers and every kind of lathe and press you can imagine. And then I got other ones that everything's like foot powered, you know, where they have foot powered drills and they got, you know, they have, you know, lathes that the old fashioned type of lathes and all that. In fact, his shop is even just a wooden, you know, wooden cabin kind of thing. So I have all kinds of, you know, videos that I watch like that. And it's fascinating to see somebody, you know, even to sharpen their tools, they have like, you know, sharpening stone what they pedal with their feet. It's like, it's crazy. But yeah, it works.
G8, BUR, 2E1HWE, knowledge. Well, I think Ofcom missed the trick here, because what they should have done, again, it's easy for me to say, isn't it? But, you know, let's just play the what if game. I like that game. They should have written to every amateur who was an intermediate licence holder and said, look, we really want to encourage you to switch. We've saved your last 3 letters and click this button. You can switch now and you can have your last 3 of your suffix. But they didn't, did they? So, you know, and I couldn't care less. If anyone wants to go and grab my one, feel free, because I won't be changing to it. They could just go and grab someone else's one, couldn't they, Matt? Is that not technically true? You know, if I wanted, you know, someone's call sign, but I wanted it to be M8 and M9, there's nothing stopping me specifying that, I suppose. And I think that's wrong. I think they should have said to people, you've got 6 months to go in and nab it. It's reserved to you if you want to do it. But I haven't had an email. Or maybe there has been. Maybe my head's in a hole here. But, yeah, it could have been done so much better. But it's easy for me to say, isn't it? I'm not the one running the shop. Evening, Andrew. It's just me and Matt on the network currently. From 318W.
Tank 1 returning to quarters.
Tanker 1 returning 1841.
Never heard before in your life, and you may never hear
Oh, can you rely on?
depending on how the producer felt about it once it was tested on a
It's not
rig,
easy with
you
kids
know.
though,
So
especially if you're shopping the phone.
because I had the show on
Depending
Night
on
One, as I said,
amount of kids, age of kids. But if you're not well, you're not well, are you? And that, you can't change that.
all the producers would cut for me and just pass to me and say, if you want
But it's hard, it's not easy.
Wow, okay.
That's just me. I'm a bit nostalgic sometimes.
32, 33.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Precisely. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is not being hyperbolic to say that we live in two completely different realities. The problem is you gotta have people that are smart enough, and I definitely think you are, and I definitely think I am, to read between the lines, to know that, hey, if I'm seeing this, somebody's probably pushing some kind of agenda. Let me look deeper into it. You know, you don't have that anymore. People are dumb, and they don't care that they're dumb.
But, you know, like I said, none of them, nobody reads. And if they would have, I mean, I've engaged a few in my time where we just had a nice, delightful chat, mind you. And I said to one of them one time, I says, you know, it's getting so bad that somewhere in the future they're going to make you get a driver's license.
You're fired, Dragon. Oh wait, you're not fired. It's the opposite. How you doing?
No, I mean, if it's something massive, I'm not gonna do that. But that's in what year is that thing? 2014, I think. So it's been modified quite a bit. So the front bumper is metal. So that thing was just like, you know, gonna plow the deer. But the head come back and hit the headlight and the front grille. So I'll have some pieces on that to replace. And been in the fender flare, but they're aftermarket fender flares that are made of real metal. So I'll just be able to, if I have to take it off and beat it out, I'll do that. You know, all that is a powder coat, a flat black, so it's not nothing fancy.
The easy ones first mangled, and of course I try to convince the other ones.
Was Charlie Kirk perfect? Absolutely not. Did he say controversial shit just to rage bait? Absolutely. Was he a Nazi, a racist, and a bigot? No, I do not believe so.
Commissioner started.
We will.
Alright? And they're the ones that are most difficult. Because they're like, no means no. It's like, that's not how you said it. You said no. Stop it. Quit.
Colin, go ahead to dispatch.
Call 1's in service.
No, me neither. Me neither. Yeah, I mean, even on issues like, you know, people are divided on, like, Joe Rogan's Comedy Club, you know? Like, I recently kind of found out, because I'm, like, way too online when it comes to these, like, the podcaster, you know, what some people would call, like, the manosphere or whatever, you know, like, all the top 5 podcasts and all that shit. I'm like, you know, I listen to, like, all these podcasts. So anyways, but recently got put on to the fact that, like, the comedy world is actually pretty divided over Joe Rogan's Comedy Club, the mothership in Austin and shit, and that there's a lot of comedians out there that are saying, like, fucking, oh, you've been Austinified or something like that. Like, you know, basically their gripe is that, like, this, you know, if you go to that club as a comedian, like, you have to have a tranny joke, you have to, like, say the fucking N-word with the hard R, you know, you've got to call people retards and shit, and if you're not, like, you're not accepted, you know. And Joe Rogan's, like, addressed this, and he's like, dude, like, I don't know what the fuck these people are talking about. Like, you know, the Comedy Store is the most diverse, or, you know, the mothership is the most diverse fucking, it's like the UN council, almost. He's like, most of the comics are liberal, like, what the fuck are people talking about, you know? And, like, I really believe Joe Rogan on that, you know, but then I also do wonder, I'm like, Like, I don't know. I've also heard some comedians that I respect kind of like hint towards this, that, you know, this one comedy scene is, like, it's almost like people have gone too far with it, the other side. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck I'm trying to say. But, just an interesting point. I haven't developed all my thoughts on this shit like that. We were talking about this the other week, how, like, the change in media where it's like used to, if you said that, you know, a man isn't a woman or whatever, you'd be fucking banned on everything, every single platform. And now it's like you can have a video saying nigger with the hard R on YouTube and it doesn't get pulled down or even shadow banned. And so there's been like this massive shift in the internet of what's acceptable, you know. So people's argument about Joe Rogan's Club is that, yeah, it's pushing that, like it's driving that thing, you know.
Yeah, it seems to get a little more crazy every day, which is okay. Let them get it out of their system, I suppose. I don't see it being very productive, though. They keep forgetting that their own constitutional law voted somebody in. Now, I can understand them not liking the person or some shit. You know, I didn't like all of them in the past. But you lived with it, you know, and you tried to do the best as you should. But I don't understand this woke attitude that they got going. It's just very peculiar.
1842.
From JPUR, is making a phone. From JPUR, okay, yeah, feeling hospital that. Yeah. Well, my view is quite simple. I don't see why they had to change them at all. I mean, all you got is an M in place of a 2 and different numeric, a 0 and a 1 and that sort of thing. You know, M8 or M9. What difference it makes, I don't know, to have a 2 in front instead of an M. They're both valid UK calls, aren't they? 2 series and M series, so that's the point. The only thing is that you have to put an E in, so you don't end up with 2-0 or 2-1, which would make a bit of a nonsense of it. But I can't see why they bother to change at all. I say that both types of calls are equally valid, and you're sterilising, I suppose you put it, lots of other calls if you allow changes to be made like that. I don't understand it. They do what they do, and it's up to them. It's not our place to you know, question what they do, but well, and that's for sterilising lots of calls one over the other, changing them every minute or so. I think that might quite easily or quite quickly get stopped if it became too much of a habit, if you see what I mean. But there we go. Anyway, it's a contentious thing, isn't it? But I suppose they'll do what they want to do, and people will do what they want to do within the rules as they're currently they're laid down, as it were, currently promulgated or defined. Now, to you, Matt, GAPUR.
Hey, first off, I'm glad your daughter's alright. Dude, if I hit a deer going 45, 50, that sucker's literally coming through my windshield. And, man, these fleas are coming off my kitty cat. They don't, but they're landing on me, and I'm catching them. I put the medicine on them today, again. A little bit sooner than I should have. Anyway, let's get back to Steel, sorry. Just dealing with stupid. I'm sorry, Steel. Yeah, I'm glad your daughter's alright. I bet if it's anything like your truck, that 2014 Jeep is badass. You already said it's been modified. That's key word. That's code word for that stuff is probably banging. I love Jeeps. 2004, they hold their value forever because they're damn Jeeps. They go 300 whatever. Their Jeeps are awesome. If it's I don't know. I'm getting a little lost with all the Jeeps they're coming out with now, but the Wrangler is what's up. They'll never go out of style. And if you modify, see a lot of them around here. They love their Jeeps, Wranglers, souped up around here. I saw a chick driving one the other day. She was hot. and she had it all modified with the, but it was pink. It was ugly as hell, the color, but everything else was legit. I hope you get, sorry for a long keep, I hope you're able to fix it.
Ambulance 1's in quarters. Unfortunately, 245.
Am I cracking up, Dragon, or are you talking one-sided in a conversation that I can't hear the other person?
I hope I'm working.
Uh-oh, then that means I'm broken. Oh boy.
What did you do to break yourself?
I heard you talk to yourself about the Constitution or something or other.
Hammer dispatch, Bradford Utility.
Oh, I see. I see. Oh, maybe it's selective Alzheimer's. That happens, you know.
You're clear of scene and headed to headquarters.
It's either that or I could be pregnant or dilating. One of the two. You know what, now that I think about it, I could be lactating.
Okay, G8BUR, G7HMV. Yeah, well, basically your call sign, which I think basically would be M9HWE, is locked for 2 years, and you're the only person who's allowed to have that call sign for the next 2 years. Oscar is the situation currently. But then after 2 years, if you don't claim it as your own, if you don't claim it then as your own, then there can be an M9 HWE as well as a 2E0 or 2E1 HWE. So that's how the system works. And they said that you were allowed to make a call sign change every 5 years, but clearly that's not right in the software. If you go into the web page now, it gives you an option, a drop down, and you can go for a G3, a G4, G5, G6, G7, G8, and then you can go for an M1 or an M0 call sign. So you can use any of those call signs as a full license holder. I mean, obviously I can't see what you can get otherwise, but basically what it's done is, I guess as a new license holder now, I get a drop down as a new foundation license holder now. I get a drop down and can choose M3, M6, and M7 call signs, and then obviously as an intermediate I can choose M8s and M9s. Obviously they're not going to issue any more 2E0s or 2E1s, so if you've got one then you can keep it, that's fine. And if after 2 years time you want to, well, you can change any time, once every 5 years as I understand it, although as I say I don't think that's programmed into the website, which I'm sure will come, because that was the deal, that you could change your call sign once every 5 years. But at the moment, that's not implemented. You can just change it every 5 minutes if you want to. But who knows? But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But I think your HWE is safe for 2 years from now. I wonder, did Steve go for M8 SGG then or something? Or and as for the other reasons, I mean, obviously in Morse code it's much quicker to send 5-digit call sign rather than have the extra digits. And the other thing is, of course, that on air, I suppose, M9 HWE is quicker to say than 2E0 or 2E1 HWE as well. I don't know. And up to you, Oscar, G7HMV.
My goodness, Mangled. Don't you even have it's so uncouth of you to sink to such a low level. You're not going to augment yourself by putting breastises on yourself, are you?
Grand Forestry.
Grand Forestry, clear the scene.
Forestry, returning 1845.
Yeah, I echo the sentiments, man. I hope your daughter's okay, man. It's, yeah, because like I always, I mean, I'm sorry about your car, but your truck, but I'm more worried about your daughter there, because you No matter what happens, your truck you could replace. Daughter, not so much.
I don't know, dragging breasts are a good idea, but I don't think they're for me.
Hey, Dragon Haven, what's up?
Hello there. Well, Bagel, it is just as cheap to go out and rent a pair for the evening.
And old Liddy's older, so I don't know if we could have any more kids. Well, that hadn't come yet, but you know, at yeah, at her age, it's probably gonna be pretty hard. Yeah, we try not to have any.
I know, right? That's what I would do.
Well, yeah, I think people just hear what they want to hear. Even when they are exposed to shit that does not affirm what they already believe. They're only listening for the shit that does affirm what they already believe and just ignoring the rest. Confirmation bias, you know what I mean?
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Louisiana.
So how's Mike today?
Good.
Oh, you're still quick with that key, I see. Well, at least you came through that time.
Give me 1 second. I gotta go, run to the truck stop here real quick. I shall be back.
Yeah, not going on here too much. Not too much going on here. Just keeping it calm.
Yeah, just got a message from my missus there. She made it to the theater, but she says there's a lot of protesters around. I don't know. I don't know how. I'm in here, so I don't know how much ruckus it is out there. But I'm looking around on the news to see. So hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully it's just a lot of people. As long as they stay in check, it's good. I just hate when they get out of hand like that.
Good evening, all on the React channel. This is Juliet 88 Delta Mike. Just updating you guys on the current weather condition here in St. Vincent. We start experiencing some showers accompanied by thunder, lightning to the east, and already the aircraft at the E.T. Joshua Airport, not the E.T. Joshua Airport, the Argyle International Airport, taking off. The aircraft are taking off from the opposite direction. So they are taking off from the south towards the north. The regular route usually be from the northern side of the runway to the southern portion of the runway. However, this is the opposite this afternoon with a change in weather pattern as tropical system approach the island of St. Vincent. So once again, already experiencing some rain and thunder and lightning is approaching from the east as we speak. This is Juliet 88 Delta Mike from the island of St. Vincent. Have a great evening all.
That's fine. I gotta check out at the store anyway, so yeah, I'll probably get back right around the same time.
I made contact with the Bell Commissioner, Vicky, and she wanted you to give her a call.
10-5.
And food?
These days I keep it real simple. Food, clothing, shelter. Make it the best of each of them.
So Lebanon is faxing a copy of the warrant to the Canaan Police Department.
Yeah, this Zello group has been in existence for an extremely long time. I used this app maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was already here. But I got my Zello account sorted out today, got it back and running, and I'm glad to be back here. I'm Walter from South Africa.
Yeah, but what are they? Are they snowflakes? Probably, because the right don't protest unless it's something serious, like Charlie Kirk. But they don't even protest about that either. They just hold simple memorials and snowflake. Did you? Anyway, what the hell's the protest, fags?
and 5, are you off at your 1011 with that subject?
Still 5 I am.
Received.
Oh, wow, very cool. Yeah, I think throughout the years, I think I've had a few contacts that were down that way. But good on you. You got it all working. That sounds cool. Glad to have you.
There's that no king thing, which is totally ridiculous, because everybody, even kindergartners know that.
You dropped off Frankie. Even kindergartners know that we don't have a king? Yeah, and obviously they want to go back to the lawless ways. And I don't see where he's overstepped his bounds by telling them to support the law. You can't just do whatever you want. It's not a good idea.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear you. But nevertheless, we can see those showers coming across to you, which would have impacted Tobago earlier on today. So yes, they are coming in strongly on your eastern end, and there's a lot of lightning activity to the east. We can confirm same there. There's another bout coming through after you will have one. What is this episode's now, and then probably in an hour and a half there's another coming through again. So be on the lookout for those two before things get quiet on your end. Delta Mike there, over.
No, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
And I think Mangled might be lactating. I think it's because you're not using the correct copy. It should be French pressed.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
To Echo 1, Hotel Whiskey Echo. Well, I was having this conversation about 5 o'clock this evening on air with a few people, and I said I can't see any benefit whatsoever changing it. But then someone pointed out to me, like you just said, yeah, well, if you do Morse, you're saving one word or letter. And I thought, really? Is that a good enough reason to change it? I suppose if you're doing contesting, it saves time, doesn't it? I could understand that. But for me, I'm proud to be English. I love using the E for echo. To answer Andrew's question, I think the reason they've done it, Andrew, is harmonisation. A lot of countries around the world don't have numbers. They're predominantly letters. And also, where they then said, with the licensing changing a few years ago, you can now drop the country locator in your call sign. So if you're in Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland, you don't have to use the W, the M or the I. I'm assuming that applies for Guernsey and Jersey as well, possibly. And the Isle of Man, the Delta. I think they wanted to harmonise it, so I think they thought, well look, 2E1 is a bit of a clumsy one, isn't it? It doesn't really fit in with everything else. Let's bring this other one in. And then intermediates won't have to use a regional locator anymore, will they? But for me, I'm proud to be using that. I don't know why they, at the moment, I'm not allowed to drop the E. I can't go 2-1-HWE, I've got to use the echo. But then they let you drop it out of everything else, so there's obviously some method to the madness. And I think my final point is, I don't understand why Ofcom hasn't just sent an email out to every single intermediate licence holder to say, this is what we've done, would you like to do this, and here's the link, and get on in. How difficult can it be to send an email out to every single intermediate licence holder just with, you could knock that up within an hour, couldn't you, someone at Ofcom? It wouldn't take too much effort to do that, unless they didn't want the system to crash or something. I know the information's out there, Matt, in the public domain, but I would have thought they would have written to people just, on an email, just to let them know what they're doing on the rollout, but maybe they did. Maybe my email Maybe it's got the junk or spam. I'll have to check. Around you, Andrew.
Yeah, and and that's the thing. We best get used to it, because no matter what side on the road you're on, ultimately we do have a king, right? So we best get used to it, because we don't have an earthly king at the moment, of course, but we will at some point. So best get used to it.
Side for Tango 1.
Vacuum quarters in service.
Vacuum quarters in service, 1847.
I thought for sure I'd get at least a little bit of a nudge out of them.
Affirmative. Thanks again, there, Alan, and we hope that you guys are safe down there in Tobago. And what's the current weather conditions, though? Is it raining at your location?
No, well, we want that king because he wants the best for us. Anyway.
The weather is shifting a little north now, and moving further to your end. Grenada would have got part of it, so we are in the clear. We expect some overcast conditions later on, and then early in the morning, just probably after midnight, we will experience some light to moderate rainfall again with heavy overcast. So that is what things look like here, but the thunder activities is really to the north of the island and heading your way there. Over.
Yes, sir. I agree with that sentiment there, but yeah, it's ridiculous. People be doing some ridiculous stuff. Like, well, no, it's because he's acting like, really? Really? I mean, I don't know. It's like, what's the next protest gonna be? No Santa Claus, no Santa Claus Day or something. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, but yet you and me and a couple of other people saying no men dress wearing day. Oh, then you'd have a fit.
3 on board, 2 hours, 20 minutes, and back to Manchester. R2.
Alright, acknowledge, yeah. Alright, well, let's hope all plays out well, but we're definitely in for some showers. Lots of it as well, maybe up until Monday, based on let's see. Alright, well, we'll be on the monitor, and we'll definitely update you guys accordingly, based on our situation here in St. Vincent. So, we'll be listening. Back to you.
Your speakers are shit.
Yeah, I am particularly interested, have some interest in what is going to happen to the Grenadines south of you should pick up some of those thunder showers as well. So we should be on the lookout for that, and also to the north of Grenada, I'm trying to remember the name of those small islands to the north of Grenada, but they will get some as well. Take care now for the traffic. This is 9 Yankee 5 Tango Hotel Alpha 1. I'm out.
Sound like shit.
Yes, we would, wouldn't we?
Just ridiculous. I mean, it's not. I'm trying to think. This is new. That they're protesting every other month because they didn't get their way. It's stupid protests. It makes Vietnam. I can see that. The protests for that. Maybe Iraq. I think there was some small protests, not really. But this This is just ridiculous. No. So they're saying he's acting like a tyrant king or something? Oh my gosh.
So, is the U.S. government still on lockdown or locked or closed?
Go listen to what you're putting in the channel. Go listen to your recording.
Yeah, well, she finally made it inside. 'Cause she's in the theater now, waiting for the show to start. So obviously she didn't lose her cookies. That's good. So I'll send it to you, Carla. I'll send you across because it's a pretty picture. She always does that. You know, sending me pictures of the inside of the theater, and it's looking sharp.
Yes, it's being held hostage apparently. You know, that's something that these people that don't read and don't understand. It's not the president that's fucking these people over. They're just executors. It's the damn Congress and the House and the Senate that are fucking things over here. You know, it doesn't matter what side they are. I put it this way. They couldn't pour piss out of a boot, even with instructions on the heel.
Like Bravo uniform, Romeo. Yes, okay, fine. Yeah. To my mind, it's quite simple. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I don't think any of it was broke. Okay, there was nothing wrong with the regional secondary locator. I think, you know, it should have been left there. I don't see why it was made optional. Weird. But there we go. It's not optional for intermediate, is it? Because, well, for some reason I don't understand. Perhaps they didn't like two numerics together, I don't know. But there are plenty, loads of countries. Think of 9V, 9M and that sort of thing. And there's 3D something or other, I forget which one it is. And there are all sorts of, well, from 2 to 9 inclusive, all the way through. There are 7s I can think of. I haven't got the whole lot in my head, but there are stacks of countries like that with a numeric start to the call sign, and they have a letter comes in, an alphabetic comes in after that. So there was no reason to do it because of that. So as far as I'm concerned, as I said, I'll repeat: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I don't think it is broke. But there we go. There we go. That's the birds and that sort of thing. My ears were slightly burning when you mentioned that, because yes, I was having an interesting conversation about our avian friends and that sort of thing, and why they, you know, whatever. Well, you remember what it was. You know, I can't remember much of what I said, but semi-interesting conversation. I like that. Round it goes. JB, you are.
They killed somebody. Your radio and speakers suck. And then we got it later. Go listen to what you're putting in the channel.
To Bradford Deputy, are you at our station?
Yeah, it's like it's got something to do with that noise cancellation or something. There's too much noise there. He's talking to somebody, so I don't know if he knows if he's queuing up or not.
Bradford Utility. Bradford Utility.
Cool, thanks, Steele. And yeah, I want to check that out. And yeah, I'd like to see the pictures of the theater. I want to compare it to the theater I grew up with in my neighborhood, which goes back to 1896 or something like that. So I want to see what it's like. It has balconies, like, you know, Booth. You know, the old theaters, like where Abraham Lincoln got shot in the Booth, by Booth. It's really cool theater.
I've been telling him he knows what he's doing. I've been telling them the speakers are shut.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I just heard that in the news around here and stuff that the federal government is closed and there's some services that are currently not running, some federal services and stuff. And it's apparently costing the government quite a lot of money per day, millions of dollars per day when it happens.
That's from Newbury Engine 1. From Piermont Command, if we can be released from coverage.
Piermont Command.
Can be released from coverage.
That could be a bit higher. Well, it's really hard to say. And what's really nauseatingly stupid on this whole thing, and again, people don't read, this is a fiat currency. If you look up the word fiat in Latin, it just says make it so. They're digits on a fucking computer somewhere. So this whole thing is maddening at best.
John has it, thank you.
Now to find a search protector. I know I got extra ones.
Well, that was pretty good. There's 9 more. And I got it on the big computer. It automatically went to part 2 off of part 1. So maybe it'll run them in order. Now I do see over to the right, the full podcast, 10 episodes. We'll see if that's the same thing. If it is, let's see. It says play all.
Pleasure to be here once again. We are going to try and cover.
Okay. So, yep, and they're in order. What about that? All 10 of them. Alright, so, I need to find that link. That link would play you through the whole series. Pretty cool right there. That link is better than the first link I put in.
I'm on the phone still with the 88. The car is parked closest to the fireside in Sign.
I don't have any daggone search protectors anymore. When I get my new place, dude, I'm redoing it. I'm just getting brand new everything. Well, I guess I have to if I don't have any left. But yeah.
Yeah, my thing with all these different currencies and stuff, they still make it quite difficult to transfer money between countries. Like, it's a thing. They make it quite difficult if you want to transfer money from one country to another. And then, of course, some people use, untraceable account or offshore accounts, as they call it, to get things done. But if you, as a legal citizen, tries to transfer money, it can become a bit of a thing to get done. Where in the end, like you said, it's just a bunch of bits floating around inside a computer. Just, buttons to push.
From G7HMV. Yeah, well, no, that's just my wife being funny because she goes, normally she goes, they talk about a load of rubbish on there, stuff like that. And, you know, if I remember having a conversation, maybe it's just me that doesn't say anything interesting. Perhaps it's, you know, perhaps that's what she was getting at. No, I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, no, she's obviously listening to you and Craig. Well, the radio was on because it'd been on because of the GOTA stuff, and you popped up, and they were going, "What's that? Is that right?" And then my son was chipping in, going, "Yeah, no, I've heard that about the wolves and whatever." And so it was quite funny. So they were all chipping in, having their lunch, whenever it was, late lunch. But yeah, anyway, there we are. Well, I mean, I can see why they've done it to a certain degree from the you know, trying to get more call signs and simplifying it all. At the end of the day, it's all about putting everything on a website now, rather than having to deal with Ofcom. All of this is money saving, you know, and making it all self-managed via a website, probably killing off anyone who's involved with dealing with call signs for amateur radio. It's all self-service website now, and you know, you validate your call sign once every 5 years, and you know, it'll just tickety-boos along, and you know, they don't have to get involved anymore. They've handed all over the NOVs and stuff to the RSGB, blah blah blah. So you know, it's all money. It's all about money, and it's a money-saving exercise. You know, yeah. I mean, obviously, I've been involved with quite a few M7s getting licensed, and any particular choice for M7 calls were very limited now. It was quite hard to get any combination. You know, people were trying 20 or 30 or 40 different, you know, 3-letter suffixes or whatever. And certainly with the 2E1 call signs, not a lot of those were issued, so there should be lots of stock for M9s for intermediates now. So, you know, lots of options of different 3-letter combinations. So I guess that's where they're going, and then I guess with the 2-year thing, when they get dropped back in after 2 years, then that will eventually, I suppose 2 years from now, because obviously there's going to be lots of people who had 2E0 call signs, I guess, that will be given up, and M6, 3, 6, and you know, 3, 6, and 7s. And they'll all go back in the pool as well to be dished out to new foundations and new whatever. So I suppose that's where it all comes from. And there we are, coming out once again. Ranty Oscar, 7HMV.
2023 Kia Red to a Alexander Baker from Claremont, New Hampshire.
5.
There you go, Matthew.
Yeah, I can just print it straight from here.
Guys, we can't view your cameras.
Not.
Oh wow, that's freaking. You didn't get the. Oh shit. Well, no, I don't. See, I'm. Is there any balconies? I can't really tell. Wow, that is really, really pretty, man. If that's real wood, is that real wood or cement? Or is that like, did they redo it fake? You know, like a new, that might be redone. I don't know. You tell me. If that is authentic, original, Victorian stuff, then that is so cool. So cool, Jack.
And today is a sad day, right? Not only is it the Sabbath, a day of rest, reflection on your week, reflection on the week going in, right? Coming up. Tennessee and Alabama play today. So far, Tennessee's been doing all right, winning back-to-back matches here. All right. It's only available on YouTube.
Well, you know, if you look at your security codes that they have out there, most people should, if they're going to be in business and they got to do stuff like that, or they want to send money to another person, you're better off doing it in a trust. People should do that anyway. And get to know the security codes of your country and the other country. There's a lot of good information out there, but you really gotta dot your I's and cross your T's, if you get my drift.
Affirmative. We're double checking, but we cannot.
Okay, well that's awesome because, yeah, this first one was about, everybody says, well, you don't have the original copy, so what's the difference, If, if nobody has it, so why should we say go back to the original copies? But yeah, that's a good point. Two really good right off the bat, which is one. Even the Ten Commandment stones were not the original copy. So God has set that. We hear a lot about setting precedents for different things that Trump is setting precedents for this and that. Well, God set precedents. I think that's so cool.
Alright, I'm back. Speaking of, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. No, I do think, I have noticed that though, and I do think there has been this shift where people have, gone a little too far, overcorrecting to the right, if you would. It's almost like we're saying nigger a little too much now. Going a little too hard. I would argue that this kid, Nick Fuentes, I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's got like a lot of popularity and shit now. I would argue he's like a perfect representation of overcorrecting a little too far to the right, because of all this stuff. And speaking of which, has anyone seen Lindsay Pop and Touchstone around? I noticed they've been gone for a while.
Yep. If you're talking about the facade and the sides and all that, yeah, that's all original. That was the one thing they don't change. They redid the rugs a little bit. Yeah, there's balconies up there. The foyer, whatever. There's balconies up there, but yeah, because she does. She likes to sit up there, but she's on the ground floor right now. But she's always up in the balcony. She works there, so yeah. There's definitely that's all original. I mean, they change stuff, but they change. Usually, they'll change like the rugs, and they'll change some of the seats. They'll put like new seats in and stuff like that. But as far as like the walls and stuff like that, they don't change any of that. That's all original.
You just reminded me, I forgot about that Rams, weren't it, in London?
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Rams and Jaguars, so I need to check that out, really.
But as far as businesses go, now I've bought things in other countries, many of them actually, and the exchange was just flawless. You couldn't ask for a better, I'll pay you, and they do all the voodoo on the exchange rate, and okay, fine, thank you, and it's sent out in the post.
You don't need the original copy. Yeah, that. And then on down, it's not been the original copy, but I mean, they copied. Okay, see, if anybody who would die for the Word of God is not going to mess up the copy, But all these new people who just make money off it, why would you trust them?
Wow, that's great. I'm glad you had such a positive experience.
Well, I'm just saying, as far as business goes, it seems like they keep it very simple, and it was a good experience.
Are you kidding me? Wow. Wow, dude, that is some really beautiful, detailed, uh, what's the word I'm looking for, bro? Oh, come on.
Yeah, I wondered about those two myself. I haven't seen them. But you know, part of this overcorrection that you're talking about is just cowardice by the tech industry. They're capitulating to Trump. Because we know they're cowards, because when Biden was in there, we now know that Biden asked them to crack down on shit, and they did, and now they're doing the exact opposite, because they want to capitulate to Trump.
Yeah, I call it like the facade. You know, yeah. I mean, it's pretty. It reminds me of because I used to joke about it. It's like every time I go in there, I feel like I'm in the Phantom of the Opera.
Quick question back to you, Matt. So if you're a 2E1, are you automatically getting reserved as an M9? And if you're a 2E0, it's an M8? Is that how they're doing it? Over.
Yes, I believe so. But I mean, obviously, if you wanted to change your call sign for the other series now, so say you desperately didn't want an M9, you could try and get M8 HWE if that's available. Maybe it is. You know, it might be available as M8 or M9 if you like, but you can change your call sign to anything you want now, M8 or M9 if it's available. But yes, I believe M9, obviously because it's the higher number, like 0, then 1. I believe the M8 is for 2E0 if you like, and M9 is for 2E1. So theoretically, your call sign would be M9 HWE, and that's been reserved for you for 2 years, as I understand it. G7HMV.
Fireside. I have another 911 caller on the phone advising this individual is now lost in a back room of the kitchen area. He had a tank of gas with him. He no longer has the tank of gas, and he did not spill any of the gas. Copy. Yeah, we're going out.
Anyway, good talking with you. I'm going to get off this thing for a bit and get some things done before it starts getting too dark here. Good hearing from you, and we look forward to chatting with you sometime in the future.
But here's what I would say. If Zillow has taught me anything, it's that too much freedom is a bad thing. Just go to any channel that doesn't have moderators and see what it's all about. Also, too much power and authority is also equally a bad thing. So I think we can both agree that some amount of censorship, at least in the private sector, is warranted and justified. So once you cross that barrier, the question is just, where does that end? How much, you know?
Yeah, that's actually... Does it have balconies? You haven't answered that.
Yes, it does. Yep, it has. It has old balconies and everything. Yeah. In fact, the original projector's still up there, and they have a Wurlitzer organ. You know, I mean, it's backstage, but they have a Wurlitzer organ, and they have a world famous organ player that plays there. He's only missed twice in 50 years, man. He's been working there for 50 years, man, and he's only missed twice. I can't really? Because I met him. He's a nice old guy. But yeah, he plays the Wurlitzer organ over there.
Thank you very much. Enjoy all the things that you are going to do, and yeah, good luck. Yeah, I think it's like 7 Eastern by now. It's almost 7 Eastern.
Fire has been extinguished. All hot spots have been hit. We're cleared. Return to quarters.
Yeah, I'm just shy of 6 bells right now.
Clear and returning 1856.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I totally agree. Yeah, and I've gone. I used to be far more radically like freedom kind of guy, no matter what, at all cost. But yeah, I've come to the middle on that issue and realized like, yeah, you do need moderate regulation. Let's say. Yeah, but I mean more, and also you're totally right about Zuckerberg, that fake motherfucker. Now he's red pilled and shit like that. You know, yeah, I don't know. I hesitate on that one a little bit because I do think these people also do go through shifts and they kind of start to lean one way or the other. People do change politically and stuff like that, but it's so abrupt and so apparent. The flip-flopping that, yeah, I gotta call bullshit on it. But I wasn't even so much talking about that because I think as far as the internet's concerned, you really should have everything kind of wide open other than the like very, very extremes speech-wise and stuff like that. I mean, not necessarily the platforms that are regulating the speech, but the speakers themselves. Like people are a little too fired up, leaning a little too heavy on the nigger and faggot words and stuff like that. Do you have you heard this Nick Fuentes guy? What do you think about him?
Yeah, 2E1HWE. Well, logically, our call signs in this country are absolute pig's ear. It's never ever added up from I don't think any of it. Think about this. If I'm right in saying this, full license you get issued M0, don't you now? Or you can still pick. I think you can pick G0 still. They let you do, or G whatever number. I think you can actually ask for it unless they've changed that. Can you still ask for M1 and M5? They're both full license calls, aren't they? Foundation, can you have M6 still? Are you allowed to pick that? And then, obviously now you've got intermediate, M8, M9. And it doesn't really make any sense to an outsider looking in because it's not in ascending or descending order, is it? Because, logic would say, okay, well maybe M0, M1, I could get that for full license. Then, maybe in the middle, intermediate, logically should have been, M5, M7, and then foundation really should have been, M8, M9. So for me, it doesn't make any logical order, does it, if you look at it from a numeric point of view? You've got full license one end, intermediate at completely the other end, and then slap bang in the middle, foundation. It's just messy. I think whoever come up with it at the start, maybe there was some logic at the time, but now when you look back at it, it's just a messy pig's ear situation. But yeah, it's not the biggest problem in the world, is it? God, we're probably talking about it far too much this evening. But what else is there to talk about? There's no other juicy gossip in the amateur world, is there? I don't know. Is there anything else going on? Any other big news? Andrew, maybe you know what it is. Over to you from 2E1HWE.
Oh, so you're like 1 hour behind Eastern then?
Ahead. Yeah, I'd be 6 p.m. And that's according to the Pope's work schedule and the wind-up toy, of course.
That's checking in 5.
Go ahead.
That warrant has been uploaded to your RMS case file.
Fine, thank you.
No kidding. That must be like a world-renowned movie theater then. You got a super famous you got an organ in the back with the world famous play. Oh yeah. Oh, I knew your shit, that stuff, sorry, the theater was nice, but I had no idea. That's way nicer than the one when I was a kid. The town I grew up in. I mean, by a lot. I didn't think it was going to compare, and it blew it away, actually. Nice.
Good. Letting you know I'm going to start fire that wave to stage. They were unsure about injury. Apparently there was some breakage of items.
Well, I don't know why, but I cannot, maybe I gotta try something different. The entire thing. Let me see if I can send this link to my email. Copy it to my email. Okay. Send to your devices. What's that do? Okay. And either phone. Choose the device. Alright, maybe I can do it that way. But that would be so much easier to click on that one link. They've got it, all 10 of them in order in one link. So, oh wait a minute, that one on part 2. That's not. You can find it, Sylvia. You're the computer guru. You can find it. I can't seem to get that link where they're all 10 together, but it says view the whole podcast. And it's 10 of them. Here, over 5 night. Yeah, I can't get that link.
Len and Fire. Medical call. Stage for PD. West Hydrant District. 25. Airport Road. Fireside Inn. In Lebanon. Medical call. Stage for PD. West Hydrant District. 25. Airport Road. Fireside Inn. In Lebanon. Time out. 1857.
Be having that old musty smell like an old black woman.
I know who he is, I know what he's about, but I don't know enough to give you an opinion. It sounds like he's in league with, like, Milo Yiannopoulos and shit like that. I don't know if you know who that is, but yeah, they're just shock jocks. They're not serious figures. They are out there to get clicks and views and likes and money.
You know, I've never smelled an. Well, no, I used to work with a lot of old black ladies at the warehouse. Never smelled a musky one, but that's funny. Old white people smell like mothballs. But yeah, that theater, I would love to go to it. Sounds absolutely awesome. And do they have a bar there?
Orders in service.
Juliet 80 Delta Mike, this is the transporter 724. Acknowledge your communication and look further on data this evening for further update. Thank you very much. 400, Tobago. Nice seeing your vocals from the transporter 724. Please greet each and every one.
Yeah, but you are. No, I don't know if anything else. The juicy, whatever is implied by that nature, I don't really know, but no. I stand by what I said. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and I don't think it's broke. people know it and understand it who are in the amateur radio community, and I think that's sufficient, to be honest, as long as it's a valid call and the call groups are assigned to the various classes of license, and that suits me. Obviously you can't include M2 because that's for non-amateur use, as you probably know, and I think G9 is as well. It's other call signs for quasi-amateur or para-amateur devices, licenses, but there we go. Sure you know what I mean. Anyway, I say, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and I don't think it's broke. Anyway, gentlemen, I will be retiring to the horizontally polarised couch for a nice sleep, I hope, and talk to you again later on, sometime tomorrow perhaps. Possibly not tomorrow, I've got other things to do, but possibly during the week. Okay, around to you, Matt, for any other comments, and I'm going to disappear. JB, you are.
Yeah. I do know Milo Yiannopoulos, and God, they got rid of his ass fast, man. He was a dangerous weapon of the right. A fucking violently gay, fucking right-wing conservative dude, but yeah, he's I would say he's a little bit more serious than that. But yeah, he's kind of like the Jews are running things, you know, and like, yeah, I am racist. You know, he's a little more polished than kind of what I'm making it out to be, but he's just kind of like, you know, yeah, very, very anti-Israel. Like he is kind of like the epitome of what the left thinks of as like what they think the far right is, or what people are like, you know.
Yeah, they just put one in, actually, a year ago, because, you know, they wanted to modernize it, so they didn't touch the main theater, really. They did a little bit, you know, like I said, they change out the rug every couple of years and change the seats, you know, things like that. But they don't touch the facade, you know, the thing, or the you know, the opening of the screen, any of that. They don't mess with that. So what they did is they had this little store next door that was like there was gonna be a restaurant there, but it didn't work out. So what they did was the society. There's a society that actually preservation society that actually preserves it. You know, they ended up buying the little store next door, so they knocked the whole, you know, they knocked the wall out. So they made that into a separate, you know, like a little mini theater, and they have, you know, they have like some food there, snacks and stuff like that too. It's not nearly as big as the main one, of course, but that's like they call it T2 Theater 2. So yeah, the reason I remember is because one of the people that used to do on the TV, the Food Network, I think it is, or one of them, the Italian guy was gonna buy it. Fabio, that was like an Italian, you know, Italian cook guy was gonna buy it, but for some reason that deal fell through. So the theater ended up buying the building, because since it was right next door, and they just knocked the hole and they made another theater out of it. So they could have a theater, they could have a movie in one, and they could have like a book signing in the other, you know, or other special event or something like that, which is cool, you know. But yeah, that then the T2, the little one, that's a new one. They just made that one, but the first one, that's all original.
35, 33 requested you step it up.
You're over.
Yeah, but I made this point the other day. When I was growing up, it was the far right that hated the Jews. Now it's the far, far right and the far left. It's kind of crazy. And listen, I used to not even pay attention to like anti-Semitic shit. Oh, the Jews are running everything. But they kind of are. You look how many Jews are in American media, American entertainment, and all that. The Jews kind of are running the world.
You know, I got the name of the place now and everything, Antioch Bible Church, and what year it was and everything. So yeah, I'll be able to do it. It's okay. Yeah, pretty cool. And did you see James? He was checking it out too. So anyway, yeah, I think But my friend that I got on today, she'll probably be trying to do the Bible study with us, you know. So, you know, I told her about that. A lot of times she's just having dinner with her husband or cooking or doing something, you know.
Responding 25 Airport Road. Responding on 1900, stage 4 PD, a male has apparently tried to run someone off the road, then ran inside, barricaded himself in the back room, had a gas can. They don't think any gas was spilled, but apparently items broke, unknown about injury, but he's currently barricaded.
Saturday, October 18, 2025. Time is 7 p.m.
Hi, LGM. Good evening, Tom. G7HMV. Yeah, so there we are. Well, why don't you take it over and you pass it to me, because I think Andrew was last in, but keep the order. Yeah, you take it over and pass it to me. G7HMV. 73 Andrew.
Yeah, it's hard to say what I think about this. You know, I guess I don't have a fully fleshed out fucking opinion about it. Yeah, it's really hard. It's like, anytime I hear somebody like come in on some butternip shit, like the Jews are running the world in Hollywood and stuff like that, it's like, I know that they're kind of wrong, but as I go to try to dispel what they're saying, I like go to pull up stats, and I'm like, I find that I really can't prove them wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it's their position that I think is wrong. Like, it's a wrong kind of stance to take, but it is eerie how much influence the Jews have over our political system and shit. Israel in particular, but yeah, and it is a lot of Jews running shit in the money world. Like, it's weird, yeah.
We'll stage at the entrance to Fireside. Why don't you go ahead and get the engine from the city side started this way, please. If you'll stage at the entrance to Fireside, I'll get the engine started from city side at 1900.
M5 LGM. Yeah, at the moment you can use any of the call signs in that series, although they did leave out the M5s. So yeah, I think they accidentally left the M5, so they're going to fix it so they can. You can also change to an M5. Yeah, but I think they said that might be until Monday before they do that. Yeah, what else? Yeah, they're not sure if they've reserved the suffixes or not. I know they said they planned on doing that. I know one person noticed that one person managed to get a suffix that was already 2-0 or something, on QRZ or something. So I don't know, but yeah, people sort of been having fun, sort of getting different, with, getting new call signs and things and what have you. Back over to you, Matt.
Windsor call.
Windsor County 10, M40.
Engine, go ahead. Congressman. Congressman on 1901.
Show me clear my Plymouth directed E76 to my R1 to go 42.
Five.
Well, it's the Mr. Smith effect, at least to a certain extent. We've been programmed to think that way. Oh, when somebody comes in on some anti-Semitic shit, we just reject it naturally because they're racist Nazis. We don't even have to think about it. We just reject it. But it's like if somebody comes in here and says, hey, guess what, guys? The Earth is flat. We're going to be like, yeah, you're nuts. You're a crazy person. But how many of us could actually argue intelligently that the world is not flat? It's just sort of this gut reaction that we've been programmed to have.
Yeah, let me go. I'll find the Wikipedia for it and post it, and I'll give you the link for it.
You're on scene. Can you get your K9 partner immediately out with you? Working on it.
Another guy somebody sent me that was really good too. You probably know who it is already, but it's kind of a younger guy, and he had a series about the King, why the King James. Yeah, so I guess there's a lot of them out there.
Great G7 TVU.
Okay. Yeah, I can look it up, but sure, all right.
You take your over as well. I'll keep it in the right order. G7 TVU to take and pass on to me. G7 HMV.
And 2 from ambulance 2.
Yeah, very good evening. Thanks for letting us in there. I've just kind of caught on to this. Maybe I'm a bit slow here, but are they actually getting rid of the 2E0s and 2E1s? Are they basically clearing them out and moving on to M? 8, 9. Am I right there, or have I missed everything? Sorry about that.
Good engine 2. Cat D still has staff in quarters.
Right. Yep. Exactly. And, in the case of the Jews, the other thing is, in regards to that issue, the Earth might be flat. You know what I mean? Like, it might be, they just tend to get a little crazy with it, and they take it further than, they make it kind of silly. You know what I mean? Like, everything's a fucking Zionist Jew conspiracy. But this Nick Fuentes guy, yeah, I think one of the big things that put him on the map was like his first like kind of cancellation or whatnot came from a leaked conversation with some people at a political event in his college or something like that, as a college student, and he basically said that dating, I think either having sex or dating, I think it was dating, like dating somebody outside your race is immoral. Like something like that direct and that kind of hard line and shit like that. And so, he's actually an interesting kid to listen to talk. Like he's sounds pretty reasonable if you haven't heard him say any of those kind of things. Like I said, like he's far more polished than I thought he would be, having known some of his stances on shit like that. You'd think you're getting ready to just listen to a fucking crazed, dude going off the rails.
In my ambulance. and rescue attack kits.
Yeah, Roger, Roger. Basically, that's it. And you, if you want now, can go and sign up and become a G3 if you want, or a G4.
Westby Lock and West, Vermont, Kilo Tango Echo, 715, red Chevy Volt.
Or an M1, or an M0, but not an M5, as Tom pointed out. But maybe from Monday you can be an M5 if you want. So yeah, you can change your call sign as well. It's supposed to be once every 5 years, but I think that has been slightly omitted, so people are changing it all over the place. But yeah, basically there'll be no more 2E0s or 2E1s issued, and there'll be M9s and M8s. And if you want to keep your 2E0, you can. And the minute you play with any of your licenses, or if you change your G7 to something, well, you probably don't have a 2E0 or an M7, but if you did have a previous call sign, then there'd be whatever. What's the word? I don't know what it's called. Now the word's gone out of my head. Rescinded, whatever. It's not rescinded, whatever they call it. Tom will know. I don't know. Anyway, there's a special word for it. Revoked. That's not revoked. Revoked is when it gets taken off you. Anyway, whatever. You can rescind your call sign, maybe. Anyway, but yeah, so if you do that, then your older call signs disappear at this point. At some point in the future, they'll get rid of all other call signs, previous call signs. So you're only ever going to hold on to one. I guess they give you 30 days, because then if you go, no, I want to keep my M7 and get rid of my 2E0 or whatever you're on now, and keep your older call sign, then you've got that option. But I'm not sure that many people will do that. Go back a sec or whatever. Go back to a lower call sign. I don't know, but maybe there'll be someone somewhere who wants to do that. Anyway, whatever. But yes, so there's been big changes, but that's all happening. Anyway, as Oscar says, probably done this to death. but yeah, so I think the idea is then you can get anything from any of the series now. So that should open up the pool considerably to new licensees. So there we go. Round to you, Oscar. G78HMV in the Greek.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Here, copy.
There you go, Bubba.
Sweet, thank you.
My pleasure.
Bail Commissioner is en route.
Yeah, I actually went and saw on the 75th birthday of it, I went and saw Frankenstein, Frankenstein, the original movie that was cool. Seeing that old movie on the screen like that was cool. And it was fun because I had a couple of beers, so I was a little loosey-goosey. I couldn't stop cracking jokes.
Yeah, he's the worst kind of snake. He'll sell you poison in a bottle that has roses and butterflies and rainbows on it. This is why I say J.D. Vance is such a snake. It's because J.D. Vance is a very good talker. He's very polished. You cannot pin the man down. He will have an answer for you. And Obama was the same way in a lot of regards.
His name is Alexander Baker, date of birth 7/12/2000. Ends in 7419. I'm 10-9 with him.
Yeah, J.D. Vance is definitely a smooth fucking operator, dude. Like, he's a construct cooked up right out of the bowels of fucking Langley, Virginia, you know what I mean? But, But yeah, and I do think, it makes me wonder with like Nick Fuentes though, and how big of a following he has, is, makes me wonder how prevalent are those ideas? Like, how many people out there that actually are kind of racist, and like they agree with that? They're like, finally, someone said it. It is immoral to fucking fuck a black guy. Like, maybe towns should be segregated. Yeah, actually, I really don't like Jews. It makes me wonder, like, there may be far more of those people than most people assume. I think there's actually, too, like, it's a result of the left going as hard as they did for so many years. It's almost like in reaction to that, the pendulum swung.
Nah, we're just going, up here. Right up here is where we're going. It's the next block, yeah. Yeah, it's the next block and then up, yeah. Yeah, maps are weird, bro. They take you the craziest names. Oh, yeah, maps. Hey, what was your channel? Phil Dubro on X. Phil Dubro on X. X is Twitter. Yeah. I was talking to my brother in prison the other day, telling him about everything that's happening, and I was like, yeah, I'm going crazy on X. He's like, what the fuck is X? I was like, bro, it's Twitter, bro. It's just a new name for Twitter. He was stumped. It was funny. Yeah, it got fun. I knew it was going to be interesting, that's for sure. Yeah, they seem like psychos.
Twitter for traffic stop Vermont. Woodstock Road at exit 1 northbound West Vermont. Kilo Whiskey X-ray 714. It's a black Jeep.
Yeah, G1HW in the group. Yeah, good night to Andrew there. Hello, Thomas, and the other station there. Yeah, I won't be changing my call sign to Scottish motorways between Edinburgh and Glasgow, or Edinburgh and Stirling anytime soon. I've got absolutely zero interest in doing that. There's no benefit to me in any way, shape or form. I don't do malls, I don't do contesting, and I've got no novelty in changing it. But it seems to be quite popular, so maybe I've missed something. Maybe it's a trend-setting thing, I don't know. Maybe it's a vanity thing, I've got no idea. But it doesn't float my boat. But I suppose it's not doing any harm, is it? As long as they don't try and take it away from us, because the people who do want it, that's all I'm interested in. But yeah, I've always liked having it. In fact, I've only ever had, I think it's different, I've only ever had one call sign. Maybe that's what it is, Matt, because I did one exam in the year 2000, a National B Foundation City and Guild, and the 2E1 was issued to people who didn't do the malls. So the way it worked in the year 2000 is if you did your foundation, it was called a novice B, and you were a 2E1. And if you wanted to get the 2E0, the 2E0 was more prestigious, would you believe it? Even though it was lower in its physical number, a 2E0 was more prestigious because it meant you'd done the 5 word per minute malts, which was an optional bolt-on. So you did the theory, and then you could do this extra malts test afterwards to get the 2E0, which I did not do. So I've only ever had one call sign ever, so I suppose if you went through the system that there is now in the last 15 years, or 10 years, whatever it is, where you've had an M7, a 2E0, and then a M0, you probably wouldn't be that fussed about changing your call sign because you've changed it 2 times, 3 times already. But if you're a bit of an old dinosaur like me and you had a call sign since day dot, then you're probably less inclined to get rid of it. I don't know. Round to you, Thomas. You've changed your call sign quite a few times. What made you go for that one? Over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matthew. I thought it was 1922. 1926. So, yeah. Yeah, because I was just looking at it myself. I was like, oh, wow. It's still old. It's very old. It's crazy.
Yeah. You are staging.
Absolutely, yeah. Dude, I think there's a lot more people that we'd probably be comfortable with out there. Just look at the Facebook comment section. You know? Look what people say in areas that they have relative anonymity and are relatively consequence free.
Not a lot right now. So, yeah, just kind of. I was just like I said, I just messaged the missus there. I really don't know what she's planning. Oh, I found out the movie she was gonna see was Hocus Pocus. Well, I guess they have like a play version of it, I guess. I thought it was, because I know the movie, because I have the movie here on Movie Box there, so I was gonna go watch it with her, but cause I guess they have like a play version of it, So I was like, oh, well, that's cool. So, I didn't know that, but now I do. But yeah, yeah, I think it's because of, who was it, who's that, was it Meryl Streep or Barbara Streisand? One of them old ladies are in there.
That is going to be who they actually are, I think. That is what they actually believe.
Answering. When you meet with the PD there, let me know what you mean.
Yeah, see, I always took the comment sections, like on YouTube per se, or but really any comment section is just like, which you're absolutely right, it's like the most fucking racist, like bigoted, fucking horrendous, like shit you'd ever want to hear. I always just took it as like they're joking. You know what I mean? Oh, they're just joking. They're like being a fucking internet edgelord, just for funsies, but like that's not like what they actually believe.
Angle iron. Good gauge as well. Can make all sorts of that guy, really.
Understood. Rescue.
Two, go ahead.
Fire alarm, this is a rescue. We'll be on to the fire side in for staging.
Rescue, you're on at 1907. Ambulance 2, just an update. There's definitely going to be a canine light.
Hey, for Mayor, thank you. Thanks for the update, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's one school of thought. I don't think so. Like, people will argue, let's just talk about Zello for a second. People will say, oh, people are just blowing off steam on Zello, roasting and shit. This isn't who they actually are. I don't believe that. I think that what you say when you think when no one's looking and you know you can do it and do it basically consequence-free, that is who you actually are. That's my opinion.
Wait, what movie? I thought you said something about a boxing movie, and then you started talking about Barbara Streisand. Damn, I must have misheard something.
No. I said, no, she's watching, she's getting to watch, you know, 'cause it's Halloween. They call it the spooktacular or whatever. Um, um, so she's watching Hocus Pocus. I think they have some kind of play version of it or something. But because I told her, yeah, we could watch it here because I got it on Movie Box. In fact, I think they have like a Hocus Pocus too. Never heard of it. Never saw that, but I do. I have seen the original one. I know they have like I don't know if it's uh, Barbara Streisand or Meryl Streep or anyway. One of them old ladies is in there. I don't know which one, but I know one of them is in there. Uh, so all right. So, you know. But anyway, that's what she's doing. So, yeah. But I got that movie anyway on Movie Box. I said, yeah, one day when we're not doing anything for Halloween, we'll go ahead and put it on the spin there. We'll watch it. You know, because I done watched Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein and all that already. Yeah. Uh, those are some of my favorite movies, so I always be watching them. But yeah, I actually got to see Frankenstein in the theater, which was nice on the big screen and all that. It was kind of weird because afterwards they had like all these theater kids, you know, that are like performing arts kids and stuff. They were actually sitting there analyzing the movie and the you listen to how the music matches the scenery with the lower tones of inhumanity to man, and I had a couple of beers, man, and I was loosey goosey as you could get, man. I was cracking jokes throughout the whole thing. It got to the point where one of the ladies were that you know was working, you know, because me and Carmen wasn't working. She was off with me. She was sitting next to me, and one of the other workers had to actually come over and say, you know, I think you might want to keep it down a little bit. And I just thought, I had myself a ball, man. I was like, you know, I had like, I don't know, two big beers, and man, it just hit me funny because this was supposed to be such a horrific movie and all that, but yet it was a little bit funny. And these guys were just analyzing the music, and it just hit me as funny as all get out, man. I just couldn't stop laughing.
M5 LGM. One reason I chose the M5 is that it's easy to send with Morse code. M0's got lots of dials in it, so M5 is a bit better with breaking it up a bit more, a bit shorter. Also, I quite like the idea, if I'm ever in Northern Ireland, I can be MI5. Yeah, and I wanted an M call sign so yeah, that's why I sort of chose it. And also, I think some of the M5s are maybe not as common as some of the other call signs. And yeah, I went with LGM because that's how a lot of people knew me as and liked. So yeah, I ended up with M5 LGM. Yeah, I'm going to go now. I've got archery tomorrow, but I just came in to mention that, yeah, apparently they did accidentally forget the M5 when you can sort of change your call sign, but they're going to fix that, so they're going to re-add it back in. So, you know, when people sort of change the call sign, they can it'll be on the drop-down list and everything. Over to G7 TVU. I think you pass it on to Matt. From M5 LGM.
I think it's a signal that points to kind of who you are. You know, I would probably say that for the most part I agree with you, just if not that point being taken too literally, you know, or applied like too directly, you know, because I do think there are people out there that really are edgelording and just totally joking, you know. Well, here's what it is. A lot of the time, humor is a good indication of what you actually believe. Like you might be a little bit racist. You're a little bit racist, right? But you're not really racist, right? You might tell a joke that's horrendously racist because it's funny, right? But you're really only telling that joke because of the fact that, you're not actually that racist, and you don't actually agree with the sentiment or anything like that. But the fact that you chose that joke is because you're a little bit racist, you know. I think in that way, a lot of humor stems from the truth.
Receive.
Ambulance 2.
Ambulance 2 in quarters in service.
In quarters in service, 1908.
Stems from the truth, but isn't a total representation of the truth. But then there also is a handful of people out there where it's not at all stemming from the truth. Like and those are some of the best people. You know what I mean? Where they're really detached and they're saying this horrendously racist thing as a joke simply because it's funny. You know, and they really are fucking anti-racist and all that shit.
Thanks for that, Tom. G7TV returning. Well, I just got what I would give him. I didn't bother with any vanity things or anything like that. Just got what I would give him. That was the end of it. And I wouldn't change it personally. I'm just leaving it as it is. That'll do. But I was just, my only concern was, not concern, but I just didn't understand, to be fair. There's suddenly M8s, M9s sprouting up, and I'm like, okay, what are these? So, a bit of clarification, and I'm good. I know what's going on then. Simple.